Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the World Bank Group headquarters. Whether you're joining us here in the Preston Auditorium or tuning in from around the globe, we're thrilled to have you here with us for the 36th Annual Bank Conference on Development Economics, ABCDE 2025. This year, we honor the memory of Dr. Stanley Fischer, who not only served as the World Bank chief economist, but also founded this very conference in 1989. Dr. Fischer's vision was to create a space for open, rigorous debate on the most pressing issues in development economics, a tradition we proudly continue today. ABCDE 2025 is a collaborative effort organized by the World Bank, the Center for Global Development, and the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy at the National University of Singapore. Over the next 4 days, we'll be diving into a complex relationship between populism and development, how shifting political winds are influencing economic and social policies, and what that means for multilateral institutions trying to address global challenges. We're streaming live at worldbank.org/ABCDE2025, and I encourage you to share your views on social media using the hashtag ABCDE2025. I'm Carolina Ordon, I'm a communications officer here at the World Bank, and as the World Bank MC, I'll be guiding us through the program over the next 2 days. I'll do my best to keep us on time and on track, and hopefully intellectually invigorated. Please note an important update that we decided to hold the entire event here at the World Bank due to reasons beyond the control of our partner. So to kick us off, we'll hear from Indemit Gill, our host and World Bank Group Chief Economist and Senior Vice President for Development Economics. In his remarks, he'll set the tone for our conference, offering his perspective on why the intersection of populism and development is so critical right now, and what's at stake for policymakers and practitioners alike. Indemit, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to everybody who is joining us online and who is here in person today. Thank you to the teams that have put together this superb schedule of subjects and speakers. And thank you to everybody who has traveled from faraway places like Singapore and Cambridge, England, to be here today. So on behalf of the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, the Center for Global Development, and the World Bank Group's Institute for Economic Development, I'd like to extend a very, very warm welcome to all of you. So normally in July, actually, it would be a hot welcome, but as it turns out, the next 4 days will be very pleasant for this time of the year in Washington. So our visitors have brought us very good weather. So we have dedicated this conference to Stan Fischer, who as chief economist of the World Bank between 1988 and 1990, started the ABCDE. So I never really met Stan, but you didn't have to meet him to be impressed by him or to be influenced by him. Just a quick thing about how he spanned the spectrum in terms of ideas, but more importantly, how he brought people with different ideas together. So he taught both at the University of Chicago and MIT. He worked both at the World Bank and the IMF. He served in top positions both at the Bank of Israel and the US Federal Reserve System. And he worked both as a public servant and on Wall Street, putting in a stint towards the end at Citigroup. So Stan brought ideas and people with competing ideas together when he lived, and it looks like he is still doing it today. So today, you'll actually start by hearing from Mohammed El-Arian and Masood Ahmed, who actually worked with him very, very closely. Tomorrow morning at this time, you will hear from our former president, Bob Zoellick, who also worked with Stan, and Bob will give the Stan Memorial, the Stan Fischer Memorial Lecture. Now, ABCDE, I think, is a wonderful way to celebrate his life. I'm sure he's smiling as he's looking down on us. So that's what I wanted to actually say today. But then Kenan, just before this, told me that I had to, he had to tell, he wanted me to tell you why we picked the subject that we picked, okay? So instead of words, I'm going to just show you two pictures. one each about the importance of the subject and our ignorance about the subject. Okay? So this is the first slide, and it shows why we are talking about populism today. That red line there is the share of populist governments, and as you see, it's gone up to about a quarter of independent countries. And if you look at the dark part, that would be right-wing populism. And if you look at the lighter part, that would be left-wing populism. And you see that both of those things are on the increase. So it's not just one end of the spectrum that is dominating the other, even though if you live in Washington, you think it's just one of them, right? So that's the first one. But the second one is about, I think, our ignorance about it. So if you look at the next slide, so over the last few days, I've been looking at the web and so on and trying to learn about populism. So I gave this question to something called Word Hippo. I didn't know about this thing, yeah. And I asked them, what is the opposite of populism, okay? And look at the first thing that it says. The noun is opposite of support for the concerns of ordinary people, okay? If you look at that list of things like elitism, repression, callousness, exclusivity, indifference, etc., it's hard to find a word there that you like, okay? Which means that I think that our beliefs about our negative beliefs, I think most people have negative beliefs about populists, are based on something that I suspect it's either the fact that you're a moderate and populists are not, or you're an elitist and populists are not. So that's all I'm going to say for now. And you'll hear a lot more from me over the next few days. For now, I'd like to hear what Masood and Mohammed and Danny and Rachel have to say. So I'm not going to be talking anymore. I'm going to turn it over to the next speaker.
Thank you, Indamit. So please join me in welcoming to the stage, as Indamit announced, Mr. Masood Ahmed, former president of the Center for Global Development, who in his opening address will answer the question that has surely crossed everyone's mind. Are we facing the end of development cooperation? Mr. Ahmed brings with him to the stage over 3 decades of experience in economic development, and in his insights today, hopefully he will help us frame the challenges and opportunities for international cooperation in the era of rising nationalism and shifting alliances. Mr. Ahmed, wherever you are, please join us on stage.
Thank you very much. First of all, before I start, thank you to Indamit and to the World Bank for giving me this opportunity. It's always a pleasure to come back to the World Bank. I spent 20 years here at the World Bank before moving across the street to the IMF. And as you said, Indamit, I had a chance to work with Stan, both here and at the IMF, and it was a real privilege. Also a real privilege to be here at this ABCDE, particularly because it's being co-hosted by the Center for Global Development. So I have a double alumni association with it. I want to talk about the current crisis in development cooperation. What brought it about? Is it temporary? Is it a structural shift? What does it mean for the work of people like us who are interested and concerned about the lives of people who live in developing countries and in the ideas and actions that could have a positive impact on those lives? So let me start out by giving you my bottom line. So my bottom line is that I do not subscribe to the increasingly popular view that the current crisis represents the end of development cooperation. But I do believe that the way in which development cooperation has been organized for the past 35 years or so has run its course. And going forward, if we want development cooperation to thrive, it will have to be very different in ways that will be uncomfortable for many of us, but without which we are going to become progressively irrelevant. Now, why is it not the end? I think for this audience, that's relatively easy to say, and I won't spend time on it. The first reason is that I think countries recognize that they have to cooperate to deal with certain problems that affect shared challenges, either traditional ones like trade, and we've had rules for trade, you've got to have some framework governing it, or more recent observation like climate, pandemics, where people across countries recognize that you can only solve these problems through some form of collective action. Second reason is that contrary to what the tabloids will say, solidarity is a strong and widely held view, a feeling in most rich countries, most OECD countries, and people want to help in the case of humanitarian crisis, in the case of seeing people living in circumstances that they consider to be unacceptable, and they want their governments to also do so. But solidarity extends to certain things and not to others, and we'll come back to what that means. And the third reason is that development assistance, development cooperation has and continues to be a useful instrument for countries to engage bilaterally with other countries in the pursuit of programs which have either mutual benefits, and the degree of mutuality varies from project to project, but it's sort of mutually useful and beneficial for countries to cooperate. So they choose to cooperate to do certain things which they think are mutually helpful. But why is it going to be different? Why can't we just carry on then, if there are all these reasons? And I think what we have to recognize is that the system, that the framework that we now have was itself the product of a unique moment in history of the 20th century. So I want to think back, let's do a little bit of history, if you like. I want to think back to the mid-1990s. The West had won the Cold War, Soviet Union had been dismantled, the economic conditions were broadly favorable, there was a bit of a peace dividend around, there was a view that democracy in politics and liberalism in economics was the shared destination for all countries. So countries were at different stages on this journey. Some were closer to the destination, some needed more time, but we all sort of had a consensus view, this is where we're heading. You remember, Francis Fukuyama famously declared it was the end of history. And in that world, the project of eradicating extreme poverty and promoting economic development captured the popular attention, captured the attention of politicians, captured the attention of young people. And as a result, aid budgets went up, development ministries were strengthened in countries, new institutions were created to deal with new problems. And the development technicians, most of us sitting in this room, were given a long rein to get on with the job. So we were so like, okay, you guys go and do it. And we at that time, maybe with a little more confidence than we should have had, said, yeah, absolutely, we know how to do this. We've got it covered. Of course, developing countries, most of them by then, had also put in place sound macro and had dealt with a lot of their structural problems. So the conditions were right. And then for the next 25 years, we had extraordinary results. I don't need to tell you the numbers. You know them better than I do. Basically, if you look at that 25-year period, 1990, 2015, number of households living in extreme poverty goes from 4 in 10 to 1 in 10. Life expectancy in a generation goes up by 12 years instead of the 4 that had been the case in the previous generation. Number of children dying under 5 is halved. I can go on and on. In broad ways, you could see really extraordinary progress. Success has many fathers. So while the primary credit for this needs to go to the countries, the policies that they put in place, there was a role that development assistance played, particularly in the poorest countries where financing had been an issue. But by the early part of the last decade, this model was sort of running its course. Growth rates began to drop across most parts of the world, including developing countries. Poverty became increasingly concentrated in fragile states and didn't really have such a good model for dealing with fragile states. Not being able, we could help people, but we couldn't really find ways to put the countries on a different trajectory. And also, same time, we had the financial crisis. It kind of shook people's faith in the liberal economics model. Democracy wasn't spreading quite in the same way. So there was a sort of general sense of, well, have we kind of reached the limit? Along comes, in fact, if you think about 2015, you could say, wait, hold on. 2015, we agreed SDGs, we agreed the Paris Agreement, we agreed on the financing for development, billions to trillions. I think looking back, those were probably high points rather than platforms for going further. So the sort of development progress was slowing down, but there was also, and this is what brings us a bit to this, the topic of this year's ABCDE, there was also growing unease with the model of development cooperation, both in the providing countries, the rich countries, and in developing countries. So in the rich countries, I'd say there are 3 things that I want to focus on about the model. The first thing was that poverty reduction got a little bit pushed to the side by new priorities that emerged, and particularly climate change. People became much more aware of climate change and the consequences of climate change, the need to take action to deal with climate mitigation. And you could see the popular imagination was being captured more by the need to deal with climate. It was going to be an existential threat. We would all be dead. And if we didn't deal with this. And so, people kind of getting rallied. Poverty is still there, but kind of a little bit to the side. Of course, along comes COVID, and then climate change you get a global health security as another issue. So these shared challenges started moving to center stage as opposed to the traditional focus on poverty reduction, on development. Second thing that happened is that fiscal conditions started tightening in many rich countries. And during that period, the budgets that were set aside for then development assistance, and particularly in Europe where there's a lot of commitment to 0.7, they became easy target for politicians and for skeptics to say, look, why are we spending money? And I remember in the UK, I used to work in the UK for 3 years at DFID, the glory days of DFID, which no longer exists. In the UK, this became a sort of daily tabloid media discussion about why are we spending money, especially when we have unmet needs for schools and for housing domestically, we should spend money at home. And the third thing that happened is that I think development cooperation got wrapped up in the broader anti-globalization backlash. Developing countries began to be seen as competitors rather than partners. So if you saw a factory being set up in Mexico, you didn't say, that's great. You said, hey, those were the jobs that were going to be here rather than that have now moved. So there was a bit of, And development also became, development cooperation got wrapped up in the anti-woke, seen as being woke. That, these development people are promoting ideas that are partisan rather than broad-based. So there were all these things building up. And then at the same time, in the aid recipient, the developing countries, there had been these concerns for a while about the model. So there were concerns about the model itself, the way it was being done, and there were concerns about the very notion of development aid. Some of these go back a long time. When I was an undergraduate, I remember P.T. Bauer, Dissent on Development. Some of you are probably old enough to remember that. And concerns about agency, concerns about whether or not the agenda being pushed was a donor agenda rather than the country agenda, hollowing out of government institutions. And, these voices had been there for a long time, as I said, but they began to get more and more traction. And a more fundamental concern that many policymakers in developing countries started to raise was that they thought development cooperation had lost its way. That instead of being an instrument to accelerate the transformation of their economies, to make the economies richer, it had become an extension of a global safety net to deal with the poor in their countries. But it wasn't that focused on making the economies richer now. We can have a long discussion about how the two are interlinked, but there was this concern that was there. And developing countries also began to see that there was a huge increase in alternative partners coming up, particularly China, right? So you all know the numbers, mid-2010s. China's lending, and most of it's lending to developing countries, often on terms that were financially less attractive than what was being provided by, say, the World Bank, but the numbers were larger than, say, World Bank. It is the largest bilateral trading partner of countries, the largest provider of development, a sensible development finance. It had a different model, but it was also saying you don't have to follow the model of development that your traditional partners are offering. There are other ways to develop your societies which might be more suitable. So there's a bit of a challenge on that front. And then you remember along came the COVID crisis and the way we dealt with the COVID crisis. And there was a sort of that accelerated an erosion of trust, and the erosion of trust in terms of many developing countries feeling that they were you remember, the last in line for access to vaccines. There's a sense that the financial support that they receive is not being adequate. And more than that, there was a disconnect between the rhetoric at summits and the reality. Last year, you'll remember, the ABCDE last year was entitled A Great Incoherence. And part of what we were trying to get at the time was that you have all these reports that we produce and we talk about, including some, by the way, that are produced here, which show financing gaps in the trillions of dollars every year. And then the reality after the summit is over is that it's hard to mobilize even hundreds of millions of dollars. So debt issues still sitting out there in the mid-rights periodically about how the debt crisis is going to be a systemic crisis. But 5 years ago, 5 years later today, any difference in the way we're dealing with this issue? Not really. So there's a kind of erosion of trust in the sense of saying there's no international community. Can we stop pretending? So what I'm trying to say is, that I don't want to go over all this history to lament the past, but to say that 2025 may well be the year when the development cooperation system sort of visibly shatters, But the cracks that have led to this have been there for a long time. And unless we deal with those cracks, the reasons for them, we're not going to be able to glue it all back together by a bit of sellotape here and a bit of tinkering there. So let me offer you 4 reflections on what I think the next 10 years will be like. First is that the cutback in the volumes of development funding that we're seeing now are here to stay. So we need to recognize that we'll be working with less money for development for the next 10 years, particularly grant concessional money I'm talking about, than many of our plans currently assume. Numbers have gone down last year, 7%, between 10 and 17, 9 and 17. This year, there'll be more cuts to come. Europe has to basically finance a huge buildup in defense spending. US is unclear to me as to when it's going to come back and at what levels. So we have to work with more realistic numbers. And one implication of that is that we have to be much more focused on how well we're using grant money. Grants are the most precious form of development finance, and we don't use them as well as we should. There are still many examples where we use grants, one in, one out model, institutions where you get grants in, grant out, dollar in, dollar, or actually less than $1 out because we use some of it for admin costs, when we should be leveraging the grants up to do concessional loans. And I think we have to stop that. We have to really focus on where we use grants without leveraging, be clear that there is no alternative. Second thing is we have to be much more thorough about figuring out or assessing what is the likely impact of the project that we're doing. It's quite striking for me that today you still see lots of projects. And you can pick this in different fields, but if you look at climate mitigation projects, for example, there is no number of what is the expected carbon reduction that is the plan for that project, or what is the cost per ton of carbon reduction. And it's not acceptable anymore. I think we have to be much more thorough. And in areas where you can't do quantification, you can have a much more thorough assessment of the theory of change and what it is that the impact of those grants is going to be. We also want to be pulling back and changing, reallocating limited grants when what we're trying to do doesn't seem to pay off. There's a big controversy about blended finance in low-income and fragile states. Year after year, we have not been able to demonstrate the kind of leveraging that we hoped we would get with blended finance in fragile and states and difficult contexts. We have to ask ourselves, is the opportunity cost of using those grants, the projects that are no longer being done, worth paying? And the good news is there's a lot of evidence now on what are best buys. Best buys for the money that's spent, best buys for the country, and we have to be much more rigorous about using that. The other big point I would make is that national interest as a motive for development cooperation is now going to be here. It's become respectable again. So before, it's always been the case that development cooperation has been a mixture of altruism and self-interest. But now self-interest, national interest is very much in the driver's seat for many countries. If you look at the European Union's development strategy, it's very clear about doing things that are promoting the strategy and interests of the European Union. Now, some of us are old enough to remember that this is not new. During the Cold War, this was quite common to use development assistance as part of your foreign policy to reward or your allies or to favor them or to promote trade. Lots of aid for trade deals, tied procurement. But we also remember that the results of those deals were generally pretty poor. So, but I fear that for the next 10 years, we're going to go through that cycle again of learning. And our job as development practitioners is to accelerate the learning process so people see the cost of it. Actually, some politicians feel that by saying that these aid programs are in the national interest, they're going to win popular support for them. Actually, the evidence from surveys doesn't back that up at all. People are much more supportive of aid programs for solidarity reasons or to deal with shared challenges. When you say national interest, it doesn't really ring a bell. So it's a misguided belief. There's also the other side, which is a lot of politicians try to sell programs whose interest is not development as development programs. But that just erodes trust. It erodes credibility, both in the partner countries and with the within the donor country. And my view is that I think we need to be much more upfront. If you're financing a project because you think this is going to create jobs at home, say that's what you're trying to do. And at least if they're not saying it, we should be saying that's what it's trying to do. And we should be clear about what the cost is per job created. And suddenly, very soon, you'll find that in many cases, these are not viable propositions. Third thing I want to say is that next 10 years, we have to get used to living with multiple overlapping development frameworks. You know, we love frameworks. We love creating frameworks. We love refining frameworks. We love new versions of frameworks that we create. And we get very irritated when other people don't join up to our frameworks. And while we want a single framework for each country, actually we want the one that we have been most involved in. I don't think that's going to be the case for the next 10 years. More and more of the traditional donor programs, first of all, they're going to be a smaller part of the total because there'll be other players in the field, and not just China, but UAE is largest investor now in Africa. And as we deal with these, we have to recognize that our framework will only be one amongst many, and the country has to deal with multiple partners at the same time. Each of them will have their own framework, and it's okay. Actually, one thing we'll discover, we might not like it, you can make progress without frameworks. We confuse frameworks as a prerequisite for progress. Sometimes, maybe you can actually make progress. And I do worry a little bit that this current preoccupation with country platforms, of which in earlier incarnations, some of us have dealt with other names for them, is going to be a little bit disappointing when we operate in the real world of multiple partners. Last point I want to make is the respective roles of multilateral organizations and bilateral assistance. I'm not so clear in my head about how the balance is going to come out. On the one side, if you want your solidarity to be built up, you want your assistance to be visibly seen and associated with the country, that pushes you to doing more bilateral. Similarly, if you want to use it to do national economic strategy, that pushes you to more bilateral deals. You don't particularly want to go multilateral. On the other hand, multilateral institutions give you leverage, give you the ability to do things differently at scale. If I were to put my money on it now, I would say that at the margin, we'll see some shift towards bilaterals and away from multilaterals, yes. And this will particularly be the case for those multilaterals who depend every year or every 3 years on budgetary contributions, which compete directly with bilateral programs. A lot of UN agencies, a lot of INGOs are going to be impacted. And you already see some of them trimming their sails in anticipation of more choppy waters. But the MDBs, it's worth spending a minute on the MDBs. So the MDBs, of course, are to a large extent self-financing, and I think could be even more self-financing. So MDBs rely on, like the World Bank, rely on donors for funding for their concessional windows. Every 3 years we go for IDA replenishment, and they rely much less frequently for money from shareholders to increase their capital. But I think going next 10 years, I say we, but I should say you, the World Bank needs to start living in a world where the donor funding will be harder to get. I don't look at IDA numbers. I mean, IDA numbers last 10 years, there's a little bit of a marketing thing here, I'm sorry to say, which is that every IDA replenishment has a higher total. But if you look at the donor contribution, it's actually flat and in real terms falling across the last 10 years. So I think we need to live with that as the reality and work around that. That's a separate conversation. We need to do how we do this. But a couple of ideas. One is, can we, at the margin, or the MDBs are doing too much in the form of grants rather than concessional loans? If either country can't take on a 40-year loan at near zero interest rates, you have to ask yourself what faith you have in the development strategy there. Are there ways in which you could generate more funding for concessional lending through expanding IBRD type operations in the more creditworthy countries and explicitly targeting that money for concessional lending? Should the IBRD type operations take on a little more risk by taking blended countries that are at the margin between IDA and IBRD onto IBRD books? Sometimes I feel that the IBRD type institution, I'm not just picking on IBRD, but I am picking partly on IBRD, is that we're a little too conservative about our balance sheets. At the end of the day, we have to live in a world where it's going to be a second best world. Are there ways? Look, these ideas might not be the best ideas. I'm just saying to you that you need to start thinking more creatively about how to operate in a world where donor funding will be tighter. So let me end now. I want to end by saying, this is all what I've been saying to you is from the perspective of a development practitioner sitting mostly in the global north. But recently I've been talking to some of my friends, and I'm sure many of you have, and colleagues who are policymakers in the global south, and asking them, how do they see this current crisis? And I was sort of struck by three things in particular they said. The first is that without minimizing the human cost of the abruptness of the cutbacks this year, most of them have largely moved on. They moved beyond this crisis. They've sort of said, and also they don't use the kind of extreme words about this crisis that many of us use. And don't think of it as a catastrophe in the scheme of things they have to deal with. They're ready to talk about redesigning what comes next. But they're very keen that what comes next should not start from what existed before. They want a conversation about how to deal with the issues where there's cooperation, but they don't want us to come forward with starting from what we had and sort of tinkering at the margin. And in particular, they see this move to a mutual interest paradigm, self-interest paradigm, as a good opportunity to have an honest dialogue that starts with both sides laying out their priorities and then trying to find common ground. And one of them said to me that it's time to move beyond the polite pretense that we all share the priorities, which is really your way of getting us to say we share your priorities. And I think we have to be conscious of that. We also have to be conscious of the fact that sometimes the development community in the practitioners, people like us, are seen as being a little too tied to the systems and institutions and the frameworks and norms that we've created than to asking what's the best way to solve the problems going forward. The second thing that they've said is, look, the programs that they want, that they see as being important for cooperation are the ones that shift the pendulum back a bit towards sustained growth and the accumulation of human and physical capital. This back to basics call that we heard during the last spring meetings actually has broader support than many of us in the institutions would like to think. So they do want that focus to be on that, but that also means that they want a conversation that doesn't just cover development assistance, but all the channels of interaction, trade, intellectual technology transfer, intellectual property rights, finance, migration, and they recognize that these things are now joined up in policy, and they want to have a conversation that covers the spectrum. And we need to be prepared to have that conversation to be effective. And the last message I picked up is, I think much more of a recognition that now the drivers of progress, whether the pace of progress, will be primarily determined by actions within the country. It always has been, but there's a much greater recognition of that. And what they want is the best practice and the cross-country experience that international institutions bring, but not so much this presented as prescriptions. So I think it's a very different way of engaging. A challenge for all of us is how we then organize our own thinking and our mindset to be able to contribute effectively in this new framework. I want to stop with that. Thank you for your time and look forward to Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed, for those insightful remarks and sharing your ideas. Next, it is my pleasure to welcome Dr. Mohammed El-Arian, who will deliver our today's keynote address. He's a renowned economist and thought leader whose contributions have shaped global economic policy and financial markets, whether as a CEO of PIMCO or Chief Economic Advisor at Allianz. His work extends also beyond corporate roles as a commentator and author, providing analysis on economic trends and challenges. And also his work at Queen's College at the University of Cambridge underscores his commitment to advancing economic education and research. Dr. El-Arian, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. It is a real pleasure and honor to be here. And I'm delighted to see so many familiar faces, friends, acquaintances, colleagues. I want to thank Intimate, I want to thank Rachel, Masood, and Danny for giving me this opportunity. It's an especially touching moment because this conference is in honor of Stan Fisher. As Intimate said, I had the privilege of working with Stan, including his first advisor, in quotes, when he joined the IMF as the first deputy managing director. I say advisor because I actually had nothing to propose to him because he was so brilliant. but I learned so much from him. Not only did I learn from his brilliance, I learned from his humanity. His human dimension came in, whether he was looking at a developing country case, whether he was looking at the pursuit of a comprehensive, just and durable peace in the Middle East, or whether he was talking to somebody. He never used his brilliance to put people down. He never used his brilliance to stop other people's ideas. He used his brilliance to enable other people's ideas. And because of that, we are all much better off, and I certainly do miss him. Remarkably, it's 44 years since I first set foot in this institution. I came in as a summer intern, hoping to earn some money to help me complete my PhD. And I found something else. I found a period of profound intellectual discovery. I made friends, and all this an institution that I admired from far, and I was actually working at the World Bank. A year later, I came back as an intern, a summer intern at the IMF. And my interest in development suddenly took a different turn. Because as you may remember, 1982, the summer, is when Mexico declared default. And what followed was the last decade of Latin America. A decade of increasing poverty, of massive debt overhangs, of low growth. But it put in place something that Masoud talked about, which was the policy revolution of the 1990s in developing countries that was turbocharged by deep debt restructurings that lifted these debt overhangs. And for years, the global economy acted as a tailwind to domestic policies. That has all changed. Today, the global economy is a very strong headwinds. And of course, our natural impulse is to look at the sources of these headwinds. And this lens, this analytical lens is critical, but it should not come at the cost of two other things. The first, as Masoud rightly said, is not to frame these as isolated headwinds, but to understand that they are the product of a multi-year process, a structural process that will not go away anytime soon. And the second is to look for the silver linings, to look for the opportunities that are being created and not just the headwind. That dual perspective is going to govern a lot of what I'm going to say to you. And it's going to be structured as followed. I'm going to start with a very simple characterization of the evolution of the global order. I will then talk about what policy-induced volatility means for the developing world. And then I will look to what lies ahead and stress four particular aspects before I turn to the role of the World Bank. So let's talk about the global order, or what I prefer to say, the construct. It was a core periphery construct. The core, anchored by the US, supplied the public global goods, such as security guarantees, open sea lanes, the reserve currency. It collected significant economic rents through its unparalleled financial markets and the global demand for its currency. It had a large influence, structurally wired, in decision-making in multilateral institutions. And importantly, the core was trusted to provide the following combination: global stability, a shock absorber for unanticipated shocks, and firefighters in the case of crisis. This notion of circuit breakers to make sure that contagion did not spread. And this entire construct was underpinned by a generalized understanding of rules, behaviors, and standards. And as Masoud rightly said, there was a common objective: shared prosperity. The notion of convergence of the developing world underpinned a lot of this. But for all its strength, it was ultimately undermined by two things. First, insufficient attention to distributional issues within countries. And that led to a profound reversal. Economics no longer drove politics. Today, politics drives economics. And the second was the inability of this construct to absorb a highly successful, very large economy, China, whose per capita income was low. That contradiction of being a very large economy and having global responsibility, and yet being a low per capita income, ate away at the construct. And the world could no longer adapt fast enough, and it created a tension in global governance that is with us today. The United States also changed. It went from being perceived by others as the trusted stabilizers to being perceived as the source of policy-induced uncertainty. The 2008 global crisis originated in the US. The 2017-2019 weaponization of tariffs originated in the US. The 2021-2022 failure to share vaccines quickly with the rest of the world had a US component to it. And of course, today, the uber weaponization of the tariff regime is also led by the US. And that has eroded the predictability of the system. By its very design, this core periphery construct is ill-equipped to handle a core that is a source of policy-induced volatility. And as there's no replacement for the US, and as the little pipes that have been built around the US by China in particular aren't big enough, the global system itself becomes a source of the following 6 things for developing countries: lower growth, uncertain supply chains, unpredictable tariff regime, reduced aid flows, less predictable foreign direct investment, and volatile global bond markets. That is the reality. That's why you hear in the marketplace, DM is becoming EM. This notion of a developed market is becoming an emerging market. Consider the phrases that are used now about the US. Where did you hear these phrases? The weaponization of tariffs pursuing conflicting objectives. Irresponsible fiscal policy. Creeping fiscal dominance. Threats to central bank independence. These are things that we used to hear in developing countries. So this role reversal is unusual, but it's not the only unusual thing. The other unusual thing is that the developing world as a whole has navigated this relatively well. And it hasn't, in the old days, if the core coughed, the periphery would end up either with flu or in hospital. This has not happened. And it speaks to the hard-earned policy improvement, the institutional reforms, and the macro frameworks that have been put in place. I know that what's true for the developing world doesn't mean it's true for every country, but it is indeed something good. So what needs to be done to ensure that this continues? First, self-insurance, increased self-insurance. Pooled insurance is no longer reliable. So countries need to increase self-insurance through policy reforms. It's well beyond macroeconomic stability, as you know. It's about addressing long-standing structural and financial vulnerabilities. And it's important because I'm going to come back to the silver lining that we have. The good news is that the ability to pursue more self-insurance is going to be facilitated by the fact that the West is in a period of expansionary fiscal policy. It was unimaginable that the US would run 6 to 8% of GDP deficits when unemployment is 4%. That's what's happening today. And as Masood rightly said, Europe is also going to be fiscal expansionist. So there's a window, an important window right now for the developing world to increase self-insurance. What can derail this? One of two things. If the bond markets cannot digest the amount of issuance by governments, and if the uncertain tariff regime that we have today triggers major retaliation. Those are the two risks to the global macro for the remainder of this year. The second policy priority is to actively explore and strengthen international linkages that increase resilience, agility, and optionality. Resilience, agility, and optionality. While South-South trade has expanded in recent years, it is way below what an economic model would predict. And there's understandable reasons for that that go beyond the gravitational pull of North-South trade. And it's about institutional and market failures. And these need to be addressed in a more sustained manner. The third issue is to exploit the enormous, I want to stress, the enormous development potential of new innovations. Developing countries have in front of them an opportunity to leapfrog productivity enhancements. Door after door will open for major potential transformational improvements in the social sectors, particularly health and education. But you have to be ready to walk through those doors. That's about digital infrastructure. It's about skilled labor force. It's about regulatory frameworks that encourage rather than stifle innovation. And I'm delighted that there's a session on artificial intelligence, because that's absolutely critical. Think of what happened in the last 3 years, just to give you a sense of how fast this is moving. 3 years ago, 3 and a bit years ago, when we first heard about ChatGPT, it was about ask a question and get an answer. A year later, it was about give it a task, including our students asking them to write an essay, which we discourage, but give it a task and it delivers a task. Today, those of you who are near the frontier of AI know that it's way beyond this. You now have an intellectual companion that has enormous access to information. And if your critical thinking is up to the level, your productivity is significantly enhanced. You have an intellectual companion today. Imagine, and we're already seeing some of them, just imagine the potential for AI-powered diagnostic tools in remote clinics, personalized adaptive learning platforms in underserved schools, AI-optimized agricultural practices to boost food security. In a couple of years, I suspect we will be in a world where you can hire an AI agent on LinkedIn to help you with your task. There's literally no time to waste to build the ecosystem to allow you to benefit from this, what people have called a new electricity. And the notion of a new electricity is important because if you don't have the wiring system, that new electricity will not enhance your productivity. And then finally, the fourth area for developing countries, which applies to a much smaller set, has to do with those that are fortunate enough to have huge sovereign wealth funds. They all start with a massive overweight to the US. And that overweight makes sense. The US is a reserve currency, and the US has delivered exceptionalism. But if the US becomes more uncertain, suddenly overweight becomes questionable. And you're not able to reduce your overweight quickly to the US because there is no other place to go that can absorb what the US does. So this is about very slow diversification that has to be accompanied by a new way of thinking of risk mitigation. I say all this because the multilateral institutions have a very important role to play in this. And I'm going to talk about the World Bank and the Regional Development Institution. And I'm going to take this notion of beyond aid to a much higher level, because that's where it needs to be. Our deeply changing world requires that these institutions fundamentally enhance their expertise and effectiveness as trusted advisors to member countries. They have to truly be the knowledge center, the best practices, the clearinghouse for innovations. They must move much faster in enabling the diffusion of these innovations. And this word diffusion is really important. So dedicated staff at these institutions have to be able to answer the following questions. How best can countries interact with AI agents to supplement existing human capital and bridge skill gaps? 2, how can we leverage technology to dramatically improve the timely delivery of essential health and education services to a large and often underserved segment of the population? 3, how can entire ecosystem be built to enhance the diffusion of these technologies? And finally, how can we manage the inevitable risks that come with these innovations? These are no longer theoretical questions. These are very practical questions that require answer. And the World Bank and the regional development institutions can be part of that. The need for more South-South trade means a faster move away from national silos to cross-border activities. There's also a need to think differently about contingency funding. If the world is subject to more violent and more frequent shocks, then one has to think more innovatively about contingency funding. And finally, of paramount importance is something that Masood mentioned, fragile countries. This is an area in which unimaginable humanitarian tragedies are compounded by institutional failures. There are areas where traditional development models falter and where the challenge of governance, security, and basic service delivery are intertwined. It's an area that requires a lot more attention, a lot more funding, and a lot more open coordination among actors. And I'm delighted to see David Miliband here, and he will be on a panel later today because he has been leading the process of thinking differently about this critical area that has massive humanitarian implications. I'm not going to conclude with a summary of what I've said, but I'm going to conclude with the two-sided nature of what's ahead of us, focusing again on technological innovation. Developing countries have unprecedented opportunities. This is a time when you can literally see the ability to revolutionize productivity growth, transform social sectors, and unlock new pathways to inclusive growth. But there's also a stark warning here, the other side. If developing countries lag in adapting, they will fall further behind in a world that will become even more unequal, even more fragmented, and even more difficult to catch up. The notion of convergence will cease to be relevant. This institution, as I mentioned in the beginning, plays an instrumental role in helping developing countries. But we have to also acknowledge that its relevance and the relevance of the IMF is being questioned. So what better opportunity than today to be able to push against a question I have heard way too many times in the last few years. And that question is, do the Bretton Woods institutions have still relevance today? My answer is more than ever. The relevance is escalating, and the time for partial reform as the president of this institution has stressed, is over. I hope that the World Bank and the IMF will step up to the new reality of the global order, a complex new reality that has good and has bad. And I certainly will be one of the many people who will be cheering them from the sideline. Thank you very much.
I want to thank, first I want to thank you that despite hurting your back, you traveled all the way, and despite hurting your back, you are actually standing over there. But no good deed goes unpunished, so we're going to make you stand there a little bit more and take questions. So anybody has any questions, go to the mic and ask Mohammed, and he will, and we can do this over the next 5 minutes. Who are the brave people who want to ask questions? Go for it, guys. Yes, please.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Keep it as questions, please, not as comments. Yep.
Okay. No, very brief question. Do you see how high is the probability for another global financial crisis, taking into account the possibility that the global bond markets cannot absorb these unprecedented expansionary fiscal policies either in the United States or in the EU? Thank you very much.
Excellent question. Next, please.
So thank you for inspiring gathering. My question is, as the speaker underlined, the World Bank International Organization helping developing countries, could you please give a concrete example in the world? And the World Bank and International Organization help one developing countries that transforms from developing club to developed club. Thank you.
Very good. Yes.
Thank you very much. Trade has been, and particularly the inclusion in global supply chains through trade, has been a critical driver of technological convergence in the last 25 years. You're still optimistic about technology, but given the subject of the conference overall, how do you think that process of technological convergence might unfold where there's less trade?
Thank you for a great speech. You made a tantalizing reference to innovative approaches to contingency responses to contingencies in terms of shocks. Can you explain to us more what sort of innovative approaches you have in mind or you might be thinking of? Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Carl Fitzgerald with The National. Thank you for taking my question. Earlier this morning, you called for the resignation of Fed Chair Jerome Powell. I just wanted to ask, would this capitulation to pressure from the White House not erode the central bank's independence? Thank you.
Great question.
Sunita Sharma from Palladium. My question is about the role in the development cooperation, how you see private sector playing role at global, regional, or country level in this context.
Anybody else with any other questions? Anybody else? Okay. All right, there you go.
Okay, so I am going to start with the topic I did not cover in today's presentation, which has to do with the Federal Reserve. I will then go on to the risk of global financial crisis, and then proceed to trade and tech, innovative approach, and the role of the private sector. I deeply believe in the critical importance of central bank independence. Operational autonomy is essential for good economic outcomes. The question on the table is, by staying in office, is Chair Powell defending independence, or is he exposing it to greater threats? And if you see what has happened over the last few weeks, is that the attacks have evolved from simply being attacks on him personally to now being attacks on the institution. In the last 5 days, there's been attacks on how the institution has conducted a renovation program, 2.5 billion. There's now calls to examine, and this was Secretary Besant's comments yesterday, examine the operations of the Fed, given that it has made mistakes. Is it actually delivering on its outcome? This tension between the president and the chair of the Fed, if it continues, it will suck in more and more elements of the Fed. And the more that continues, the bigger the threats to the political independence of a critical institution. If he steps down now, there may be a chance to redirect. That is not the conventional wisdom. The conventional wisdom is he should end his term in May next year, because that is how you protect the independence. But think about it. We all know he's leaving. No one thinks he's going to be reappointed. We all know that a shadow Fed chair will be appointed in the next few months. And that will completely turn Chair Powell into a lame duck when it comes to forward policy guidance. So if the first best isn't available, which is he stays and all the attacks on the institution stop, that's the first best. That's not going to happen. What is the second best? Is it he's staying as a lame duck and exposing the institution to more and more attacks? Or is he stepping down? And I believe that most of the names that have been mentioned to replace him are names that would protect the independence of a central bank. So that's the argument. It's a very controversial argument, but it is underpinned by the need to maintain the critical importance of central bank independence. That leads me to the question of financial crises. What is the risk of a financial crisis? If a financial crisis is defined as the malfunctioning of markets, that's what happened in 2008. And that's what results in economic sudden stops. If that is the question, then that risk has been reduced significantly, because the banks, the oil in your car, have been de-risked in a major fashion. If the financial crisis means that prices, yields in particularly, go up and are volatile, yeah, that may well happen. It may well happen because of the uncertainty in the system, because of the amount of fiscal deficits and fiscal borrowing that has to be done, and with more hesitant holders of dollar assets outside the US. So expect not a crisis, I want to stress, not a crisis, but get ready for financial volatility, for yields being much more volatile than they have. There are concrete examples of the developing institution helping the transition from middle income to high income, but they go back a while. Korea being a perfect example. It got a tremendous amount of help from the World Bank. Recently, we've had this middle income trap that country after country has fallen into, that China is trying to avoid. And it's a different type because it is much harder for a large economy today to make that transition than it has been for the smaller economies like Korea, like Singapore, like Taiwan, like Hong Kong. So there is the need for, if you like, more help, because this transition from middle income to high income has become much, much harder. How can developing countries benefit from technology if trade barriers are going up? The wonderful thing about technology, it can escape most trade barriers. Unless you want technology that has massive national security implications, you can have what some people call everyday AI, which is to empower individuals with AI. That technology is very hard to stop from migrating across border. So I don't worry about the trade tensions impacting the ability of developing countries to adopt what I think are productivity-enhancing technologies. What about innovative financing? Think of what happened during the COVID pandemic. How did we fund these incredible vaccines that came out really quickly? We funded it by understanding the different tranches of risk. So what actually happened is that governments took out catastrophic risk. Catastrophic risk for a pharma company is to put a tremendous amount of resources and get nothing out of it. That risk was taken out. And then the pharma industry self-insured against the higher risks. And it turned out to be a good deal. There are many, many situations, and in fact, Masood mentioned one, when he said grants shouldn't be in and out. Grants should be leveraged. By targeting funding at the certain element of risk that breaks down the whole chain, you can do that. It is no different than what stopped the malaria vaccines getting into the arms of poor African kids. It was a simple part of the value-added chain that no one was willing to ensure, which is between the ports and the delivery of the vaccine, where you could not control the conditions under which the vaccines were transported. Once that chain, that small chain, got fixed, once someone underpinned that risk, the whole thing worked. So there are incredible opportunities just by asking the question, where is the market failure? And where do I take a catastrophic risk out? And that ends on the last question on private sector. There is no development prospects that will fulfill, other than in fragile countries. I want to put those aside, and that's why there's a need for a lot of focus. But for the rest, it's about partnerships. It's about private-public partnerships, and it's about doing it right. There are examples where it has been done right, and unfortunately, there are many examples where it has been done wrong. Thank you.
Let me also try to answer the question that you asked, some examples of countries that the World Bank has helped. So two come to mind. One is South Korea, and the other one is China. And of course, for both for South Korea and for China, the World Bank may not have played the most important role in terms of development and so on, but they were fairly sort of, I guess in both cases, so our client governments actually say how we helped. So if I had to draw lessons from that, I would say that there were 2 or 3 common features. One of them was that a large part of World Bank assistance for these countries, almost exclusively, was actually investment lending, not budget support. Okay, there were exceptions, I think in the case of China, just after the Tiananmen Square crisis, but in general, it was investment projects. The second one, which was related, was that the aim of these investment projects was to actually learn from abroad. Okay, it wasn't technology transfer, by the way, always. It wasn't just technology transfer. So actually, in the early stages of the transition for China, it was actually about learning management practices that Western companies had, that state-owned enterprises in China didn't. And then the third common thing was a lot of disagreement between the country and the World Bank in terms of actually what to do about particularly thorny problems. And some of those arguments were won by China and Korea on the one hand, and some of them were actually, in retrospect, won by the World Bank. But again, it was not a comfortable relationship always. There were lots of disagreements as well. I think if you look at how we are engaging with some of these countries now, some of those elements are missing. And Masood pointed those out, and so did Mohammed, right? But I know that based on my experience too, we tend to be far too eager to please rather than to inform. We tend to be far too eager to go towards budget support because it's quick dispersing and that kind of a thing. And we tend to forget that actually there are still things that even successful countries can learn. In fact, successful countries are actually better learners. So anyway, I don't want to take any longer, but you asked for examples, and I give you a few. Any other points that burning questions for Mohammed? No. Thank you very, very much, Mohammed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we now turn to our plenary panel, a discussion on the central theme of our conference, Development in the Age of Populism. Special welcome to our online audience joining us via live.worldbank.org, as well as everyone participating in the conversation on social media channels using the hashtag ABCDE 2025. Our distinguished panelists will examine the implications of populism for poverty reduction, explore how governments are balancing short-term political considerations with long-term development objectives, and consider the role that global institutions can and should play in this context. The session will be moderated by Mr. Justin Sandefur, who leads a program on economic growth in low and middle-income countries at Open Philanthropy. Over to you, please.
All right, good morning, everybody. Good to be here. So we're going to have a discussion here on our theme for the whole conference, Development in the Age of Populism. I want to kick off by welcoming our panelists, in addition to Indermit, who you've already met, who is Chief Economist and Senior Vice President here at the World Bank. We also have with us, why don't we go ahead and come on up to the stage, Rachel and Danny, if you want to come on up. So Danny Kuan is Lee Ka-shing Professor of Economics at the Lee Kuan Yew School at the National University of Singapore. He was a member of the Spence-Stiglitz Commission, former head of the Economics Department at LSE, and a name in my textbook in graduate macroeconomics when I was in school, I'm sure for many of us. Rachel Glenister is the president of the Center for Global Development just down the road, my former boss until a couple of months ago, former chief economist at the UK's FCDO, professor at University of Chicago, and the executive director of JPAL at MIT. So we are here, as I said, to discuss populism. Before we start in, one of the immediate pushbacks I got when discussing this panel with people is, populism is kind of circular. In development, we say, populism is whatever is hindering development, and a lack of development is what leads to populism. And so just to put kind of a definition from political scientists on the table, which the panelists can agree or disagree with, political scientist Cass Moody says, populism is an ideology that pits the pure people versus the corrupt elite or establishment. And I'm afraid to say, I think, standing here in the World Bank, we represent that economic establishment to some degree. Economists have spent many years studying populism. In the 1990s, Dornbush and Edwards, studying left populism in Latin America and the lack of fiscal constraints, and more recently, the rise of right-wing populism, leading to decay of institutions, protectionism, and declining trade. So today we're going to focus on two big questions. The first half, I want to ask the panelists about what explains the rise of populism, and in the second half, what are we going to do about it as development professionals? Is this on? Yes, excellent. So let's kick in to that first half about what explains the rise of populism. And I want to start with Danny, with you. The paper I just mentioned, recent research shows that in 2018, we reached peak populism, more populist leaders in the world than at any other point by the measure of a recent AER paper. Give us your explanation for why that's true. Economists focus on economic grievance, and maybe as somebody who's studied the rise of Asia, you can talk to us about the role of Asian growth and globalization as a factor in the West.
Thank you, Justin, for kicking us off. And thank you all for sharing your morning and your time with us. If you're coming in online. What was really striking in the graph that you showed was that populism, doesn't matter whether it's right wing or left wing, it has reached a peak. If we don't fall into the labels, right or left, but we simply think about what it is anger. It is a world that is angry. And it is angry for perhaps different reasons or perhaps for underlying economic reasons. Justin is an economist, many of us are. Our natural inclination is to go to economics as a way to think about why there is this anger. And indeed, there's reason to think about why this anger has emerged, despite what on aggregate seems to be well-performing economies. The aggregate numbers all look good. Growth is high, income's high. Aggregate numbers on average on literacy, on infant mortality, on average, all look pretty good. But what that average does not reveal is a lived experience that is different across different groups of people. So the challenge that you put is, does economics alone give us a way to think about why there is anger from so many different segments of the population? Let me suggest the answer is yes, but also no. That there are reasons to think that the aggregate performance is not what we think it is, but there are also reasons to think why additional factors kick in. A prime suspect for almost everyone in this room, given the way the world has gone with great power rivalry, with nations pulling the thread on a rules-based multilateral order, is that geopolitics has kicked in. And geopolitics, for so many of us, is something that defies economic thinking. In fact, for many of us, geopolitics is the dustbin of bad economics. It is what we go to when we can't explain something that's happening economically. Let me end this first set of answers to you by saying that we're now in a situation where economics and geopolitics have become collinear in making the world an angry place. The economics side of this comes from understanding that a globalized world with trade is one where relative prices are disrupted. A change in relative prices, even when it is along the way to making comparative advantage outcomes emerge, a change in relative prices is always disruptive to someone. In many countries, trade growth results in a change in relative prices that disadvantages the poor. When we see that, we think trade or growth results in inequality. Inequality reduces social immobility, and it makes people angry. But actually, as long as trade disrupts relative prices, someone somewhere is going to see disadvantage. And so rich people, if prices move against them, will also find cause to be angry, and whether it's trade or growth that's disrupting their livelihoods. This has now become collinear. This anger at economics has grown collinear with an evolution of geopolitics that has drawn sharp lines between different parts of the world. It used to be that America accused the rising large nations of being revisionists, of seeking to undermine the international economic order. America is the one now seeking to revise the international economic order through its actions. That dissatisfaction with the world sits well with a view that the rules-based multilateral order which had historically been criticized by the emerging economies, now seems to have turned against rich countries. So economics and geopolitics have become collinear. It's made a lot of the world angry. And unless we're able to unpack and fix this anger that has emerged from trade, growth, the frayed multilateral system, we will continue to suffer this rising anger that's shown up in populism. That rising anger will continue to disrupt economic performance. We're in for a rough ride. That would be my beginning.
Excellent. So let's see if we can explore where that anger comes from a little bit more. Rachel, let me turn to you. You lead a think tank based here in DC and in London that advocates many times for more aid, better aid, more immigration, things that are not exactly hot on the policy ticket today. Have we in the development community gotten things wrong? Have we done things that we should be rethinking at this stage in terms of that development agenda?
So thanks for the opportunity to talk about this. I think, yes, I think we've done some things that have made things worse. I think it's, if we look back to, Masood described these golden years of the 1990s when I was starting out in development, and you saw development budgets rise, and you saw very broad popular support for aid across the political spectrum, versus now, I think we really, as the development community, have to do some serious soul searching about why we've seen such a big turnaround. And some of it is as a result of, a more general response of anti-globalization, but I think there are things that we as a community did wrong, which I want to talk about. So first of all, those who supported aid on the left and the right used to work together very closely to push for things like debt relief and higher aid budgets. I mean, people forget that it was the right in the US that was the most important in pushing through the big increase in aid, for example. And we no longer work together. These two groups no longer work together. And I think part of the reason for that is the two groups are very uncomfortable about the language used by the others. And we need to get over that, and we need to start building coalitions again. Second, as development experts, we pushed the non-experts away. We said development's far too complicated for you to understand. Leave it to the experts and don't bother your little heads about it, right? And that is not a way to bring the median voter with you. For example, we used to have simple, transparent goals that the general population could get behind. And now we have mind-numbingly complicated goals that it's difficult to explain. We have far too complicated programs to be, I sat with ministers going through, lists of programs, thousands of programs, and any one of which would take me 20 minutes to kind of explain what it actually did, right? This is not a good way to communicate what you're doing. When I was working with politicians in FCDO, they would ask me for simple metrics to get up in Parliament and make the case for aid. But as civil servants, we pushed back and said, no, we don't want to give you the cost per ton of carbon or the cost for getting an extra child in school. We don't want to reduce things to these simple targets. But in doing so, we really undermined our case. And increasingly, I think that not only that we need to radically simplify the way we do aid. And that would help us not only in making the case for aid, but I think it would actually lead to better aid, more effective results for the poor in countries. Why would that be? It would be, we would spend, if we picked a few things that each agency was specialized in, and did radically simpler programs, we could spend more money on the most effective interventions. We would get the benefits of economies of scale, which we know there's plenty of evidence that economies of scale are really important. The percent of money going to low and middle income country beneficiaries would go up a lot. We would spend a lot less money on expensive consultants. Procurement and evaluation would be much easier. And coming back to the point of making the case, we could explain what we were doing. Now, there are many bureaucratic reasons for why we end up with very complicated programs. I won't go into them now, but I think we actually can do something to simplify, to change the incentives in bureaucracies so that we end up with simpler programs. And it would also help countries that we work with, because at the moment, every bit of government in a low and middle income country has to deal with 20 different donors, all of whom bring some tiny amount of money to the table in that one area. Whereas if everyone specialized, it would make their life a lot easier.
Excellent. Okay, I want to come back a little later to this kind of what donors should be doing differently, but I want to go to Indermit on kind of the bank's client countries. Danny kind of talked about changes in relative prices and the anger that brings. For many of the bank's clients, I mean, the heyday of globalization was also the heyday of massive poverty reduction. And yet, even in India and Indonesia, many other big bank clients, you see a surge of populism. How do we explain the anger kind of in the middle income countries that have been your specialty over the years?
Yep. Good questions. So, I was struck by what Masood said, and I think he has it. Right. So, if you look at how people are reacting to all of this stuff, right? So, the first one is that most policymakers in emerging markets and developing economies have moved on from this current crisis. Okay. And they say that what comes next should not start from where we are right now. We should start afresh. I think that tells you something in the sense that this was a system that they didn't think was working particularly for them, and it doesn't require tinkering. It requires radical change. The second one, he said, was that programs they want are more national development than global public goods. I'm putting words in his mouth, I think, but basically that they would be that there could be things that you have to do which is international in nature, but they're not global public in nature. Okay, they are international and quote unquote private in nature. And then the last one he said was that because the drivers of progress would be national, not international, they want good practice, not prescription, because prescription means that, if you go along with what external actors are saying, it could be wrong, but because you'll benefit from other things that are happening globally, you might end up being the net beneficiary anyway. That's not the case anymore, right? So I think there are clues there. And if I had to sort of tell you, if I had to tell you about what I'm going to say tomorrow, I actually think that it's a combination of, rather than pointing fingers at the bilaterals or the others, suppose that we look in a mirror and say, what did we do right or we do wrong? I think if you look at the Bretton Woods institutions, and I include the WTO as part of that, one is definitely the failure to modernize. Okay, we tended to sort of hang on to old rules, old structures, and so on. And I think the WTO is a classic case of this. The second one, I think, is a failure to moderate. Okay, if you're not a populist, you are generally speaking, you think like an elite. If you're elitist and not a moderate, okay, I think that one major advantage is gone. Okay, and then what happens is that So elites, when they become non-moderate, they tend to become very hypocritical. Okay, so they say one thing and they do another. And I think that the World Bank over the last few years was very, very hypocritical about climate, for example, especially that. And then I think the third one has to do with just being honest, right? And I think that people smell corruption, just like they smell hypocrisy, they smell corruption very, very quickly. And I believe that some of the institutions became corrupt. I mean, in the sense that we were manipulating data, we were doing things to help the rich while we didn't particularly care about taxpayers in poor countries and so on. This is not a recipe for success. It is a recipe for asking for a gutting of the current structures and so on. So I think that's the reason why I don't particularly think of populism as a bad thing. I used to think like that, but then I went and actually did some independent thinking when I was at Duke University, Justin. There's no independent thinking that goes on in this building, okay? So I came back with these thoughts. Yeah, there you go.
Excellent. Your words, not mine. All right. We were talking broadly about explaining populism and the rise of populism, but we've veered a little bit into the second question, broad set of questions, which is how should development policy respond to populism? And I'll switch up the order here and start with you, Rachel. I mean, I think your answer in particular kind of veered into, you talked about this radical simplification agenda on the aid side. CGD works on trade, works on migration. I mean, do you have a similar answer there? What do development actors do in the age of populism to sell migration as a development tool, for instance?
Okay, so big question. I think at one level, demography is going to, put huge pressure on high-income countries to solve their, to let in more migrants. And so, I do think this is one area where there's going to have to be some change, just sort of, the economics of it is going to push for some change. And in the meantime, that may take some time. In the meantime, one specific thing that's been quite effective is to take specific skills that people know that there's a shortage of and say, well, let's give an exemption for this particular skill. And it's much easier to make the case for that. And my colleagues at CGD have done a lot of work on this, but I also saw it post-Brexit when actually immigration to the UK went up. Why? Because they kept giving exemptions to specific skills that everyone agreed on, and actually you ended up with more migration. So that's, one thing you can do. But the other thing for low and middle income countries is there's a lot that they can do to get the benefits of migration, which we know are huge, even if you've got blocked routes to high-income countries. Well, first of all, there's a lot of migration between low and middle-income countries. So let's work to integrate those people who are already flowing across borders in low and middle-income countries. The World Bank has a refugee window, which I think is extremely important, because when we talk about the different priorities of donors versus countries, one of the priorities is, local countries may not put as much priority on refugees. But there are huge benefits to compacts with countries where the hosting country allows refugees to work, for children to go to the local education system, and there's a chance for a deal there, right? And we did this with Jordan, you let refugees work, you let their children go to local countries. It costs about half as much to host a refugee if you allow this kind of integration and allow them to work. So I really encourage the World Bank refugee window to focus much more, rather than just giving support, to really push for policy reform to integrate refugees into the local economy. And finally, there's a lot that can be done to ease migration within a country. We see big benefits for people who migrate just within, who, again, recent work from CGD, you tell people about the benefits of working in Nairobi and you get a 9% increase in wages. So there's a lot that countries can do, even if that route to high income countries is blocked.
Great. That's reassuring to hear a positive vision for a migration agenda. This is still kind of the high-income country perspective. I want to go back, maybe turn to you, Danny, for sort of an international, a take on international cooperation in the populist era. And this is maybe bleeding into a little bit of what you're going to say in the next hour. But one kind of proposal you read about is that international governance can move on without the populists. We can have kind of a coalition of the willing. The WTO can do alternative dispute measures. The WHO can still do the pandemic treaty. Is that the model that you see as viable going forward, or where do you see it going?
Thank you for turning the question to this now, which is much more forward-looking. Listening to what Indimit and Rachel have said, and seeing how developments have unfolded in the real world over the last 3 months or so, I'm much more optimistic now that we can build a system going forwards that looks in a way like a constrained or restricted or pathfinder multilateralism. Not the full-blown multilateralism that the world has enjoyed these past 8 decades, because the major player in architecturing and supporting that rules-based multilateral order has now decided not to be part of it, not in the same way. So I think about 3 things we need to clear in terms of building this new system that you imagine they are forcing me to think about. First is it physically possible to build an international system that's a new world order that looks in some ways like the old world order -1, where the one obviously is the United States. Now, the United States today, in terms of this feasibility issue, the United States today imports 11% of what the world exports. That, incidentally, is about the same ratio as what the United States imports from China in terms of what China exports altogether. China is a representative country in dealing with the United States. So some states in the world export more to the US, some less. But the fact of the matter is, the world trades 8 times with itself outside the United States than it does with the US. On that sheer arithmetic alone, it will be painful to try and build a multilateral world order without the US in it. But it's not existential. We can do it. Moreover, we might not have a choice. If the United States continues on this trajectory of grievance against how the rest of the world trades with the United States. So we might have to do it. It will be painful, but we can do it. Now, there are 2 sides to this. There's the United States, and then there's the rest of the world. Even if the rest of the world continues to believe in the principles of free trade, economic exchange, comparative advantage, we have just spent the first part of this panel talking about how angry the world is. The world is angry. It is populist because segments of society are angry at the elites within that society. That's what populism is. Nations are angry at other nations because they feel that the system has disadvantaged them. And from what we said earlier, it actually doesn't matter whether you're a rich country or a poor country. You have a grievance against the rest of the world. So going forwards, if we are going to build this system, Justin, that you're asking me to think about, even if we put the United States aside we've got to figure out how the rest of the world comes together in what, as you say, the FT describes as a coalition of the willing. We have to work hard at that. We have to figure out that disrupted price vectors will make some people angry within our societies. We've got to manage trade and globalization, even if it's restricted, better than we have in the last 80 years. We cannot any longer allow the statement that within an economy, free markets will figure out labor allocation. We've got to take seriously that within countries, labor markets don't adjust instantaneously. So going forwards, the world is not, even without the United States, the world is not about to burst out in an orgy of love and mutual collaboration. We've got to figure out systems so that we can not appease, but take care of the people within each of our societies, and then still be able to tell the good narrative about comparative advantage and free trade. I think we can't do that. A lot of the world out there continues to believe, especially in the global south, they've come around to the view that free trade and comparative advantage is actually a good thing. Development is about strengthening the supply side of each of our economies. That works only if there's a demand side, a globalized trading system that picks up what we produce. The developing world understands this. The United States no longer see the wisdom to this. So I think that we ought to be able to build that, but we've got to build it by recognizing, we've got to do it without the United States unless it normalizes and becomes like a regular country again. And we have to make the rest of the world understand why it's still a good thing for the rest of us.
Let's have a last intervention from Indermit on that. And then just to get your questions ready, after this, I want to go to the floor. So if you want to, but please, Indermit, you're ready to jump in on that.
So I agree with Danny on so many things, but then occasionally I disagree vehemently with him about some stuff. And I was thinking, why is that the case? Is it because of his Harvard education? Or is it because he lives on an island very far away from here, or something, or some combination of the two? Because he's a super smart guy. But this thing about, you said that there is this one country that wants to sort of not be part of the world, in a sense, the world economy. So during the spring meetings, Danny, I was struck by my conversations with people from around the world, okay? And in particular, I was struck by the conversations with people from Europe. And at the end of the meeting, because they all came in with this thing about the US wanting to withdraw from the world and so on. But at the end of the meetings, Justin, it was very clear that the part of the world that was withdrawing from the rest was Europe, not America. America does not want to withdraw from the rest of the world. It wants to change its relations, or the way that it relates in terms of aid, in terms of trade, in terms of investment, other things. It wants to change those things. It's not withdrawing. So if you think that it's withdrawing, you're in for a nasty surprise, okay? It's not, okay? Or a good surprise, I don't know which, right? So I actually believe that at the end of it, I found that it was the Europeans who were much more passive, much more much more defensive, not just about America, but also about Asia, okay? And so they would complain and complain about the Trump administration, about this, about that. And then I would ask them, I would say, and what are you going to do about it? They didn't have a clue, okay? And so now after that, I see this new initiative. It's called Europe First. I mean, for God's sake, at least be innovative. You know, don't just copycat America, all right? Okay. So I don't know how you can be so wrong about these things. I think we need you to come and spend some time in Washington for a little while and get rid of these really bad ideas.
All right, we'll get a last word, but I'm going to again encourage people to come to the mic if you've got, we'll have one round of questions for the panel. But please, Danny, you get a right of response. Yeah.
I look forward to sitting at your feet and learning the truth about the world. But let me say, it is not Europe that's withdrawn from the Paris Agreement on climate change. It is not Europe that has filed papers to withdraw from the World Health Organization. It is not Europe that's likely to withdraw from the World Trade Organization. It is not Europe that has turned its back on its security partners over the last 8 decades, built on a foundation that came out of the Second World War and the Cold War. I think we're going to have a lively debate in the months ahead.
All right, I'm happy to keep asking questions if nobody comes up to the mic, but there we go. As soon as I actually look out. Again, questions briefly, please, and we'll take a round. So
it's a two quick questions. The first one is that, how much the unlimited information or misinformation is a fundamental factor behind the populism, because this access to information increases the expectation, and the unmet expectation creates the populism. The second question is that how much the populism is challenge to development versus how much it is opportunity for the development. Thank you.
Great. Next, please.
Yes, I wanted to ask if maybe AI is in the middle of the disagreements between the two of you both ways, because Europe has suddenly changed in the last 3 months from doing no AI to being pretty progressive. Meanwhile, I don't know how the world can get on without America's AI sort of thing. So I know it's a big subject, but I do think that might be where we're getting muddled.
AI, okay, next, please.
All right, thank you. I had 2 questions, if possible. Using the same core periphery language, the first would be about the core and policies that could increase public opinion, improve public opinion. I'm a political scientist. I think the idea of race and the foreigner and the core countries that we consider would be important in addressing some of these populist policies that are driven by policymakers. What can countries in the core do about that? So maybe learn from a country like Uganda that has hosted a disproportionate share of refugees and immigrants, but still has maintained pretty good public opinion about them. The second would be about the peripheral so-called countries and encouraging development community, encouraging collaboration between these countries, on trade, infrastructure, education, right? It's harder to fly between countries in Africa than from Africa to some other continent, and that's, I think, one of the how it reflects this cooperation. So how can this community do that?
Great. South-South cooperation question, please.
Thank you. My question is about, it's a top-down analysis, but at the same time, what bottoms up? One word, youth, and maybe 2 words, youth opportunities. If there's an anger, lack of opportunity, lack of innovation related because of no availability. So that is a point where, what is the youth opportunity that may be fueling the anger? And we will be analyzing it as a statistical aggregate of left, right, or states or institutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel, you mentioned how we push non-experts from development, and that really stuck with me. And I was surprised also how many Americans applauded the USAID decision. So it feels like we failed to make development understandable and relatable and relevant for the people, and the people want to help. Look, for example, the RED program that Global Fund launched and how many people wanted to help. So question very simple. How can we build a bridge from between what we do and what the people see and understand that we do? You said simplify, but I'm asking for more here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, my question is mostly related to the US's role, particularly within the role of formal international agreements, such as the Pandemic Accord and other non-binding agreements. How can they establish global norms despite the US's implications in withdrawing from all of these formal institutions? And is good faith effort still an effective way of people to adhere?
Great.
Hi, I'd like to ask you, Justin, to comment on, in effect, the disagreement between Intermit and Denny.
You want to referee?
Because what I've heard to date until Danny intervened was, you know, there's some problems, there's populism, and it's not exactly our fault, but we've been screwing up terribly. And if there's a lot of populism around, it's because we haven't had new ideas, and, you know, we just have screwed up. And Danny has come along and he said, you know, the world is a pretty uneven kind of place. There are always problems, but it looks like one country has been tearing up stuff that it's been trying to put together for the last 8 decades, and we need to find ways to work around that. And I wonder, because these are two big competing themes, why don't you give a few comments on that?
Request registered. Thank you. Our last question before we go back to the panel.
Hi, I'm Shreya. I'm from Tamil Nadu, India, and it's quite famous there for political parties to give out freebies before an election. So it's very common to see people living in informal settlements but having 2 TVs, 2 mixies, and it's not clearly helping them. But there can also be a lot of policies like the first free 100 units of electricity that's quite helpful for the common people. So I want to ask, when can such freebie culture be a populist distortion and when it can be a good redistributive reform?
Great. Thank you so much. Okay, so the advantage of many questions on the floor is you get to pick and choose the ones that you think you can say something most interesting to. We don't have time to go through all of them. Let me just go down the row here and start with you, Rachel, for your closing answer.
Okay, so on unlimited information and misinformation, I actually think part of why we have populism now is because we are more democratic. There are many attitudes now that have become popular, political strategies, which the population has believed in for a long time, but which elites were in charge and they just dismissed. So in many ways, I've written a lot about how do you increase democracy. I think it's very important, but I think part of what's going on, for example, trade has always been unpopular. Free trade has always been unpopular, but now we're in a situation where, that unpopularity is actually feeding into policy, which goes, means it's far beyond misinformation. I think, what can we do about changing people's attitudes to foreigners? There's a lot of evidence that actually the contact hypothesis is true. Like, the more people interact with people who are not like them, the more they accept and like them. So this is very different to the attitude that, the reason we've got a backlash to migration is because we've had migration. Actually, the evidence is the more that you integrate groups, new groups, the more people accept them. I'm just going to pick up on the pandemic point because this is a big passion of mine. Having worked a lot on vaccine policy during the pandemic, there is a lot that we could do and need to be doing to get ready for the next pandemic, because it is not a question of when it happens, of if it happens, but when. And I think the World Bank has a huge amount to do to help countries basically be able to take the strategies that the US and the UK took to accelerate vaccines, but was not open to low and middle income countries. There's a lot more I could say about that, but I think actually the pandemic accord and many of the strategies that have been put forward are not actually the answer.
All right, Danny and Indermit, I'm going to have to ask you to pick your favorite question and answer that one.
Yeah, let me just say one thing, and I want to use that one thing to address the question about information, question about race and culture, and question about youth opportunity. I think that what we've seen because of the disruption in economic conditions due to trade and growth allows fertile ground for those who wish to manipulate social anger. identity politics in race and culture is a constant. Nobody changes their identity in that way over 2 decades. However, over 2 decades, we have seen social unrest grow fourfold worldwide. That comes hand in hand with the idea that as local economic conditions get disrupted, people fear that they are trapped into patterns of social immobility. That matters for youth, that matters for racially sensitive populations, and the inability of our policymakers to be able to address the disruption in local economic conditions, address the challenges of income inequality, and through that, something called a Great Gatsby curve, where higher inequality leads to lower social mobility, has led to ever-rising anger. We need to stem that vicious cycle. And I think we need to sit down now and develop the tools in our conversations between experts like Rachel, policymakers, and communication experts to break that vicious cycle. And I'm hopeful we can.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to try to answer the question that Christopher asked, but I'm just using that as using that question just to pick on Danny again. And so actually, the point that Danny made is the point that that all of my relatives in India make, and I don't mean that as a compliment because my relatives are not a very smart lot. We are from Punjab. Yeah. Okay. So basically what they say is that the US is a declining power. You know, you're not saying that. You're saying that the US is a withdrawing power, but they say that the US is a declining power. And so I asked them a simple question. I said, do you think American enterprise is a declining thing? And they said, no, actually American enterprise is very dynamic, it's very big, it's very influential around the world. And so I said, well, in that case, why do you think that the US is a declining power? Because America's strength always has been enterprise, not its government. People around the world have imitated those arrangements, not those of government. I mean, nobody's come up with a primary system like the one that we have here, right? But people have come up with private enterprise. So then the next question is, of course, then you have to ask the following question. You say, so will the influence of the United States through its enterprise system, which is the point that Christopher made, is that going to diminish or is that going to continue unabated? Because that ultimately was the main influence of the US economy on the rest of the world. Now, you could talk about the other arrangements in these public institutions and so on. And if you look at the record of that, I think that actually the record of the US signing on to ILO treaties, et cetera, has been very patchy at best and very sort of up and down, you know? So we might be seeing that down part now. I think the real question is, will the influence of the US enterprise sector, will it diminish over the next decade or will it increase or continue unabated? I think that's the debate to have.
Great. I look forward to the calls you're going to get from the European EDs at the end of this session. Thank you to all of the panelists for a stimulating conversation and the many, many questions. One round of applause for our panel.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to now have a quick 10-minute coffee break. So please go grab a coffee, stretch your legs, and be back here promptly at 11:30. Thank you. Oh, and Welcome back, everyone. May I please ask you to take your seats? We're about to start. Thank you. Okay, so, and please silence your phones. Okay, so our first thematic session is titled Reviving Multilateralism, and our distinguished panelists will explore real-world examples of multilateralism in action, the challenges of coordination, and the lessons learned from both successes and setbacks. The session's chair is Mr. Matteo Bugamelli, Executive Director and Dean of the World Bank Board of Executive Directors, and he'll introduce our panelists and chair the session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning all, and welcome to the World Bank Group and to this ABCDE conference. So as I said, my name is Matteo Bugamelli. I'm the Executive Director in the board of the World Bank Group representing Albania, Greece, Italy, my own country, Malta, Portugal, San Marino, and Timor-Leste. So today I'm very glad and honored to chair an interesting session on reviving multilateralism, challenges and opportunity in a changing world. So let me introduce our speakers today. We start from Denny Kuan. Denny Kuan is Lee Ka-shing Professor in Economics at the School of Public Policy at the National University of Singapore. Denny, welcome. Then we have Masood Ahmed. Masood is the President Emeritus of the Center for Global Development. Masood, welcome. Then Selina Ho is the Vice Dean, Dean's Chair and Associate Professor in International Affairs at the School of Public Policy at the National University of Singapore. Welcome, Selina. And last but not least, Xinguan Tu, Dean and Professor at the China Institute for WTO Studies at the University of International Business and Economics, where he has worked since 1996, I understand. So welcome, Xinguan. So, as I said, very glad and honored to chair this very interesting session. I would say there is no better place than the World Bank to talk about multilateralism. This is, as we all know, is the biggest multilateral development bank with 189 shareholders every day, every week. In my capacity as Executive Director at the board of the World Bank Group, 25 board members representing those 189 shareholders are called to discuss strategies, policies, and projects that have an impact on the poorest and the most vulnerable in over 100 client countries. What we live every day within this building is, in my view, one of the highest expression of multilateralism, one where different political views and perspectives must be managed, must be overcome to reach a compromise, to reach consensual solution. But we cannot deny that today, as we gather in an era marked by profound global interdependence, but also raising geopolitical tension, we are all facing a difficult situation, where I would say multilateralism is more important than ever, but at the same time is also more difficult than ever. So this session aims at exploring the current state and future state of multilateralism with perspective from global, regional viewpoints, as you will see. We will do it with our 4 excellent guests. We will start with a keynote address by Danny, and then 3 paper presentation by the other guest. And then after that, there will be a roundtable that I will chair with some questions for our guest, and then we will open for Q&A from you. Let me just say a few words on our guest. Danny research interests lie in income inequality, economic growth, international economic relations, with many publications on top economic journal. When looking at the complex topic like world order, Danny brings an interesting economic approach to it, focusing on global power shift and the rise of the East and alternative model of the global power relation. As he will explain, but he already talked about it this morning, he analyzed the supply and demand of international system, contrasting the goal of the great powers and the needs of the global community. So we could not have a better keynote speaker today. Then our 3 panelists, Masood, President Emeritus, as I said, of the Center for Global Development. He joined CGD after capping a 35-year career driving economic development policy initiative relating to debt, aid effectiveness, trade, and global economic prospect at major international institutions, including the IMF, the World Bank, and DFID. As a leading expert on international development finance, Masood has served on a number of international committees and forums. Currently, he is policy advisor to the G20 high-level independent expert group on strengthening multilateral development banks, and co-chair of the World Economic Forum Global Future Council on the Future of Growth. Selina works on Chinese politics and foreign policy. Specifically, she is interested in how China wields power and influence via infrastructure and water disputes in Southeast Asia and South Asia. Her work stands at the intersection of comparative politics and international relations. Kuan, as I said, Dean and Professor at the China Institute for WTO Studies. His research and teaches focus on WTO, Chinese trade policy, US trade policy, and Chinese-US trade relations and government procurement. Is an expert on Asia-Pacific economic integration and international trade. So, with no further ado, let me now move to our keynote speaker, Danny. Thanks again for being with us today. Over to you. You have 15 minutes. I can help you with the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matteo. It is with great pleasure that I get to address you again. I can think of no audience better for me to take these points to. At the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, we're an interdisciplinary institution. So although I'm an economist, I'm deeply embedded in the group of people who study geopolitics. And while we sometimes get carried away with studying geopolitics as a thing in and of itself, multilateralism being a thing in and of itself, I'm here today because I want to convince you that the mission of the bank and institutions like the bank for fostering economic development hinges critically on the way in which we now move forwards, constructing a new multilateral system. So I want to make that argument to you with 3 points. The first point is to say that both demand and supply matter. And what I mean by this is that the multilateral rules-based order under which we have been lucky enough to live for the last 8 decades produced not just a rules-based system for all nations, small and large, to deal with each other on equal terms. It also produced globalization, open markets, and free exchange. That provided elastic demand invisibly so that your work and my work on economic development could concentrate on just strengthening supply. In other words, what we did in terms of economic development was to advance supply in the expectation that demand would be elastic and forthcoming. If you believe that model, and I want to say a few words that suggest to you why that's true, then the decline of the rules-based multilateral order means that in our jobs to advance economic development, the focus on simply raising supply is no longer sufficient. What do I mean by raising supply? I mean all the things that we do in terms of capacity building, improving the health of populations, raising skills and education, building connectivity and transportation infrastructure, shifting the workforce from low productivity activities to high productivity industry. All of that is about advancing supply. We did that in the confidence that at the end of this process, demand would be there for us. So this morning, we discussed populism. Populism and angry population within our societies can disrupt our supply. It disrupts the work that we do. It can disrupt Bill Gates' efforts to eradicate measles. Movements within emerging nations that take up grievance against the establishment will disrupt supply. But populism is about anger, not just in populations, but in anger across countries. And populism can disrupt demand through protectionism in advanced economies, withdrawal of America's benevolent hegemony in supporting the multilateral system. We now are in a situation where our job as development professionals, we need to go beyond what we have historically done. Let me move to my second point. To revive multilateralism, we need to unpack the causes for its rise and fall. I want to argue here that there's a paradox in that how successful we have been as development professionals has also brought within it the seeds of an emergence of a kind of multipolarity that threatens certain parts of the multilateral system, that angers them, that creates a populism across nations. I will come back to this point because I want to mention to you my third point, which is, what do we do going forwards? If the supply of multilateralism has fallen, what can the demand side do? What tools are available now to those of us who continue to see benefit from the rules-based multilateral globalized order that we have enjoyed these past 80 years? What can we do to reconstruct that? We got a little bit into that a few minutes ago in the previous session, but I want to flag for you that is where I'm going to land. Sorry, I'm just checking the time. Okay, let me now take a few minutes, because I know the rest of the panel wants to get up here as well, to talk about those 2 points that I ended up with. We need to understand the reasons for the rise and fall of the multilateral rules-based order, and we need to think in acknowledgement of those causes, what we can do to repair it. One of the key points in understanding the fall of the rules-based multilateral order is that this is a situation where economics and geopolitics have aligned. As economists, we're often used to making an argument where our models say such and such an outcome is optimal. Such and such an outcome is the right policy. But then we say, but geopolitics messes this up. It's as if we think geopolitics is irrational. It's as if we think, as I said a few minutes ago, that geopolitics is the dustbin of bad economic ideas. It is not. In the current situation, we need to understand why economics and geopolitics have aligned so ruthlessly to try and bring down the globalized, rules-based multilateral order. Multilateralism is a system that provides a level playing field that includes open trade. Multilateralism is a commitment to peace and to the principle of dispute resolution by consultation, not by might makes right. Multilateralism is the understanding that collaboration is the default mode of how nations engage with each other. Let me make it plain. I live in a country that's 720 square kilometers in land area. It is a population of under 5 million people. Security for small states like mine, the ability to engage in economic exchange with the rest of the world hinges critically on the rules-based multilateral order. Singapore and states like Singapore continue to believe in the principles of free trade, open markets, and comparative advantage. We understand that we need to take care of our population, and Singapore takes that seriously. But this is a resolution that needs to take in not just states like Singapore, but everybody else. Now, the world after World War II, the international system after World War II, was obviously architectured by the United States. It did that on the basis of good economic thinking. That was important for the development of small states like Singapore. But the United States did what it did also for geopolitical reasons. After the Second World War, America was embroiled in the Cold War with the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union was against free markets and open trade. It was convenient for the United States to be for free markets and open trade. And the United States was the engine that drove the development of GATT and then subsequently the WTO. Today, the economic situation is different. The rival, as it were, is not someone that denies free markets and open trade. The rival is someone who believes ruthlessly in open markets after a period where you initiate new industries through industrial policy. It is a very different economic world. And unless we in the rest of the world, Singapore, Southeast Asia, the European Union, and America, figure out how to deal with this world, which is ruthless in open markets and free trade, which hews to the ideals that we had for the belief in the economic principles of globalization, we will not be able to navigate this going forwards. Trade dislocation as a result of the China shock is real. America legitimately worries about China stealing its jobs, hollowing out its industry, turning into ghost towns what were once thriving middle-class American communities. All nations in the world are worried about the economic prowess of China. But we need to engage with this in a way that raises ourselves, raises our productivity, allows us to compete with a ruthless economic rival. We cannot close in against open markets and attempt to undertake actions that do down that rival. We need to rise to the competition. Let me conclude. America and all other nations feel threatened by an economic force that we had not seen previously. We need to be able to figure out how to deal with that. We need to work out a bargain where we don't feel insecure from competition, but China and other large emerging nations are allowed to continue to grow. We have not worked out that bargain, but we need to do so. If I may, Chair, let me take 15 seconds, if I may, to say 3 no's and 2 yeses on how we can navigate this. Small nations, those nations who are now outside of the front lines of this competition, need to think about how we build back the best of the rules-based multilateral order, even if the universal rules-based multilateral order is no longer available to us. What that means is that we shouldn't be thinking about competition as standing across from a great power on a nuclear battlefield. That does not do us any good. Do not go into building a rules-based order by frustrating a great power. You've got to figure out a smarter way to do that. At the same time, don't fall into Thucydides' fallacy thinking. Thucydides said, the great powers do what they will, the rest of us suffer what we must. The rest of us must, at this point in global history, stand together, not just as price takers, but to exercise agency. My colleague from the Lee Kuan Yew School, Selina Ho, will tell us in a few minutes about ASEAN centrality and regionalism as a manifestation of this. My final no, do not give in to bullies. Do not appease a bully, because the lesson they take from that is that they can come back and bully you once again. My 2 yeses, and this is where I conclude, let's think about building systems of pathfinder multilateralism. Multilateralism that keeps to WTO-like rules, but where we do not get disrupted by objectors. We are able to find a way forwards. And again, regionalism and other similar models that we're trying to build in East Asia and Southeast Asia can provide examples of this. And third, finally, my second yes, look for models of inadvertent cooperation. A fallacy in thinking is that the rules-based multilateral order is an orgy of collaboration and cooperation. If it does look that way, it is because it is in the incentive for every agent to behave that way. But we can look for ways to elicit that kind of cooperation, even if nations don't agree with each other. The example that I told you about America building the globalized multilateral rules-based order was exactly such an example. America did not agree with everyone else in the world, but inadvertently, all of us cooperated in building a system that worked. Look for ways in which to modify that, but again, to elicit inadvertent cooperation, where nations will end up doing the right thing, even if it's for the wrong reason. We need to revive multilateralism. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Danny. Very, very insightful reflection. So let's now move to the 3 papers presentation. We start with Masood, that I'm sure has carefully listened to Danny, has a strong opinion on the state of multilateralism, on the main challenges, opportunities, and alternatives. Masood's paper title is Multilateralism, Whenever We Can or Only When We Must. So Masood, over to you. 15 minutes for you.
Thank you very much, Matteo, and thank you, Danny. So I want to make a couple of points in reaction partly to what Danny said and partly picking up on the earlier exchange between the chief economist and chief intellectual thought keeper of the World Bank here in the mid, and Danny. And my point, the first point I want to make is that 20, 25 years ago, whenever we faced a problem, a new issue came up, our first go-to thought was to think of a multilateral approach to dealing with that problem. And often that meant setting up a new institution to deal with that problem. If you wanted to deal with the problem of HIV, malaria, TB, set up the Global Fund. Wanted to deal with accelerating educational attainment, set up GPE. Want to deal with immunization, vaccination, set up Gavi. And if you wanted to come up with a bilateral, a unilateral solution, you had to make a case as to why that was better than the default option of going collective. Today, I think we've turned that on its head. So today, if you want to give me a solution, if I'm a politician and you're a civil servant, and so I've got this problem I want to deal with, then why don't we set up our own national development bank to do this, let's say. And you come along and say, well, yes, Minister, but before we set up a national development bank, you know, there are all these regional banks. And I'm like, why do I want to join these regional banks? Then I won't be able to do what I want. So now we have to make the case for a multilateral or collective approach rather than take it for given. And it doesn't mean that we won't be doing multilateral or collective approaches. It just means that we shouldn't start from the presumption that the answer will be collective. So that was a little bit the title that I had for this talk. And now, also collective used to mean the more the merrier. The global system was better than regional, regional is better than sub-regional. Now, collective will be whatever works best for the problem that we are trying to address. For some things, it will mean global. It's very hard to think of some problems being solved without almost everybody being on board. For others, it may mean regional, it may mean minilateral, plurilateral, regional. I mean, there's a list of names in recent, if you look at, just go through articles on the new multilateralism and Google that, and you find more new terms on this than issues-based coalitions, value-based coalitions, coalitions of the willing, coalitions of the unwilling. You know, there's a whole group now. And my view is they'll all have their place in different ways, but the function will be different. Which brings me to the second and somewhat larger point. And that is that we keep thinking, so there's a little bit of a disconnect I see in our thinking. We say the current system, global system, rules-based order, has a hegemon that was an anchor, and then they created global public goods, which included security, financial clearing system, safety net. Mohammed Al-Arian talked a bit about it this morning. And then in the exchange between Dani and Indamit, it came up. And we're sort of saying, well, that rules-based global order is now not so effective, both because the hegemon is no longer as interested in playing that role, wants to have a different kind of relationship, wants to have a relationship with the rest of the world of being a large and strong player in the system rather than the umpire and keeper of the system. And what should that lead to? So there's one track, which is, Danny, the way I sort of interpreted your clarion call for, well, let's get everybody to come together and build a better system. That'd be great if we could. I have a somewhat more, shall we say, not pessimistic, but down-to-earth sense that I think that if we go forward, there's one set of views, which is let's have a global system without the US. Right? Let's define a set of rules in which the US doesn't want to be the hegemon. Let's the rest of us get together and create a set of rules that we all can live with. And may not be perfect, but it'll get us through the system. Now, I think there is no doubt that on things, countries will come together and find ways to work together. Mostly it will be subgroups of countries, in my view, not the whole world. But it won't be a global order that challenges the existing global order. Because the existing global order is not disappearing overnight. The US is not going to be happy to sit outside some alternative global order that everybody else will create. And the other countries who all want to maintain reasonably good relationships with the US, which is still the largest, most powerful economy in the world, are not going to be so happy to create some alternative global order, the definition of which is this is the global order that excludes the US. So I don't think this is a feasible approach to think of how to do it. Then there's a sort of view which is, well, maybe, we will end up with two zones, the sort of division of the world into a Chinese-led global order, and then a US-based or some other Western order. You see, if you talk to any emerging market, they're not that interested in being part of either zone. And they would not be enthusiastic supporters of a being in one zone or the other. They want to be able to trade with both because it's important for them to have relationships with China as major economy and with Europeans and with the US. So the only way I personally see this moving forward is that we should stop using the word order in the singular. We should basically be moving to a series of overlapping sets of rules, networks, which will govern relationships across countries, across groups of countries. And each country can be part of more than one of these networks at any given time. Sometimes those networks will actually appear to have competitive objectives, but individual countries will be able to be part of them regardless. If you look at, a country like India is part of Quad and is part of BRICS at the same time. And I think that will be the way in which people will begin to function and operate. And that model of multiple overlapping, somewhat messier sets of rules is one that will require adaptation for individual countries to work with. Some countries are actually pretty comfortable working with multiple rules and orders. In fact, if you think about it, the degree to which we mourn the demise of the existing rules-based order is partly a function of how central we were in that order. The Europeans and the US less so now, but the Europeans particularly worry about the loss of the global order because it's central to it. But the further away you get towards the periphery of the people that are countries that are covered by that order, the less of an emotional attachment there is to the order. It's a very useful thing to have, but they don't have the same sense of ownership of the order. There's also a greater degree of comfort of living in a world of disorder because your daily life, if you live in an emerging market or developing country, you don't have a rules-based order governing your internal operations as much. The rules don't quite operate so well. The courts and judiciary are not as reliable in interpreting and sustaining rules. So you learn to navigate without rules. I mean, if I try to cross the street let's say in Paris, I wait for a sign that says walk and don't walk before I cross the street. It's a set of rules. If I wait for the don't walk sign to change to walk when I'm walking the streets in Cairo, I'll be waiting a long time. And if I cross just because the sign says walk, there's a very high risk I'll get run over. So basically, I've got to navigate my way across the street. And therefore, I'm a little bit more comfortable with navigating my way internationally also and living with multiple orders and rules. So I guess my point, Danny, is that it would be great if we could all come together and form this global order, which would be the better, more just, equitable, taking more account of domestic inequalities as well. But I think for the next decade, we're going to live in a world of messy, multiple, overlapping orders, and we will have to navigate our way through that. And therefore, just to end on it, this is a very difficult world for international institutions to operate in, because we basically operate by having a set of norms, rules that tend to be the ones that historically have been global and historically have been all our shareholders have signed up to. And now if we start walking into a world where trading rules are different across different places and across different groupings, how are we going to give the best advice to individual countries? And how are we going to take a view on whether or not those policies are effective is going to become much more challenging. So I do feel that international institutions also need to think about how to operate in a messier world while we do all the good work that will lead us to the point where we can go from being messy to being reunited again, but in a sort of better global framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Masood. So we have heading meat to our discussion. So let's move now to Selina. Masood talked about various alternatives to multilateralism. One of those is regionalism. So we are now glad to hear your perspective from the South Asia region. And actually your paper is exactly on regionalism, multilateralism, and the experience of South Asia. Selina, over to you.
Thank you very much, Matteo, and thank you very much for the bank and Intermit for the chance to be here. Actually, I'm going to skip the slides because I'm going to speak from here. But okay, I'll do the slides from here. I have to say that this is an unusual company for me because I'm a political scientist and an IR theory person. So this is a group of economists I'm in the midst of, a little fearful, but I'll try my best. I'm also sitting right in the middle of Danny and Masood having their debates. But I'm actually not, I don't see their viewpoints as completely different. I'm advocating here for a messier world, but advancing towards some form of order. So I don't think that there is a fundamental difference between the two of you. But let me say that my central proposition in my presentation is really about devolving authority and resources to regions to uphold multilateralism, and why we should do that and how we can do that. Now, let me begin by explaining why are regions important, and why do we need them to uphold multilateralism? Now, we all know, and as Masood and Danny was already talking about, we are in a transition. This is not just a power transition, but an order transition, okay? We have moved from a bipolar world during the Cold War to a unipolar moment with the United States undergirding the structure that we know. We are now in a different transition, and this transition is a very, very uncomfortable one for most of us who have lived through the 20th century. If you're born in 2000s and after, you know, this is not new to you, but for us who are older, this is very uncomfortable. Now, this transition is going to be a protracted one, okay? Masood say 10 years, I will say 20 years or more. Okay, this is going to be a very protracted transition, and that final shape of the order will likely be, in my opinion, multipolar. And this is not just my view, but a view that is quite prevalent in Asia, in Europe, people that I've spoken to. What does it mean to be multipolar? It means that you will be a time and order that's less dominated by great powers. There will be more agency for medium and smaller states, primarily because the nature of power is much more diffused. And there is no single hegemonic state or even two states that is likely to undergird this order in the future. It will be multiple poles. There is no single hegemonic state, nor even two states that are going to undergird this order. So with power that's more diffused and responsibilities that are more dispersed, what does this mean? It actually means that regions are going to play an important role. Because if you're not talking about great powers, we're talking about major powers, middle powers, smaller states. So regions are going to rise in importance, and it will continue to grow in importance in the future. Multilateralism was still important at the global level, therefore needs to be regionalized. And it is regionalized as it is. But moving forward, we might have to lean more on regionalism as an answer to our problems. We know why multilateralism matters, as John Ruggie has told us. Ruggie told us, and I quote, defining and stabilizing international property rights, solving coordination problems, and resolving collaboration problems. Those are the reasons why multilateralism matters. But why are regions and regionalism important, and how does regionalism help uphold multilateralism? Regionalism, in my opinion, is multilateralism at the regional level. The focus is really on regional integration and regional institutions. What is the role of regions in upholding global institutions and global governance, for instance? Well, regional institutions can complement and support the work of global institutions at a time when global institutions are plagued by great power rivalry and institutional paralysis and fragmentation. Strengthening regionalism and regional institutions will help rebuild support for multilateral institutions and solutions. Now, moreover, regional institutions have certain advantages over global institutions. The obstacles to collective action are reduced as countries can organize themselves more quickly and efficiently at the regional level than at the global level. Regional institutions also have the advantage of proximity to the source of global problems. They are closer to the ground. They can diagnose, mitigate, treat, and prevent future occurrences more accurately and rapidly. Now, regional institutions are also closer to non-state actors, and we know that non-state actors have become important on the international system. Regional institutions are more capable of representing these social actors. But critically, among all these reasons, and this is what I'm going to be focusing on for the last few minutes of my presentation, is that we need to rely more on regions to uphold multilateralism as the incubators of innovation. They are prolific in producing novel situations and at the same time providing a testing site for them. Now, this incubators of innovation is what Danny is referring to as pathfinders. He calls it pathfinders, I call it incubators of innovation. With a lesser number of veto actors and veto points at the regional level, regional institutions can also more quickly course correct when needed compared to global institutions. Now, there are in particularly three challenges in which regions have been advancing and moving forward. And I'm going to draw some examples from Southeast Asia for this presentation. They have been very innovative, very forward-looking, creative. Three areas in upholding free trade and a global trading system. Number two, in the governance of new technologies and new forms of the economy. And also, thirdly, in upholding a rules-based order. So the first is a free trade and global trading system. Countries at the regional level can work together to ensure that the global economic system remains open to cross-border flows of trade and investment. The WTO cannot perform this role, as it has been under siege since the late 1990s, failing to make advancements towards trade liberalization. Regions, by contrast, are particularly effective in producing forward-looking multilateral free trade agreements, and South Asia is the vanguard of these kind of agreements. It is a driver of the RCEP, right, which builds on existing ASEAN free trade agreements with its trading partners, China, Japan, South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand. Bangladesh, Chile, and Sri Lanka have applied to join the RCEP. There is also the possibility of the United Kingdom joining the bloc. Their membership will enhance and expand the scope and influence of the RCEP. Now, regional states, particularly from ASEAN, 4 ASEAN states, and 3 Latin American countries, make up more than half of the 12-member CPTPP. And the CPTPP is regarded as the gold standard for trade liberalization and market liberalization. Now, these multilateral trading regimes are the antithesis of protectionism and tariffs. We must leverage them to uphold free trade and promote cross-regional integration. The RCEP and CPTPP can act stabilizing forces in the ongoing tariff wars, reciprocal tariff wars, or whatever you want to call it. Now, collective action through these platforms should be a priority, even as individual countries go around negotiating with the Trump administration. These platforms should push towards connecting with Europe, with the Middle East, with Africa, and other regional trade initiatives, expand global supply chains, and advance trade. Convergence of trading rules and standards across regions is necessary so that we can avoid fragmenting the global trading system. Once these rules are tested and established, they can be brought back to the WTO for negotiations and as evidence of success. Now, the second area that regions have been particularly good at is in governance of emerging technologies and new forms of economy. Now, these new forms of economy, emerging technologies, they are posing significant risks to human civilization. Setting standards and ethical principles on how you deal with AI, biotechnology, and rules and regulations for the protection of personal data are falling behind the development of these new technologies. Now, regional groupings have really been in the forefront of efforts to set standards for the digital economy, for instance. In 2020, Chile, New Zealand, and Singapore signed the Digital Economic Partnership Agreements. ASEAN itself, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, also launched negotiations for the world's first region-wide Digital Economy Framework Agreement in 2023. This is aimed at strengthening regional digital integration and transformation in Southeast Asia. Now, for ASEAN, this is a game changer. It will be a game changer for economies in the region, for the region to advance and deliver seamless goods and services across borders, and also data underpinned by rules and regulations. We believe that this will be a game changer. Now, these initiatives will help mitigate regulatory fragmentation resulting from tariff wars and technological de-risking. Now, for the last area that I think that regions can do very well, and drawing again from Southeast Asia and from ASEAN, is to uphold the rules-based order. Now, I think most of us can agree that the part of the current international order or the international order that's passing is that we like the rules, right? I mean, we are a multilateral organization right now. We like rules, right? Rules cut transaction costs, ensure predictability, protect small states against the rule of the jungle, mitigate the effects of raw power and coercion to ensure that there is a more equitable and just world. Now, regions can be incubators of these innovative mechanisms for ensuring a rules-based order. In Southeast Asia, we have a set of informal and consensus building norms known as the ASEAN Way. And the ASEAN Way has prevented disputes among states from erupting and destroying regional peace. Now, this is notwithstanding the situation in Myanmar or the more recent clashes between Cambodia and Thailand over pre-Vihar. Those have a lot to do with internal politics. But region-wide, we did not see a situation of wars and open conflict, right, since the end of the Cold War. Now, drawing from ASEAN's experience, we need to rethink the concept of law and what it means to have a rules-based order. The ASEAN Way is non-legalistic. we have what we know as soft laws. So ASEAN has gained a reputation for soft laws. I asked ChatGPT what ASEAN soft law is, and defined for me, ASEAN soft law refers to non-legally binding agreements, principles, and declarations used within ASEAN to guide cooperation and integration among its member states. Now, these instruments, while not imposing strict legal obligations, play a crucial role in shaping norms, promoting consensus, and fostering regional collaboration. That is the definition produced by ChatGPT on ASEAN soft law. But I think that one of my colleagues at the National University of Singapore, and I have to credit her with this, because she's the one who came up with all this work on ASEAN soft law. Her name is Sian Lee Tan. She's a colleague in the law school at NUS. And I think she gave a much more better version of what ASEAN soft law is. She sees soft law as having an aspirational remit, and it does have a transitional status towards hard law. But more importantly, she noted that there has been a change in the international legal order. Basically, soft law usage has become much more widespread, has gained credibility. It has become an increasingly recognized area in managing emerging issues, climate change, health, global health, as well as new and emerging technologies. Now, why is it important to use soft laws in these contexts? It's because these things have been changing so fast that if you put in hard laws, they're not going to work. You need soft laws to allow these new areas to advance, and then the soft law modifies itself in treaties, in agreements, in memorandums of understanding to advance the ethics and setting the standards on these soft laws, on these emerging issues. And it has also, soft laws has also made it possible to facilitate cooperation when there is so much great power, rivalry, and geopolitical uncertainties. So this is one of the pieces that she has written, but she's a scholar. She has written much more scholarly pieces as well. Now, let me end with a call to reinvigorate regionalism and multilateralism. Let me say that regions play a very significant role in ensuring multilateralism and the continued provision of public goods at a time when the work of global institutions is hindered by great power rivalry and collective action problems. Now, I'm not saying that we should do away with global institutions. I'm in one now. I will not say that. And I think the World Bank, IMF, and international organizations continue to play a very important role. But why not let regional institutions advance when they can, and then pull everyone along when the time is right? And I think that Article 52 of the UN Charter actually recognizes that regional organizations may be in a better position to deal with region-specific disruptions, problems, disputes. Now, the uncertainties when the Cold War ended with the fall of the Soviet Union led to a reinvigoration of regionalism and multilateralism and regional institutions. The world now stands at another precipice. The current transition will be long and protracted and unstable. And I was saying just now, 20 years, not 10, Masood. It's going to be messy while we transit to this order that we were like, that Danny was imagining. Now, to deal with these challenges of the future, regions are really well placed. They are incubators of innovation in the three areas that I talk about. And regions are again at the forefront of experiments to tackle global challenges. It is necessary and therefore timely to divest greater resources and authority to regions and regional institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So now we have a very strong view on regionalism. Let's continue with the experience of Asia Pacific, a very dynamic region that has gone through a big financial crisis, as you know, and reinvented itself as a fast-growing production hub. So now Kuan will present, we talk about this paper, whose title is exactly Asia Pacific Growth and the Changing International System. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. Actually, I'm aware that the term of Asia Pacific is considered outdated in this time. But the topic was assigned to me, so sorry for being old-fashioned. So actually, I think Asia Pacific, or maybe more specifically East Asia, is very much integrated into the US-led international system, especially international treaty system. Actually, a number of East Asian countries have been benefiting from the US-led international treaty system after the Second World War, starting from Japan and followed by South Korea, Chinese Hong Kong, Taiwan, and also China, and also some Southeast Asian countries. So actually the whole area, the whole region has, as I said, has been integrated into the US-led multilateral trading system very much. And under this international trading system, all these Asian countries have taken advantage of their comparative advantage in manufacturing. And they have been involved in the US-led trade circle. So they have developed their manufacturing basis for decades. Of course, Japan and South Korea were the earliest successful countries, and also some other small economies. But of course, in the actually it was maybe earlier, China started its opening up in 1979, when its diplomatic relationship with the United States was established. So this, I think, this is not a coincidence. It's actually related with each other. Of course, China joined the WTO in the year of 2001. And after that, the other Southeast Asian countries, especially Vietnam, also joined the WTO in 2007, becoming the latest group to join the multilateral trading system. So you can see, I mean, all these East Asian economies have been very actively participating in the multilateral trading system, or the US-led international trading system. And they have successfully developed their manufacturing industries. And of course, the US market is their major export destination. So you can see from 1950s, 1960s, almost all of them have witnessed a rapid growth of exports. Of course, they have a little bit different patterns, but basically, in the early years, they have a very rapid rising trade GDP ratio for almost all these economies. And as I said, the US actually has been their largest export destination. So they have been, as I said, benefiting from the US-led system. But in terms of international financial system, maybe it is more complicated. Actually, as you know, in the year of 1997, many of them had suffered from the financial crisis. And many of them actually were suffering from the kind of binding relationship between their currencies with the US dollar. Actually, many of them were in trade declining trade surplus and worsening current account balance. So this actually exposed their vulnerability to the international financial system. So they also have had kind of over-dependence on short-term foreign debt nominated in US dollar. Actually, they, as I said, they benefited from a lot from the trading system, but they suffered a lot from the financial system. And also, so maybe over concentration of their exports on the US market also reduced their resilience in trade performance. So in turn, they tried to stimulate, try to reach more regional integration. So actually, after, of course, after the ASEAN was established, but in 2002, when after China joined the WTO, China also started to establish closer regional integration with its East Asian neighbors. The China-ASEAN FTA was started in the year of 2002. So this is also China's contribution to stabilize the East Asian economy and also the relationship between China and its neighbors. So you can see in the financial crisis, there was a faster depreciation of many Asian currencies against the US dollar. But of course, we all know that right now the US has very different trade attitude toward the multilateral trading system, but it's actually not new. Even in 1970s, as I said, Japan was at that time was the biggest beneficiary of the GATT system. But in 1970s and 1980s, facing Japan's significant challenge, the US already adopted a bilateral oppressive policy against Japan, which actually obviously violated the GATT rules. So at that time, the US was already breaking the rules-based system. But after winning the Cold War in early 1990s, the US fully resumed and strengthened its support to the multilateral treaty system by establishing the WTO with a powerful and independent judicial mechanism, the so-called dispute settlement mechanism. And also the US gave up its unilateralism in 1980s. So return to the multilateralism. Right now, of course, we are seeing the US is adopting the unilateralism again. But of course, we don't know after 10 years or maybe 20 years whether the US will become a regular member of the multilateralism. And also, at the same time, the US promoted regional initiatives such as APEC in 1993 and NAFTA in 1994. So across the Asia-Pacific region, actually there was a closer relationship among all these members. And actually, at that time, the US and both the US and China advocated regional economic integration. But I would say the turning point was 2008, when the global financial crisis happened, starting in the United States. And for the WTO, for the multilateral trading system, also a bad event happened in 2008. Actually, there was a big mini ministerial in Geneva. It almost took like 8 or 9 days, but finally failed to reach an agreement. So that actually was the last hope for the so-called Doha round or Doha development agenda. Then after that, actually at that time, the Obama administration basically gave up on the WTO, on the multilateral trade negotiations, and turned to the so-called mega regionals like TPP and TTIP. And also under the Obama administration, the US started to question the fairness or the feasibility of the WTO dispute settlement mechanism by blocking some members' reappointment of appellate body. So actually, as I said, starting from 2008, the US has changed, has started to change its attitude toward the multilateral trading system. So it's actually not new. And it's largely reflecting the declining position of the US in world trade, shown by its growing trade deficit. Right now, of course, especially after 2017, I would say this is a kind of revolution, which was launched by President Trump. Starting from Trump administration, even Trump 1.0, the US position on global trade policy or global governance has changed dramatically. So basically, President Trump believed that US leadership in global affairs is not worthwhile, and giving others an opportunity to take advantage of the US, no matter they are friends or foes. And especially the international trade system with the purpose of freer trade is especially harmful to the US and beneficial to the others. Basically, it is actually because the US has been losing its comparative advantage in manufacturing industries one by one. Then actually this has brought some kind of threats to the US military hegemony. Then this Trump administration intends to kind of return to the 19th century when the US was adopting a high tariff, isolationist or trade protectionist policy, and at the same time achieving successful industrial development. Of course, that was also interesting history. Right now, the US government is trying to build up a new dues-based bilateral trading system to replace the rules-based regional and both regional and multilateral system, which was sponsored by the US administration in the last 8 decades. So actually, right now, the US government is not only against multilateral trading system, but also regional system. So like USMCA is basically given up, it's basically abandoned. So interestingly, of course, just recently, the US government has announced it will impose reciprocal tariffs on selected trading partners. And you can see basically many East Asian countries have higher tariffs with the exclusion of Brazil. Brazil is exceptional. But like Laos, Myanmar, Thailand, Cambodia, Bangladesh, anyway, Sri Lanka, all these countries in Asia Pacific area, they will face even higher tariffs because they have closer trade relations with China, basically. And also, along with this changing US trade policy, right now, actually, in Asian regional integration, China has become even more important. It's not, well, of course, it's not only because of policy changes, but it's also because of economic principles. For China, it has strong motivation to strengthen its economic relationship with its neighbors. Also, political relationship. And China also has been very active and constructive in Asian economic integration arrangements, including RCEP and FTAs with ASEAN, AIIB, and the Qingmai Initiative, both trade and economic financial arrangements. And especially China as a manufacturing powerhouse, okay, sorry, I'll try to finish, has high demand for resources, materials, and intermediate goods, which its Asian neighbors are rich of. So we are trying to develop this relationship. Right now, of course, there are some concerns about China's industrial policy and trade practice. But basically, especially in comparison to the US, China's trade policy is more stable and predictable. You can see from the global value chains, China now has a larger role in this network. Okay, maybe I should jump to my conclusions. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. maybe at one point. Right now, of course, China has become the largest manufacturing country in the world. My point is that I think China is very lucky to happen to have all these factors necessary for the development of manufacturing industry right now. But actually, good times don't last long. Actually, we are losing some of our advantages in manufacturing gradually. Look at the changing population of China and the declining share of young people. So right now, actually, China has started to move its supply chains overseas. But I mean, in the last, especially in the last 2 decades, China really had all these necessary factors for developing manufacturing. So of course, right now, the share of China in world manufacturing output is really huge. In conclusion, I have some points to share with you. First, as I said, Asia Pacific benefits a lot from US-led globalization and appreciates US leadership and the contribution. But the reverse of US policy toward the international system or trade system is harmful and regretful for East Asian countries. We are really, including China, but also other East Asian countries, are concerned about US policy change. But in terms of trade and investment, regional economic integration in Asia Pacific has great potential to mitigate the damages caused by US isolationism. As Danny argued, actually, especially the RCEP region has very great potential to kind of develop kind of regional internal circulation. So we have all, at least most of them, necessary factors to develop our economies. For China, I think China has yet to replace US leadership in the international system. We still have limited power and appeal in terms of the kind of world leadership, not yet for China. So still, we very much appreciate the centrality of ASEAN in the regional integration. So we always say that, especially ASEP is kind of led by ASEAN rather than China. But of course, China is a major advocate for regional integration in Asia Pacific. Thank you. I'm sorry for taking over. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kuan. Thank you all. Very interesting discussion with different views, but very much connected. So let me take the opportunity. I will gonna use the next 10-15 minutes to ask further questions to our guest, and then I will open for Q&A from the audience. I want to start again from Danny. Danny, you are the author of a recent paper that argues that because of great power rivalry, the world is increasingly heading toward what you call epic fail outcomes, specifically a situation where everyone ends up worse off. So here we are here at the World Bank. The World Bank works with a lot of developing countries. So the question is, what is in your view, how can developing countries advance their own prosperity under this condition? Can they play a kind of stronger, larger role in rebuilding international cooperation?
Thank you, Matteo, for that question. Implicit in the idea that a number of us up here are trying to advance is that desirable that the extent rules-based multilateral globalized order has been, if it's no longer available to us because of great power rivalry or other ways in which nations are showing deviation away from the situation where we all supported that system and all of us benefited from it, how can smaller nations, how can developing economies, How can those nations that are not themselves great powers continue to take action that will help support the system? If we take the view that the current international economic order was built by the United States and holds together because of the United States, and the United States decides to either withdraw or adjust that position away from a system that all of us appreciate benefits us, how do we respond? The way in which I and others have tried to argue about this is that we need to break away from the idea that it is only great powers that can build international systems. One way in which my colleague Selena describes this is that we can think about smaller scale international economic systems, region-based ones, where the role of a great power is then altered to some identification of nations within that system. I want to suggest another way, which is the trying to steer the actions of great powers away from an epic fail outcome, an outcome where everyone is worse off. And I do that by just giving an example. One of the ways in which we're familiar with outcomes where everyone is worse off is something that in game theory we think of as a prisoner's dilemma situation, where each player, by acting in their own self-interest, inflicts an externality on the other player, and all of us then lead to mutually destructive actions. How do countries that are small help change the minds of great powers that are bent on taking such mutually destructive action? Let me show you that principle by looking at an example. Take the EV industry, the global electric vehicles industry, and associated with that electric batteries. In addition to the great danger of the fraying multilateral system is the fact that the only way in which we have figured out how to generate economic prosperity for the last 250 years is also a way that's burning our planet to a crisp. We use hydrocarbons. The solution to that is to pivot towards cleaner, greener sources of energy. The best hope that we've got right now is EVs and related technologies. But EVs and related technologies are caught in the throes of great power rivalry, because America and other parts of the world have decided that this technology is a dual technology and it can be easily weaponized. So we're caught in a system where America has decided its response to China's EV industry is to tariff and sanction. And by doing that, it reduces the supply of EVs in the world, both from China and until it builds its own capacity from itself. The supply of EVs to the world and to the global south has fallen, worsening the situation for the global environment. This is an epic fail. This is mutually destructive. Suppose developing nations articulated a demand that then said to America, yes, China has broken WTO rules by subsidizing its EV industry. Instead of sanctioning them, why don't you subsidize your own EV industry? Because yes, you're breaking the rules, but you're responding to someone else who's broken the rules. When you do that, when you subsidize your own industry and allow the other rival to also subsidize their own industry, you're also expressing anger and disappointment at them. But the end result of both of you taking these actions is actually an increased supply of EVs and associated technologies in the world, which ends up benefiting the global south and everyone else in the world who's looking for prosperity through clean energy. So by being able to pivot or twist policies of the great powers, we can nudge them away from epic fail outcomes towards instead win-win outcomes that are at the same time consistent with great power rivalry. This is an example of inadvertent cooperation, where the two great powers have ended up providing greater supply of EVs for the wrong reason. And it's by manipulating examples like this, Matteo, that we can build a succession of case studies and successes where we can pivot the world away from these epic fail outcomes.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting. Let me go to Masood. In your presentation, but also subsequent discussion, clearly you are all pointing to a different system in which regionalism is sort of a solution to the current situation. But let me try to push you again back to the multilateralism. What is the value proposition of multilateralism in the current context? And can we see regionalism not as an alternative, but as a complement to multilateralism?
Thank you very much. Just keep speaking. Keep speaking. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. I would say that. Yeah. No. Maybe you. Okay. That's okay. Good. It's good now. Thank you. So I think that the key is to make multilateralism at the global level a way of networking the various attempts for cooperation across groups of countries that are less than global. So it could be regional. I think the regional example was a very nice one. But if you looked at that regional example that you put up, it was an East Asia regional example, had the UK as a member. So I think as a good illustration, I think it's you, me, obviously, yes. We don't like what you're saying. I think it's a good example of how we have to be flexible and open. So I would think of it as open groupings is one important principle, so that countries can be members of more than one group in that. And then the global networks, their value added brings from trying to bring common learnings, networking these together. So for example, the IMF across the street has a relationship of sorts with various regional reserve pooling arrangements. But in my mind, going forward, that could become a much stronger relationship. So you could actually see the regional reserve pooling arrangements as being much more integrally linked into a global financial safety net, where the IMF comes in as a supplement to the regional pooling arrangement. Now, I use the word regional, but it could actually be any subgrouping. There are some regions of the world that lend themselves more easily to the geographic regional configuration for cooperation. There are other parts of the world where the geographic neighborhood is not necessarily the right grouping, but there may be groupings that run across. So let's call it regional for the moment, but I would see those as building blocks of the multilateral relationships. Same thing applies for the World Bank. If you think about it, you've got regional banks now in everywhere. If you look at their portfolio of the World Bank in Latin America and the portfolio of the IDB, or the portfolio of the World Bank in East Asia and the ADB, there's quite a lot of overlap. And a good question to ask is, 10 years from now, do we want the World Bank to be identical in terms of, or more or less identical in terms of what the regional banks are doing in that region, or does it become more of a network bringing together not just the regional banks, but a lot of sub-regional and a lot of national public development banks? I think the last thing I would say on this, which is a bit linked to your point, is that up to now, when we think of groupings, we think primarily of countries, sovereign states. So our basic design for collaboration is around sovereign states. But increasingly, and I think you said this, Lee, increasingly, non-state actors are also becoming big players in terms of international cooperation. Indamit mentioned this morning, quite rightly, the enormous role played by United States corporations globally. The philanthropies. Gates Foundation has an annual spend that is roughly, that is a good middle-sized donor country spend. It's likely to go up. Gavi is a place where, for example, we have tried to bring in some of the philanthropies into the structure, but we are very resistant to the notion of having non-state actors play a role in the governance of multilateral organizations of any kind. Maybe regional or sub-regional or whatever the form of subgroupings will be a place we will innovate and try to see if we can bring in non-state actors into the network, because the advances in development and cooperation increasingly will not just come from state-to-state interaction. They will come from the interaction between states and private sector, states and society, states and philanthropies. And so we have to find a better way also of opening ourselves to them, much more so than we have been willing to do so far.
Thank you, Masood. So let me continue with Selina, and let me try again to push you from regionalism to multilateralism again. But from you, I mean, given your Southeast Asia experience, now the point is there any lesson from the region that you know very, very well from other regions, in the sense that one obvious thing would be, okay, but the regions are different, so there are very strong specificities, but at the same time we can find common factor or kind of necessary conditions that are needed to do in other regions, to realize in other regions what happened in the South Asia region.
Thank you, Matteo. And before I answer your question, I have to say that I very much agree with Masood. Regionalism should not be seen as an alternative to multilateralism. Regionalism is one of the strongest supporters of multilateralism. Regions uphold rules-based order a lot better than great powers. I mean, we are advocates of these things, right? Of human rights, of human security, because these are the things that affect the ground where we lived in, and we see day to day. You know, we experience it day to day. So regionalism should not be seen as trying to supplant multilateralism. Regionalism is multilateralism at the regional level. And they are building blocks, exactly that, building blocks of the multilateral system, of global institutions. So I would say don't think of it as an enemy or a alternative, but rather as a building block. And it does complement, it does support global institutions, global governance. Now, turning to your question, Matteo, I think that yes, regions have very specific characteristics, but it does not mean that there are no lessons that we can learn by diffusion. States learn by diffusion. We learn this in political science in IR, that states learn from each other, okay? And regions do learn from each other. And I think that especially in the area of things like soft laws that I was talking about, ASEAN soft laws, I think this is one area where I think that if you are in a region where making laws, formality, legality, and that kind of hard laws and rules are difficult to establish because of differences, like the way that Southeast Asia is. It is very diverse. It is not like Europe. Europe can go legalistic, can go hard laws, primarily because they have similarities. Not that all of them are similar, this is about relativity, right? But there are certain principles that can be agreed across the entire region. But in Southeast Asia, it's extremely diverse. Historically, culturally, linguistically, racially, extremely diverse. And so having to deal with having establish hard laws, hard kind of consensus is hard. It's hard. You have to go informal, you have to go soft laws, you have to go consensus building. And I think this is a lesson that other regions can take, especially if you're in a conflict area where there's great diversity and disagreements. I think that's a lesson that other regions can learn from. Now, the other thing that I want to point out is that one of the things that I said in my presentation was that there's a need for cross-regional integration. So regions should not just learn from each other. They need to integrate across. And actually, as Masuro was saying, that's why I love what you're saying, because exactly, you spend a lot of time in Southeast Asia, do you? Because that's how we think. The idea that we are open and inclusive, that is a fundamental principle of Southeast Asia and East Asia in general. Openness, inclusivity. So we are willing to reach out to players countries that are far across the other end of the earth. Singapore has trade relations with Chile on the other side of the earth for food purposes, for instance. But we are promoters of cross-regional integration. Let me explain why. We work very closely with Latin American countries. ASEAN has a ministerial meeting with the Pacific Alliance, which is made up of a select group of Latin American countries. We recently, at the ASEAN summit that's held in Kuala Lumpur, Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim mooted this brilliant idea of a China-ASEAN GCC Gulf cooperation, Gulf countries cooperation, and summit. So this is cutting across, building on the existing linkages that we have and building blocks to bigger things, cross-regional integrations. And I think this is something that we can all do as building blocks, as bottom-up strategies at a time when other things cannot move, right? So we're not saying that we supplant global institutions. We're not saying that, neither are we saying that regional institutions are stopgap measures, but that they are complementary. They are building blocks of global governance and global institutions.
Thank you very much. Let's now go to Kuan. Having you here with your experience at the WTO, being one of the multilateral institutions that probably now is suffering the most. So what is your view? What does the WTO need to do to reform itself, to adapt to the new situation?
Okay, thank you. Yes, the WTO is in a very difficult time, and the WTO is actually short of budget right now because the US denied to refuse to pay their money to the WTO. So, but just echoing what Masood and Selena said, actually in the WTO there is also a concept of open pluralism. It's very similar to open grouping, as you said. So I think for the WTO right now, maybe the biggest issue is also the decision-making mechanism. Right now, the WTO has to make every decision on the basis of a consensus. So right now it's very, very difficult to reach consensus among so diversified members, especially against the background of geopolitical rivalry. But actually, in the multilateral trading system, this kind of plurilateral approach is not new at all. Even in the GATT period, all those rounds of negotiations actually were implemented plurilaterally, which means that only a part of members joined the negotiations. A lot of, especially developing countries, were not involved in the negotiations. about tariff reductions. So it's not new at all. I mean, when we talk about the success of the GATT, especially the Eurogrant, the Eurogrant is actually an exceptional practice. When all members reach a single undertaking package, it was, as I said, it was exceptional even for the GATT. So practically, it is more feasible to reach a consensus or reach agreements among selected members, not all members. Right now, it's as I said, it's impossible. And the Eurogrant was successful because of a number of reasons at that time, at that period. So this is, I think, the WTO should be doing. And then basically, members have reached a kind of agreement on this point. But the problem right now is the US is blocking everything with the consensus decision-making mechanism. That's a big trouble. And also sometimes India does this to the WTO. Another thing I think, as Selena said, ASEAN has a kind of soft law approach, but for the WTO, it's always been a kind of hard law approach. So the dispute settlement mechanism is still critical because if there's no such mechanism, members don't respect their obligations and commitments, then the WTO is worthless. Right now, of course, some members have established so-called MPIA to replace the current dispute mechanism. One way, at least for members other than the US, is to join MPIA more actively. So if the membership of MPIA could be expanded to cover more and more WTO members, then members will believe in the binding bindingness of WTO rules. I mean, for the WTO, these two things are very important. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. I was just told by the organizer that unfortunately we don't have time for the Q&A session. We need to close because it's lunchtime, but I'm sure that you can approach the speakers during lunchtime and ask questions. Just to conclude, let me really thank you again. You really played as an orchestra here, and it was fantastic because actually you all started with the recognition that we have a problem. And so the multilateralism that we all know and we all like is not there anymore, but at the same time you could offer us with solution. Obviously you use many different perspectives, but maybe the regionalism is the key word that we can use here in our concluding remarks. But you were very good in arguing that regionalism can be kind of prodromic to a new multilateralism, and you provided many examples there. And obviously, as Selena said, also regionalism and then cross-region, and then you get to multilateralism again. And I know that Indermit concluded the previous section talking about Europe. I'm lucky that you don't have the mic, so I can say something here. But Europe is another example of a regional agreement. Obviously, now what we expect from Europe is not only improving itself, but also to be another bridge toward other regions. And I'm thinking about African mostly because it's very close, but it applies to many other regions. So thank you all again. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your contribution. Very interesting discussion, and I look forward to next time.
Thank you very much. 30-minute lunch break, and lunch is served on both sides, so please feel free to either go and have a seat on this side or over there. We're back at 2:30 sharp, please, for the next session. Thank you. I'm good? Okay. We'll be starting in about a minute, so please take your seats. And if you see anybody outside that wants to come in, have them come in, please. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Please take your seats. And we're about to start the second session today, which is all about the future, specifically how artificial intelligence is revolutionizing technology, reshaping competition policy, and redefining education. We'll hear from experts about the opportunities and risks of AI for developing countries and how policymakers can use this technology for inclusive growth. Moderating the session is Mr. Gaurav Nayar, Director of the World Development Report 2026, and he'll introduce our three panelists and one discussant. So over to you, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, to the post-lunch siesta session. But I'm hoping that just the mention of the word artificial intelligence will wake everyone up. So thank you for being here. The esteemed guests, panelists, had a preference to not be introduced as rock stars and entered the stage one by one with the spotlight on them. So they've all taken their seats. I just want to quickly give a very, very quick introduction to the session. In the morning, we heard about populism, and populism as a reaction to distributional concerns, both between countries and within countries. And I think the discussion around AI dovetails almost perfectly into this discussion on how the diffusion of the technology might affect the distribution of incomes, both between and within countries. Here at the bank, I think there is a lot of optimism around the development potential of AI, just in the sense of the technology being able to solve market failures and addressing long-standing development challenges. Think about access to credit markets, where AI can devise new ways of assessing credit histories. Think about filling in skill gaps, say in education and health services, where quality teachers and health service providers are often lacking, or just making the large numbers of small businesses more profitable through AI advisory services. However, such optimism is not unbridled. I think everyone recognizes and is aware of the risks that come through growing digital divides, competition concerns, and also risks of automations and worker displacement. So the aim of today's session is really to cut through some of the hype around AI, provide some conceptual clarities around specific sets of issues, and then also present some new evidence which will hopefully give us a better sense of the potential development impacts of AI going forward. To do that, we have a stellar set of panelists. To begin with, we will have Arvind Narayanan, who is Professor of Computer Science at Princeton University, talk about AI as a normal technology. After that, we will have Catherine Tucker, the Sloan Distinguished Professor of Management at MIT, talk about how does competition policy need to change in a world of artificial intelligence. Last but not least, we would have Dan Bjorkegren from Columbia University, who will talk about could AI leapfrog the web and provide evidence from teachers in Sierra Leone. And also, immediately after the presentation of the 3 papers, we will move into a panel discussion where we will also be joined by Han-Cheng Xia, who's a policy fellow at the Center for Global Development. So with that, I'd like to invite Arvind to give us the first presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaurav, and hello, everybody. Good afternoon. My goal for the next 20 minutes is to say things that will sound obvious to you, hopefully. That's an unusual goal for a talk, so let me explain why that's my goal. Perhaps if we could have the slides up in the meantime. Now, there are many technologists, AI researchers, developers, and industry CEOs who have predicted imminent and rapid transformation because of AI, that we will have super intelligence in the next couple of years, before the end of the decade, certainly, and that this might obviate the need for human labor and perhaps even the concept of money, and that we should be worried about AI taking over the world. The more modest of these predictions are talking about 10% growth annually. But as economists, a lot of this might seem strange. It seems to be from the realm of sci-fi. So it might be natural to wonder, do these folks know something that we don't know? And I'm here as a computer scientist to say, I think the answer is no. I have looked at these predictions and the research behind them. And my view is that, together with my co-author Sayash Kapoor, that AI is not going to be that different from many past waves of technological disruption that we've seen. Of course, no 2 technologies are exactly like each other, but there is a lot that we can learn from history. And so that's what our paper, AI as Normal Technology, is all about. We're expanding it now into a book. So the paper has 4 parts. The first part is about timeline. On what timescale will AI's transformative effects unfold? And the second part is about, okay, whatever timescale that is, what will that world look like? Now, we accept the possibility of cognitive automation, that most of the cognitive tasks that we do today might one day be automatable. And yet, we do not envision something radical such as human labor being superfluous. So why is that? What is the resolution to that seeming contradiction? The third part I'm going to mostly skip for today. What do we do about potential superintelligence, et cetera? And then I'll briefly spend a couple of minutes on policy implications, and I look forward to the discussion. Okay, so our starting point is well-established patterns of the diffusion of general-purpose technologies that we've seen over and over. The first stage is invention. So if we think about electricity, for instance, the invention of electromagnetic principles, AC and DC, those are all part of invention. But people don't directly use electricity. We use electrical appliances. So that requires innovation. It requires the grid. It requires a whole lot of other complementary things. And then finally, that technology gradually diffuses throughout society and throughout economy. So we took this and we expanded it and adapted it for AI. So we introduced one extra stage, and we talk about what each of these stages look like in the context of AI. So the first invention stage is about the increasing capabilities of models. So today, the models, the kind of model that's at the frontier are large language models. It wasn't always the case. It might not necessarily always be the case, but for now, you can think of the invention stage as improvements in LLM capabilities. We don't necessarily directly use LLMs for most tasks. We use it through the integration of those LLMs into various applications. So throughout this slide, I'm using software engineering itself as an example, because it is one occupation that's really at the forefront of integration of AI into workflows. So even though software engineering is pretty advanced along this this causal chain, if you will, we're still pretty early in figuring out how to architect AI code editors. We're having really fundamental debates in the computer science community about whether command line interfaces are better or graphical interfaces are better when it comes to software engineering using large language models, right? So it seems like very early days. And then you have the early adoption phase where people are learning how to use these tools. That phase is very much underway. You have things like vibe coding where people are able to create small apps using AI. But when they start to edit, billion-line enterprise code bases using AI, it's not going well so far. We're not yet in the adaptation phase. We're not yet in the phase where people are figuring out how to re-architect software, both technically as well as software companies, to best take advantage of the capabilities of AI tools. So there was a study that showed that right now, most software engineers are not yet achieving productivity benefits, even though they think they are. Their self-reported time savings are actually very positive, but actual reported time savings are negative. So Our view here is that adaptation is going to require a lot of changes. One example is what I'm calling extreme personalization. This is all well into the future, so it's necessarily speculative, but let me explain what I mean. So if it's going to be the case that AI's ability to write code will dramatically decrease the cost of producing software, then the manner in which we're going to use software is going to change dramatically. It will no longer make sense for one software company to produce one piece of software and then millions of other individuals and other companies to all be shoehorned into that same workflow, the same set of abstractions that's defined into that software. The way we produce software might be in a very in-house way. Each company is producing its own software for its own teams and for its own users. So in other words, if the cost of software drops, the elasticity of demand for software might be very high. We might see extremely personalized software where everybody is using software tailored to themselves. So if you think about that magnitude of transformation, hopefully it's intuitively clear why that feels like a few decades away as opposed to something that's going to happen next year because of increasing AI capabilities. So that's really the central idea of the paper, why we think these timelines are going to be pretty slow. Okay, so let me focus though on the first era, the gap between the model capabilities and the products. Now, in the first year after ChatGPT was released, many companies tried to create these simple wrappers around these large language models and build these personal agents, but they failed terribly in the market. There's a whole graveyard of products like this. So here's one where this product does a pretty good job of automatically ordering food, so it's an impressive capability, but it ordered it to the wrong address. Right, so we've had unreliable AI like this before. If traditional Siri or Alexa played the wrong song 10% of the time, that's just annoying. But if a product orders something, where you spent money to the wrong address 10% of the time, that's dead on arrival. Right, so this is something we call the capability reliability gap, and we think there's years of research to go before we smooth out these kinks and build reliable products using large language models. Okay, so capability reliability gap is one reason why the way we're evaluating AI today doesn't make sense. We're evaluating models and assuming that that means useful products, but that's not the case. Another reason is construct validity. So for instance, there are studies that AI can pass the bar exam, but it's not as if lawyers' job is to answer bar exam questions all day, right? So the evaluations are looking at the wrong construct. So we don't have a lot of information about how useful these are to actual workers unless you do RCTs of those workers using those tools. And we have lots of anecdotal evidence now that the hype doesn't match the reality. The RCTs in many domains are still just getting started. So this is a company, Do Not Pay, that got a lot of attention by saying they'd built a robot lawyer, and any attorney who used it to argue in front of the Supreme Court would get $1 million. First of all, this was just a publicity stunt. Electronic devices are not even allowed in the Supreme Court. And of course, this company knew this, but the reason so many people believed this was even possible was because they had believed the headlines and they thought that a robot lawyer was imminent. But when you look at lawyers actually using AI to do the hard parts of being a lawyer, it's still very, very far to go. We teamed up with our colleague, Peter Henderson, who is a JD PhD, and we wrote a paper breaking down the different types of tasks that are involved in being a lawyer. And it turns out, and this is the central reason why so many technologists are overconfident, the tasks that are easier to measure, which is the top bucket, are also the ones that are much easier for AI. So we just measure the things that are easy to measure and conclude that AI is doing really well at it. Okay, so far I've talked about the first era. But the much harder thing is diffusion, the second era. So let me talk about that a little bit. So one important point I want to emphasize is that it doesn't matter how fast capabilities are increasing. Adoption of these technologies requires behavioral changes, and behavioral changes are going to happen at a certain time scale based on how fast humans can adapt. And that's not really changing very much. There was this paper that made the headlines. It's a good paper. I have no concerns about the paper. But the thing that the media picked up is that 40% of US adults are using generative AI as of about a year ago, so 2 years after ChatGPT. That seemed very striking, and it's framed as rapid adoption of generative AI. I don't think this tells the whole story, because what the paper also measured, excuse me, is the intensity of adoption and productivity effects, and those are still very low. So there is still a very long way to go, because that 40% number includes even someone who used ChatGPT once a week to write a limerick or something. It's not necessarily looking at how much productivity improvements people are getting in the workplace. Okay, and think about this. I mean, so often, and I'm part of this, I often forget that Google search exists, and things that, you know, I'm debating with other people can be quickly resolved through a Google search. And this person is telling a story of how much of a competitive edge you get just from remembering to Google the things that can be Googled. And that's a quarter century after Google search was released, right? So that's kind of the timescale on which these behavioral adaptations happen. Okay, so that's on the speed of diffusion. However, one of the things we point out in the paper is that in the last few years, we've been in an unusual period of AI innovation, and that has already ended. And what I mean is this. The reason why we had such rapid AI capability advances was building bigger and bigger models using bigger and bigger slices of the internet. That has mostly ended, you know, not completely, but for the most part. And what it means going forward is that these models will have to be improved using experiential data from their use in the field by actual workers. And that's going to be a feedback loop that's going to happen much slower, and we're already seeing those much slower cycles of progress kick in. And we can reasonably predict what that will look like by looking at sectors in which those cycles of feedback loops have already happened, notably self-driving cars. So what happened in self-driving cars is that 2-3 decades ago, we had convincing prototype demonstrations of self-driving cars. However, they weren't yet reliable enough to autonomously put on the roads. So what car companies had to do, or AI companies had to do, was to get it reliable enough to drive 100 miles, drive it 100 miles, get enough data, improve the reliability so that you're comfortable driving at 1,000 miles, and so on and so on. So each order of magnitude of scaling takes a couple of years. So we've seen those slow feedback loops play out, and we predict the same thing is going to happen in AI for law, AI for medicine, and every other sector. And finally, what we say about the speed of change is that a lot of this might require changes to organizations, structural transformations, changes to even laws and norms and so forth. We use the analogy of how slow the electrification of factories was because they had to figure out how to reorient the whole assembly line and so on. Looking at that example of software again, so if it's going to be the case that it makes no sense to have these large software companies and every individual company is going to have its own software engineers, that is a kind of slow transformation of the whole sector that is, again, going to play out on a timescale of decades. Okay, so there's lots of other examples of this, but really the summary of the first part is that we identify speed limits in every stage of this invention to innovation to early adoption to diffusion pipeline. I haven't gotten into the details of most of the speed limits, but they're in the paper. And that is what leads us to conclude that we're not going to see some kind of sci-fi transformation in 2027, but rather we're going to see gradual diffusion throughout the next few decades. So let me spend 5 minutes on part 2 and then maybe 2 minutes on part 4, because I know I'm running out of time. So again, like I said earlier, so we accept the possibility that it might be the case that one day most cognitive tasks that we do, most things we do sitting in front of the computer are going to be automatable. But let's think about what that will mean. So there have been concerns about mass job displacement because of automation for many years. This was a headline from 15 years ago. However, from what I understand of the literature in economics, those are naive ways of thinking about things. There is the task model that goes back to Autor, Levy, and Murnane more than 2 decades ago and has been refined over the decades. We can kind of see jobs as bundles of tasks, and each job might have, several dozen tasks as part of the bundle. Not every task gets automated at the same moment in time. And as one task gets automated, new tasks get created, the job composition changes, automation is counterbalanced by a reinstatement effect. And it could even be the case that if it becomes cheaper for lawyers to provide their services because of automation, there's more demand for legal work, and therefore the total employment of lawyers actually increases. Okay, so that much hopefully is straightforward. But now I want to make a couple of points that are even more skeptical of mass automation compared to what you might take away from the literature in labor economics. And for that, I want to give you an example. So radiology was famously predicted by computer science pioneer Jeff Hinton and Nobel Prize winner to be going obsolete because AI can automate the reading of scans. And he said almost a decade ago that if you work as a radiologist, you're like the coyote that's already over the edge of the cliff but hasn't yet looked down. So in my world, this is a famous prediction because of how wrong it was. Demand for radiologists has only gone up, even though radiologists are not shy of the tech, they have enthusiastically adopted it. and it has had an effective augmentation rather than automation. And interestingly, this does not appear to be because there is some particular task that we can identify at which human radiologists still outperform AI. And this is the central claim that I want to make. I think the task model of jobs is incomplete. Yes, do a first approximation, you can break down jobs into tasks, but think about your own job. Can you identify a series of tasks such that if each of those tasks was automated, then your job as a whole would be automated? I would say no, and I would imagine that most of you would say no, and you might even find the question to be a little bit silly. And yet, that's exactly how I think a lot of this literature approaches the question of AI and job displacement. So in my understanding of radiology and many other professions, a lot of the hardest to automate things are at the boundaries between tasks. So by the time you've broken down jobs into a set of tasks that you can put into the ONET database that everybody seems to use, you've already lost the most nuanced and interesting aspects of jobs that are going to be hardest to automate. And then you have to consider human preferences for dealing with other humans instead of AI and various other things. So considering all this, we're very, very skeptical about some of these claims of broad-based labor displacement due to AI. So, and that leads to the point, I think there are a lot of these predictions made by, computer scientists like us, made by economists, who are not necessarily experts in the specific domains that they're making predictions about. I think there is some value in those. I mean, it is a lot of what I do, and I'm very much turning this criticism back onto myself as well. But I think it would be much more useful if we teamed up with experts in different domains who have a much more nuanced understanding of what tasks entail, what are the boundaries between tasks and so forth, to make predictions and recommendations about those specific occupations and sectors, as opposed to these overarching sweeping pronouncements. Okay, so having said that, I'm going to return to the mode of making sweeping pronouncements. So one thing I want to point out is that there is actually a way to reconcile some of the radical optimists and the radical skeptics. And we can do that by looking back at the effect that the internet has had. Now, let's accept for a second that generative AI will not necessarily automate, but at least mediate most knowledge work, just like the internet did. If you went back in time 30 years and told people that most of the cognitive work that they do will one day be mediated by this new communication technology, they would have said, that's ridiculous. A lot of people did say that's ridiculous. And yet that happened, even though it sounded crazy at the beginning. What were its effects? The effects on productivity, I would say, have been relatively small. And only, while it's true that some professions have been decimated, for the most part, we see an augmentation effect. And this all unfolded gradually over a period of a few decades. And therefore, our thesis is that you can have workplaces that look in some ways radically different, and yet without necessarily having transformative effects on total factor productivity growth or something like that. So I'll skip this slide. To be a little bit flippant about it, our view on the role of labor in a world with advanced AI is that even though everything might change in a qualitative sense in terms of our experience of what work looks like, in an economic sense, things might mostly stay the same. So one thing I want to add to this is whether superintelligence will change the equation. A lot of people who have very different predictions from us will say, no, this is what past technologies have done. And so far, AI is on the same path. But something is going to change in a couple of years where recursive self-improvement of AI becomes possible. And then it will be an exception to all of these well-established patterns. We have a whole section in the paper on this, but I'll just spend 1 minute on it. We say no. And the reason we say no is that we have a very different view of what human intelligence entails and to what extent AI will be able to exceed human intelligence. You can identify 3 types of limits to our capabilities. We kind of suck at chess, and AI is much better than even the human world champion because of our computational limits. But for most tasks, the limits are not computational. There are things like writing where there are intrinsic limits to how persuasive, let's say, a piece of writing can get, or there are knowledge limits. Some people say AI is going to be a superhuman medical researcher, and we're like, what? So let's take a second to imagine what that means. For AI to be a superhuman medical researcher, it can only happen if we allow AI to perform autonomous experiments on thousands of people without any supervision. right? We will never allow it to do that. So there are intrinsic knowledge limits to how good AI can get. So we reject this notion that superintelligence is going to introduce a new causal pathway that's going to blow past all of these limits that are identified from previous research. Okay, so I will stop here in the interest of time. We have lots of thoughts on what policymakers should do, but maybe we can get into that during the discussion period. Thank you so much.
Could I just say how brilliant that was? We've got a computer scientist summarizing all labor economics and AI for the last 10 years. It was really well done. Is there a chance of my slides? Brilliant. Okay. So now for something completely different, because I'm an IO economist, which means I've been tasked not to talk so much about labor, but to talk a little bit more about how AI will change how firms relate to consumers and how that will change in a world of AI. Now, was asked to talk about a paper I wrote on this topic for this panel. And I must admit, when I was asked this, I was like, oh, that's my paper which has got least to do with any low-income countries. It's completely obsessed with America, completely inappropriate for this audience. So what am I going to do with the fact that this paper is very US obsessed? What I'm going to do is I'm going to set out the sort of broader lessons. Because in some ways, the reason I wrote this paper was because, much like Arvind, I often sit on panels with lots of policy people who have very dramatic perspectives about AI. And you sit there and the general view about competition policy and how firms relate to consumers and how everything's going to change is that everything is going to change very, very swiftly. And then there's always one person, a little bit more like Arvind, who says, no, I'm going to be different. And then I'm going to be more economist and be slightly in the middle and say, look, in the end, economics doesn't change. That's the good news if you're an economist. On the other hand, process change is going to be important. Now, the great thing about writing this paper for me was that I wrote it in response to being on a lot of policy panels and really taking it as a chance to try and educate lawyers largely about how economists think about artificial intelligence. And I have run the NBR meetings on digital economics and AI for nearly a decade now. And so I want to just take this opportunity, not just given the article, to just tell this group a little bit about the history of the economics of AI. So I think it's fair to say we started off back in 2018 with our first sort of NBR official meeting about the economics of AI. And what was the revelation back in 2018? I think the revelation for economists back in 2018 is that AI was not about robots. I think we never really written many papers about it because we thought it was about robots and therefore about Terminator and Judgment Day. And instead, what we worked out was instead that really, if you think about AI, it is a cost-saving technology. And the moment you start to describe AI as a cost-saving technology, it is something which economists start to think they can analyze, unlike Terminator. So the sort of thought back in 2018 is the way to think about it is that AI lowers the cost of prediction. And as you may have guessed from Arvind's talk, who talked about Hinton, what he said about radiologists back in 2016, we were obsessed about radiologists. And where we came into the radiologist debate is we said, and we thought we were being very smart, is that, look, the prediction is that radiology is going away, But in the end, as economists, we believe in complementarity and the complementarity of tasks. And therefore, really what's going to happen is when you reduce the costs of doing certain type of tasks, such as prediction, other forms of humanity are going to be more important. And the one we emphasized there was judgment, or the idea that there's going to be large returns to judgment in our AI economy. Now, at the time, we were all joking around. I remember quite a few laughs were had at our 2018 conference by someone suggesting that, what we should all be doing is encouraging our children to become journalists and poets because those occupations were not going to be disrupted. What I learned from that is that economists who study AI are usually wrong. Because, back in now in 2025, that sort of viewpoint that AI is not coming for creativity seems completely wrong, especially if you're a poet. So what I've learned to when I talk about the economics of AI more broadly, especially to PhD students, what I've always tried to do now is to encourage them to be a little bit more humble, express humility, don't have our hubris that we had back in 2018. And I was returned to this Oxford English Dictionary definition, which is that in the end, what is AI? It's the set of systems and technologies which is capable of performing tasks which require human intelligence. And what I want you to notice is that is a moving target. That definition can never be true or stable in the long run, because the nature of AI is such that, of course, we're always going to be finding new ways of replacing human intelligence. So I've learned to be very humble about how I talk about AI. And that was one of the things I was trying to get across in my article, which was really a debate, as I say, with antitrust lawyers. Now, the one thing that all AI economists do agree about is very much, and this is so similar, and that's why I was congratulating Arvind on his talk, in that it was the one thing we all agree about is that AI is probably a general purpose technology. And that makes technology economists happy. Why? Because we have so many examples littered around. And now, as you'll have gathered, one of our favorite examples is electrification, and making that analogy. And all I want to really add to the very good evidence that we just heard in the previous talk is to remind everyone in the room that when electricity was first introduced, everyone thought it was going to be about illumination. We all thought that the jobs that were going to be gone are the people who go around the streets lighting gas lamps. We had no idea of where the real impacts would come from, which was the electrification of factories. And again, in 2025, I think we're probably at that stage, in that we're still really thinking about use cases which are the analogy of illumination rather than really reflecting fundamental process change, which is what underpins general purpose technologies. Okay, so I got to set all this out in the article about the history of the economics of AI and how economists have tended to think about it. And then I realized that what I'm really doing is I've set myself the task of writing an article about a technology which is fluid, unpredictable, has no established business model, and bring it to competition policy. And that's, if you know anything about competition policy, there's a big mismatch here. And why is that? Well, in the end, competition policy is the belief that governments do good by encouraging competition. And that competition is a way of benefiting the citizenry and the average consumer. And that's the aim of competition policy. Now, the reason I say that the unpredictability of AI poses trouble for competition policy is that in the end, the way that competition policy tends to work is that it tends to be very retrospective. If you think about US competition policy, Often it is implemented through the courts, and you are therefore always going to be looking backwards. And again, we've got this technology which is changing its nature every two years. The other thing I'd say about competition policy is across the world, there's generally a set of norms about how you conduct it and how we think and analyze substitution by people across products and firms. And there's also a lot of norms of which are sort of established in that competition policy tends to be very obsessed with looking at price. If you look at all the tools that IO economists tend to bring to competition policy, they require you to look at a price. And now I've got to say something about technology where we literally don't know what the business model is. We have lots of tech companies spending billions and billions of dollars on it with no return, giving a lot away for free. And so again, that is going to make it difficult to predict. Now, when I said I was going to give this talk, I inwardly panicked and reached out to Daniel. Why Daniel? Well, you'll hear in the next talk, Daniel's a brilliant development economist, good news. And he's going to talk about AI in developing countries, again, good news. And I was like, you know, sort of how do I say, you know, how do I bridge this more to a group of development economists? And he was like, no, Catherine, you're really underestimating the extent to which antitrust is important. You know, for example, look at these evolutions in Africa. You know, I'm going to sort of give credit to that and let Daniel talk about that. But what I would just say is that I think this debate is still important about how we regulate competition around AI, even if at the moment it has a US focus. And the reason is this, is, you know, if we were to look backwards, as competition economists often do, at what's happening in antitrust and technology more generally, decisions being made about competition policy in the US are still going to have implications for the rest of the world. So I'll just give you an example of both Google and Meta. Both of them, I know we're probably moving in completely parallel worlds in DC right now, but there have been two really large antitrust cases for both of these companies in DC in the past year. And I would argue that those cases are going to have implications worldwide. And why is that? Well, if you think about current tech platforms, there is this, I think, less talked about aspect of them is that they tend to be worldwide, and there's an awful lot of cross-subsidization involved. Basically, they are built around business models that thrive on the fact that rich people's eyeballs are very valuable. And if you put ads in front of those rich people's eyeballs, you can make a lot of money. And the products, though, are worldwide, even if all the revenues are being generated in a few rich cities. And so therefore, when antitrust policy or competition policy comes in and tries to alter those business models, you know, there might be some more worldwide implications. Okay, so I've got 5 minutes, and I should say a little bit more about my views about competition policy and how it should change in the world of AI, given that's what the title of the talk was, or the paper was. And again, my message, as I said, to summarize, is that economics doesn't change. We're still going to have exactly the same digital economics concerns that we've had for the last 30 years when thinking about antitrust and technology. And I tend to group these into 3 separate concerns, which we might want to think about in the advent of AI. The first obsession of competition economists is a phenomenon called network effects. And just to remind everyone in the room, a network effect occurs when products become more valuable as more people use them. Now, network effects are a very, very popular term in competition policy. People just love saying there are network effects. I don't know why, but it's a little bit of an obsession. And so actually one of the reasons I wrote this paper was completely because I got irritated by lawyers labeling anything that moved as a network effect. What I'd argue is if you look right now, though, it's not clear that network effects are going to operate in the same way as we've seen with previous technologies. If you think again back to Arvind's talk, do you remember he was saying, gosh, you know, one of the main implications of AI in computer science or in computing could be that we end up with lots more little personalized systems. In other words, the opposite of a network effect. And I think that's a far better example than I was going to use, which was if you think about the primary use case of AI right now in America, which is helping high school students cheat on English essays. There, you might sort of say, again, if you're cheating on an English essay, you really like quite a bit of divergence in output, right? This is the opposite of a network effect there. So again, so this primary move of competition policy, network effects, doesn't seem to be clearly present now. We might see it as we get to the final stage, sort of a layer 2 being built upon our current LLM models, but it's not clear how it will evolve at the moment. Now, the next question will be one more of switching costs. Most digital antitrust cases are really about switching costs. How easy is it to switch between search engines? How easy is it to switch between entertainment sites? This is the real question. And I think there, again, we don't really have enough evidence. And again, because we don't really know what the business model is going to be, we don't really know where the switching costs are going to come from. You know, I think probably the right thought experiment right now is to think, well, in the end, the most common application of a model right now is you take it into a company, you do some fine tuning, then there's a question about how easy it is to switch the model once you've done that fine tuning. But again, I suspect that may be the wrong way of thinking about switching costs, but do always be thinking about switching costs when you're thinking about how AI should be regulated in terms of competition. The last thing I'll just say about that is what's wonderful about being a digital economist is that the moment you have a switching cost is the moment that everyone is innovating around getting around it. I always used to talk about iTunes when I taught and say there's a brilliant switching cost. No one's ever going to want to leave their iPod when they've got all their tunes on it. And then, of course, came Spotify to just make me wrong. And so, again, just remember that switching costs are always going to be transient. Now, in terms of data as an essential facility, there's often this idea there may be barriers to entry to do with data. But when you actually look at the training data sets already out here, this is a screenshot of a website named Hugging Face, which provides terabytes of data for free. You have to second guess it. All right, so just sort of what I said, what did I end up saying in this paper? Or what's the big conclusion? In the end, it's really hard to be too definitive about competition policy when we don't have a clear monetization strategy. My concern right now is our eagerness to regulate antitrust. We may end up regulating the analogy of the dial-up ISPs because we don't really understand what's going to be built upon the essential innovation. Anyway, what we do know, though, is that in some sense, the way we think about competition policy will have to change as a process. Because as we just heard from Arvind, a lot of how we might think about law being conducted may change in the long run. All right, with that, I will say thank you very much and give you over to a development economist.
Thanks so much for having me here. So today I wanted to talk a bit about a couple concrete examples of projects that are on AI in low-income settings to give us a sense of what this technology is capable of and put a little bit more concreteness around some of these projections going into the future. The main project I'll present today is joint with 3 of my students, Juno, Divya, and Dominic, all at Columbia. And then Paul Atherton and Oliver Gerard are at Fab Inc. that created the chatbot that we'll be talking about. But before we talk about that, I wanted to zoom back and think about an earlier example. And I want to make the point that we may think of artificial intelligence as some altogether new animal. And I think Arvind has made this point that no, it's actually kind of an extension of technologies that we were familiar with. And there are cases where machine learning has already impacted low-income countries, and I think it's useful to start from that premise and really understand what happened there. So one project that I've worked on is the need for financial services. There are about 1.7 billion people around the world who lack access to formal finance, which means that not only do they not have bank accounts, they also don't have credit histories. And so as mobile phones came along, people began to be able to use mobile money to transfer funds and to store funds. And then it became an issue where you could potentially imagine giving out loans via this platform, but it's very hard to know whether someone is worth the credit risk unless you have a credit score of some sort. So I suggested that we might be able to come up with credit scores just based on how a person uses their mobile phone and predict their creditworthiness. And for example, when you use a mobile phone, it records patterns of how you place calls, how you manage your balance over time, etc. And you can use machine learning, even though if you and I as humans look through this set of indicators, there might be 5,000, 6,000 indicators, we would have no idea how to figure out and who is a good credit risk just based on those indicators. Machine learning can kind of connect the dots and find patterns that are not obvious to us. In the study that we did in a South American country, we had a sample where some of the people also had credit bureau histories and all of them had mobile phone histories. And we find that when you rely on the credit bureau score, you're able to predict whether someone will repay a credit, not perfectly, but you have some ability to do that. But as you go to people who have less and less information in their credit bureau file, the ability of a credit bureau score to predict repayment goes down. And if you go to people who have no information in their credit bureau file, you can't predict whether they'll repay a loan at all. In contrast, we found with this digital method using the behavior in just how you use your phone, we could come up with a credit score. It wasn't perfect, but it was something. And it performed about as well as the standard credit bureau scores. But the crucial thing is that we can also create those scores for people who are completely missing from the financial system. And so machine learning really allows you to extend loans to people who were omitted from the financial system. This has become a foundation for a new industry providing quick loans via mobile phone called digital credit. It's available around the world. And so you could imagine that we might have thought that the story would end there and that this product is out, now maybe credit is solved. And I think kind of the answer, and this comes to some of the points that Arvind had brought up, is that there's a lot of difficulties after that point. And so our team and several other teams then tried to understand, was this actually improving people's lives, or could it be that these were getting people into debt traps? These loans are often short in duration and have high interest rates. We found that welfare impacts seem to be small. On net, they seem to be a little bit in the positive direction. But there's also a lot of evidence that firms who are extending loans were also taking advantage of consumers. So this new kind of industry required also some adaptations to our infrastructure for monitoring harms and regulating credit. So I wanted to put this up as an example just to suggest that the game doesn't end once AI enters and tries to solve a problem, that it raises a whole bunch of other questions that we need to address as societies. Now, that is one example of what we would call predictive AI or predictive machine learning, where you typically make decisions from digital data. Credit scoring is one example. A couple other examples that have seen some promise in low-income settings are, one, targeting digital aid, where you can use the same type of data that Josh Blumenstock has been doing a lot of work on, and then also weather and flood forecasting. Now, and you can use satellite images. One particular useful use of machine learning in this case is that often we are working in settings that have little access to data, but we may increasingly have these digital data sources, and machine learning allows us to extract signal from them to make better decisions. But the reason we're here is not just to talk about predictive AI. What people are excited about is this new kind of era of AI where these systems are able to do more. And you probably heard this called generative AI. And this is a technology underlying chatbots, and that can create images and video and all of these kind of more recent things that you've seen in the last couple of years. So I'm going to now think about one example of what generative AI can do in this project that we were working on with teachers in Sierra Leone. But I want to first think about connectivity and information in sub-Saharan Africa. So right now, 85% of people in sub-Saharan Africa actually are within coverage of signal that they could use to access the internet. So Africa is to some extent quite connected, or has the capability of being quite connected. Despite that, only 37% of people are using the internet. And if you look at how people use the internet, even among this group of users, what you'll find is a fairly striking pattern. People use social networking, people use instant messaging like WhatsApp, but people are much less likely to use what maybe you and I would think of as the bulk of the internet, which is using the web and web search. Now, we're going to be thinking about this problem or this gap more specifically in the population of teachers in Sierra Leone. Teachers are knowledge workers who you might think would be using the web a lot, but many of the teachers in our sample live in remote areas where internet connectivity is quite poor. And so in our sample of teachers, 95% of them use WhatsApp every day. We find that only 3% use web search each day to look for classroom materials. And so our partner organization introduced a chatbot over WhatsApp that allows teachers to access AI. And what they find is that teachers end up using this on balance a bit more often than they use search. So our paper is really trying to understand what is going on here, what is AI doing that could be useful here. Now, there's a couple reasons why you might think the internet is not doing a good job here. One is content. If you're in the US and you search for something, what you find is content from the US. If you're anywhere else in the world, when you search for something on the internet, a lot of what you find is not local. A lot of it is foreign. So content is lacking in most countries around the world. And the second issue is bandwidth. If you ask Africans in a survey, are there limits to your use of the internet? Most will respond yes. And most will report that the cost of data is the major reason why they don't use the internet as much as they otherwise would. 11% also report that the network is a struggle. Now, we're going to think about this in Sierra Leone, which has a GDP per capita of $509, so a fairly low-income country. And we're going to be working with teachers who are working in schools that are fairly overloaded, and only about 6% of primary schools have electricity, and 1% have the internet. So when we're thinking about the impacts of AI here, this isn't a setting where you're going to drop some magic tablet and it's going to magically teach all of the kids. That may come in coming years, but that's not immediately seems to be on the table. So in this context, the partner organization created this chatbot called the Teacher AI, and it basically links WhatsApp to GPT with a prompt that says, please be helpful and make useful suggestions for teachers. We find that teachers ask questions like, write a lesson plan to teach 2-digit addition. How can I support students who fall behind? Describe immunization and give examples for a 5th grade class in Sierra Leone. Let me just give you one example here of how the chatbot responds. So for the query activities to teach shapes, the chatbot came back and it knows this teacher is teaching grade 6, and it gave some examples of creating an art collage, creating bingo, just activities that engage the students, which seem pretty kind of straightforward, things that you might have read in a textbook, but it's kind of tailored to this particular query. Now, a first question is how do teachers use this chatbot? So we analyzed the queries they submitted. So this is a sample of 469 teachers who asked about 40,000 queries over the span of a year and a half. And we used AI itself to classify these queries into categories to understand what is it that teachers are using this for. The biggest category is concepts and facts. So this is often things that you might find on Wikipedia. Though teachers also use this system for lesson planning assessment, like creating new exams and supporting their writing, and also for professional guidance. We also asked them, when you use AI rather than search, what are the reasons? And the top reason was that they said that AI gave them a useful answer right away and that it was concise. When we asked the reverse, not as many responded, but the modal response was that the web has unique content that AI does not have. Now, teachers seem to rate AI as quite trustworthy, but we all know that AI can make mistakes or hallucinations. And so we're going to come back to this later to understand why are teachers trusting this system. And then to flag, a few of these teachers also mentioned in the survey that they stopped using the web once they got access to this AI tool. So to understand why they seem to be using this tool, we took the queries that they submitted and we classified these into threads and then took the first query for each thread, which is the one that would have had the most context. We know how the teacher AI would have responded, but we want to know, had that teacher taken that same question to the local search engine, what would they have seen? The most common local search engine in this case is google.com.sl. And so we submit that same query to Google and scrape the top 5 search results. And then we're going to compare what is the information that this teacher would have seen had they submitted this to a search engine on the web, or versus what they got from the AI response. Now, the first comparison to think about is that we came up with a ranking of how similar the AI response is to existing search engine content. And we came up with a score, which we call the contain score, which ranges from 1, which means that the content that the AI generated is very new and it's different from the search responses, or 10, which would suggest that the content in the AI response is completely contained in one of the search results. We find that the majority of the queries that teachers submit come up with responses that overlap with existing content. It's already available on the web, they just use the chatbot. There is this small tail where the teachers are using this tool to generate new content, like a custom lesson plan or a new story, but it's a minority in this population. So they're using AI mostly to retrieve existing content. The second thing is that only 2% of the results that come back from Google are actually from Sierra Leone. And most of the results come from the United States, and very few come from similar countries to Sierra Leone at all. So much comes from the United Kingdom or Australia, for example. And this means that not only is it foreign content, but also it is tailored for foreign users. And if we're accessing the internet on our desktops or laptops with fast internet connections, that content is tailored to us. And so when you look at the data required to transfer a search result, the average search result that a teacher would have seen in our sample is about 2.5 megabytes. That includes both the text, syntax, fonts, data, a whole bunch of content that's easy for us to download. The AI response was under a kilobyte. And so we find that the AI system is over 3,000 times more data efficient than using the web. And while that data is easy and cheap for us sitting in offices, these teachers are paying per gigabyte of data. So this entails a cost. And so if you look back in time, at the beginning, kind of prior to this study, if you were to have submit 1,000 or download 1,000 search results from this sample, you would have paid about $2.50 in bandwidth fees. And we know that there's a discussion that AI is kind of expensive to use. It's true that AI requires not only the bandwidth here, but it also requires a server to compute the response. And so if you went back in time prior to the release of ChatGPT, so earlier in 2022, an AI chatbot in this setting would have cost about $30. It would have been about 13 times more expensive for these 1,000 queries. Over time, the compute cost for AI has declined. So during most of this study, they cost about the same. But then with recent drops, the AI chatbot has become an order of magnitude cheaper. So we find that it is actually 87% cheaper to use the AI system in the setting to get a response than to access a search result. And so this seems to suggest that there's a lot of potential to do better by communities that have low bandwidth connections. We also, that would be fine if it were cheaper, but we also want to make sure that it is not providing low quality information. So we also ask teachers to rate the system. We find that in these ratings, teachers rate the AI responses as more relevant and helpful. And then that wasn't surprising to us, but we were surprised that teachers also seemed to rate the AI responses as more correct and less likely to include inaccuracies. Now, we all know that these systems make mistakes. In this sample that we tested, we found hallucinations in about 3% of the responses. So there definitely are mistakes in how this AI system interacts. But it seems like the teachers are using it for fairly basic questions for which it does a pretty good job. And also, what this exercise illuminates is that when I sit at my desk and I use a Google search, I don't expect one particular search result to be true. I expect to have to vet multiple and triangulate between them to come to truth. And when we asked the survey respondents here to do an exercise just looking at whether a search engine result was true, they seemed to rate it less strongly. So this paper we really think of as showing that AI here can do something somewhat simple. It can reformat content to work better on small screens and snow collections. And it kind of reveals that the information services that we're providing to much of the lower income parts of the world are not meeting their needs. And there may be ways to design better systems. This is a pretty early system. It's pretty simple, but we think it suggests that there may be a lot of different directions we could go. A few caveats. One is that the less educated teachers seem to use this system less. So we do think you need some education to be able to be productive here. This is English speaking. These models perform a lot better in English. And it seemed like these teachers needed some training. I also wanted to plug the partner has an AI for education website that has more resources that they're doing useful things. But anyway, I'm very excited to think about this question about whether AI, what opportunities there are to actually embed AI in low income settings. I think there's a lot of great things we could do, but looking forward to your questions.
Thank you, Arvind, Catherine, and Dan for your excellent presentations. Hansheng, maybe I could request you to kick off the discussion and maybe tell us your key takeaways from what we've just heard. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much to the three presenters for really such in-depth exploration and in some senses pushback to a lot of the narrative that we've been hearing coming out of Silicon Valley that says, this technology is going to transform how the economy and society behaves, tonight, tomorrow. So I think, firstly, pushing back on this spirit of inevitability, I think is incredibly important. I think this there's a lot of marketing hype that hides kind of very sloppy thinking. I think that the authors today challenge us to think about what are the specific pathways that determine whether these grand outcomes could or could not happen. Will we see high adoption because the technology is inexpensive and valuable to teachers, as Dan has pointed out, or will we see lower and slower adoption because, as Arvind has pointed out, these capable technologies get intermediated through business logic, workflows in a firm that's trying to adopt this technology. And so it's very helpful to hear these very specific examples from both Arvind and Daniel. I think for many economists here, the concept of pathways and mechanisms for impact is not new, right? For the last 20 years, many of you in this room have probably run experiments and studies to try and tease out what exactly it is that drives the development outcomes we care about. So we've learned that sending kids textbooks is not necessarily what will drive learning outcomes, but that teaching at the right level, targeting instruction to a child's learning level is particularly effective. I think the question for us now, as we think about whether we're going to hit our development outcomes and whether AI can help us with that, is can AI be applied specifically to those pathways that we already know, to those mechanisms that we have already demonstrated to be particularly effective in low and middle income settings. And so at the end of the day, I think Arvind has talked about this, I think it's a bit of a mirage to look at capabilities to predict outcomes, but rather we should look at specific pathways and mechanisms. It doesn't matter if our AI is outperforming every math benchmark out there, it doesn't necessarily translate into the user becoming more numerate. So I think that's a fantastic contribution. I think from this group. I do want to quickly point out that you know, Dan has presented some empirical evidence, but really Catherine and Arvin have made very bold forward-looking predictions into the future, and I read all of their papers in detail, and Catherine has a fantastic last line in her paper, where she says, you know, and sorry if I'm butchering the takeaway of your paper a little bit, but you say, you know, I think competition policy doesn't need to change that much, that currently maybe our regulatory frameworks might already be quite suitable for the age of AI. And you say, but if you're having a real knee-jerk reaction to this prediction right now, I challenge you to think about all the ways I could be wrong. And the interesting question is not so much, am I right or am I wrong, but why am I wrong? And so perhaps it's a spicy question that I can tee up for this panel. I love, you know, maybe in the comments through the Q&A to try and play the counter argument a little bit and come, you know, I'd love to hear what are some credible arguments for why your positions today could be wrong. Could superintelligence actually transform us overnight? What would a credible counterpart say to that? But let me turn it over to Q&A.
Thanks, Hansheng. So maybe I'll add a question from my side as well, and then maybe we can get some responses. So I just want to pull a word out of Dan's presentation, the title, leapfrogging, right? So I think we've heard, I think, time and again that it's difficult to leapfrog general purpose technologies, although we have seen instances of leapfrogging sector-specific technologies. I think the landline and mobile phones was the most commonly cited example. So I think, Dan, what you presented tells us something a little bit different in that, you know, people are actually not using web searches, but are going straight to AI searches. So that's I think, an interesting result that we see. But I think in general, just linking it to all the other presentations, so it's the promise of leapfrogging, or is it that you can get more from spending or making similar investments, right? So if you are making investments around digital infrastructure or around smartphone access, it's just you can get a lot more from that than what you were getting before. So is that an aspect of leapfrogging that's important? Or is the claim that you're making a little bit bolder, because it sort of little bit sits, I think, opposite to what Arvind said, like this is just a normal technology. So are we going to see something that's, you know, speeds up the diffusion, even if it's a normal technology? So maybe if you could just take some of the questions from Han and this one, and we can keep the discussion going.
Great. So I'll say something like, maybe a little bit spicy, but every technology seems normal in retrospect. And I think there's been a lot of technologies that have had major impacts that were quite destabilizing at the time. And so I think that will be right. I don't think that diminishes what impact it could have. On the question of leapfrogging, I mean, I think maybe it's helpful to split this into two buckets. So these are technologies that are seeing a lot of investment from Silicon Valley and from wealthy countries, and that will improve its usefulness for many of the tasks that happen in wealthy countries. And many of those will spill over to the equivalent tasks in low-income settings. And so you think about office jobs and so on, knowledge work is going to be kind of exposed around the world. And I think where a lot of my work is thinking about is, are there particular wins in low-income settings that might otherwise be overlooked? And are those going to happen automatically so that like mobile phones, for example, were just such a great technology, and the private market really allowed that to spread around the world and reach almost everyone with signal and communication technology? Or is this going to be a type of technology that is going to require some active policy to really push? And so I think maybe when I focus on leapfrogging, I'm not saying that overall this is going to always cause leapfrogging, but that I'm kind of drawn to these places where there's something interesting happening in low-income communities and debating about whether they need some policy support.
Thanks. Arvind, I'm not sure if you had yeah.
Sure. So this is all, as a computer scientist, so I was listening to Dan's presentation and I had two simultaneous reactions. One, admiration for the research, and the other is horror at what the web has become. So if you had gone back 30 years and told people that this is what the web is going to look like in 2025, the pioneers of the web, right? That an average query for an educational query, right? Not even entertainment or a video or anything, is going to be 2 megabytes. They would not know how to deal with that information. That was beyond the worst case scenario of what they would have considered, right? Like all of the advantages you were talking about with AI today, those were a lot of the reasons that people were excited about the web originally. Because you can, it's this tremendous educational tool. You can compress a lot of information into just a few bytes of text, and that it's going to have these tremendous effects, especially in a development context. And I think the wounds are entirely self-inflicted. Technologically, of course, things have not gotten worse. You can still have, very, very efficient web pages. We have chosen not to because search engines need to monetize, and the people creating those web pages want to monetize. Which goes back to Catherine's talk, which is that we're in the pre-business model stage, I think, of AI. So I think it's worth thinking about 10 years from now, what are those business models going to look like? And could they make AI look a lot like what the web looks like today? I don't necessarily want to, constantly be the pessimist, but it is something I think about a lot when I look at the claims around end-shitification, for instance, if folks have heard that term, the way that social media platforms and other two-sided marketplaces have the rent-seeking effect of degrading product quality in the interest of making things more addictive and making more revenue. Again, while completely agreeing with Catherine that it's very early days, I think it's worth thinking ahead about what are some of those potential negative effects that are coming to these new platforms and what perhaps can be done from a policy perspective without being too prescriptive, without jumping the gun on competition policy to try to, decrease the probability of some of those future negative consequences.
Catherine.
All right. So I love the question, which was, tell us why you're wrong. Such a wonderful question. So I've been thinking about ways I'm wrong. The first thing I would like to highlight about why economists are often wrong is this analogy. Our problem is that often when we think about labor displacement, we have in mind something analogous to thinking that what Uber is doing or ride sharing is doing is replacing taxi dispatchers. And that in some sense is completely underestimating the real change. And if you think what ride sharing has done is it's completely transformed the process surrounding how you get into something akin to a taxi. And that's what makes us wrong, and potentially, maybe that what could be what makes Arvind and I wrong, that we just don't anticipate enough how much process change there will be. The second reason I think we could be wrong, or I don't know, I meant to be only talking about myself, and now I'm making everyone else wrong. But I think, in a talk like this, it is very easy to fall into the trap of calling everything artificial intelligence. When often what we're really talking about is something more akin to machine learning, predictive analytics. And, this reminds me of and again, that could lead us to make mistakes. I'm always reminded of one of my more famous papers in the realms of AI. I was looking at how machine learning did these are sort of machine learning algorithms run by large credit bureaus and similar data brokers. And what I showed there was that machine learning can generally, if given web search or web browsing data, classify gender right about 50% of the time. And if you think about it, that's quite funny. So given that machine learning can often get things wrong, predictive analytics, as of now, can often get things wrong, we're maybe being very bold by sort of overselling it in terms of this AI label, which I think we've all been using. So I think those are the ways I'm wrong, right? Misusing language, under predicting process change.
Thanks, Catherine. Maybe I have one more question before we open up the floor to questions. I wanted to pick up one. I think one of the pictures that Arvind you had early on in your presentation, just on sort of invention, innovation, and wider adoption or diffusion. So I think just because this conference is about development, I just wanted to see how we can place or contextualize developing countries along this process. And perhaps, there is room for them to be in all parts of the process, but more so in one particular part of the process. And maybe Catherine, also extending sort of your talk about competition and value. I think the sense that people have is that all the value is in the invention stage that Arvind put up, or perhaps a little bit in the innovation, but not so much at the bottom end. So how should we think about that?
Yeah, I'll maybe say a couple words and then would love to hear from folks who have more expertise in developmental economics. I mean, I'll start by saying that developing countries focusing industrial policy on data centers, for instance, seems bonkers to me. I'm very convinced by Jeff Ding's book, Technology and the Rise of Great Powers, looking historically at general purpose technologies. It ended up not mattering that much in which country the innovation happened. What was much more useful to explain the variance in outcomes between countries was how good those countries were at diffusing those technologies throughout various sectors of the economy. And policy can play a big role there. Just looking at regulation as one form of policy can both inhibit diffusion and spur diffusion. So my favorite example of this, really trivial, but I think really powerful, is in the early days of the web, e-commerce was just such a strange notion to people. And what actually helped that along in the US, but I think it applies anywhere, is the e-Sign Act that said that companies are forced to accept an online signature in any contract in which they would have accepted a physical signature. And this one thing really changed the game because it allowed people to digitize their processes without worrying that suddenly they're going to run into a roadblock where a party they're trying to contract with will not accept online ways of doing things, right? So this was a huge person. It's a simple example of how policy can play a big role in diffusion, right? And that's where I think the impacts are really going to be felt in terms of where countries can, leapfrog, et cetera, as opposed to putting up a data center. It's not clear what they're achieving by having the model training done in their country when it's owned by an American company anyway, and then can be used by anyone in the world. So it's just something does not compute as far as I'm concerned.
Catherine, Dan.
Oh, well, I'd just say, you may be thinking, so sitting here looking at me, going, of course, it's a business school professor going on and on and on about monetization models, so predictable, completely irrelevant for my world. Now, I would like you to, though, have this thought experiment about why monetization models are important. And if we were to go back in time to 1995, and I was to tell you that monetization models would develop, which meant that mapping would be free for the rest of the world, you would have thought me completely insane. And especially if I told you that that was going to be advertising. Again, sounds nuts. And so I would argue that in some sense, where we land with monetization models is going to be important, really just in terms of access, because it's going to very much shape access internationally.
Yeah, so I'd agree that a lot of the work here is figuring out what these systems are capable of and how that integrates into local economies. What does that mean for business processes, like your specific business process? There is a challenge here in that some of these models will already slot in well into some tasks. Some of them will currently fail for reasons that are locally specific. It may be bad in the local language. It may not know the local conditions. And so I think there's some danger here. I think we need a combination of kind of exploration by entrepreneurs and et cetera, and really pushing it to understand how this technology can be useful in local conditions. But then we will at some point need more coordinated investment to make sure that if there's latent capabilities where these models could be useful for many people around the world, but they would require some public intervention, how do we design systems for that? And I think are the business models going to support that in wealthy countries where this will happen automatically, or do we need other institutions to step in is a huge question.
Yeah, and if I may just build on that, and to Arvind's question about, why are lower income countries just, so obsessed about building data centers and having their own model development capabilities, I think, the pushback to that point I've been hearing is that competition among the major AI labs in high income countries are not going to deliver on the services that ultimately we need in our local context. I think some of the obvious cases here would be minority language development. There's absolutely no business incentive, very difficult business models that would incentivize the major tech labs to come in to do that. Competition policy, to Catherine's point, focusing on lower prices for consumers, allowing switching costs. Again, that doesn't quite account for that. And so I think just what I'm hearing from policymakers in developing countries is that that's their push for the need for local capacity.
Thank you. The floor is open. Please come up to the mic. Short introduction and a short question would be ideal.
Hello, I'm short. Daria Taglioni, World Bank. So thanks. I mean, I want to, I guess reflect on two takeaways that I took from this chat. The one is that AI automates routine tasks and there is nothing new. And the second one is that we are in the pre-business model. So it might be true that we are in the pre-business model, but I think it's important to think that this pre-business model is already reshaping labor, and it is having systemic implications. And it has to do with the fact that AI is based on the gig economy, right? And so the supply chain of AI is structured around squeezing the maximum value from vulnerable populations. The annotators, which are the people checking the code, are paid 90 cents per hour. They are taken from countries that normally are imploding, Venezuela, Kenya, and then in turn, all the countries that were imploding after the COVID crisis. And so all these people on top, there are algorithms that check peaks of productivity, and they take away tasks from people that or communities that are becoming solely reliant on that gig economy because everything else has imploded. And so all these people are part of a growing global informal unregulated workforce where there is some basic laws around labor that we established some 100 years ago that are not reflected in the gig economy because there is no stable employment, no benefits, no protection, and not even an employer you can go to and complain. So, and hence my plea is, and comes to some of the points that were made, is that we need to recognize in this pre-business model and quantify and price in the human and social costs. Otherwise, the conversation about AI will be dangerously incomplete. So labor protections, transparency, fair compensation, community control is necessary unless we want to replicate some colonial era extraction and call it progress. Thanks.
Thanks. We'll just, in the interest of time, just collect all the questions, and then we can have one round of replies. Thank you. Please, no commentary, just a short question.
Okay, so hi, this is Elida from Syracuse University. Thank you all for your thought-provoking talks. I specifically appreciated Arvind's contextualization of AI within the history of technology innovations. And Power and Progress from Ademola and Johnson received a lot of praise from like scholars from a variety of disciplines, as they pointed out to the fact that diffusion of tech innovations is not like a natural evolution, rather what will be automated and how is like political decisions, and that the institutions are central to that decision making. So my question is, what do you think about the role of development organizations in giving like policy direction in AI policy making? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your articles. My name is Khaled Khuba. I'm a founder of an AI startup. My question for the three presenters, I assume that the work that you have done was based on the generative AI that exists today. There's a lot of indication that agentic AI would be actually the most important when it comes to the impact on economies and society. So do you think that if you look at your work again with the perspective of agentic AI, do you predict the same results or not? Thanks.
Thank you. This is not really a fair question, but I still want to hear your insights. Daniel, Mexico has a huge education system crisis right now. How do you see the use of AI for education development in underserving areas of the developing world, especially when infrastructure challenges are acute and government has stepped back from education as a policy priority? Thank you.
Hello, I'm Abdullah. My question is kind of broad, but also specifically for Catherine as well. So our role as economists is kind of to learn from the mistakes of the past that we've made in terms of global economy and like not make them in the future. And Catherine mentioned that economics doesn't change, but if all of this predictive inference is wrong, and we've seen that they've been proven wrong with radiology and all of those examples, perhaps then economics needs to change in order for our predictions to be right, because the consequences of being wrong are that we might just end up in a bubble, like the dot-com bubble. And the consequences are multi-tiered in that case. So how do you guys think, in your knowledgeable opinions, that we need to change this predictive inference to be more right and make sure that we don't end up in another global crisis where people are impacted, technology is impacted, and this just ends up being a repetition of the same bubble again? Thank you.
Thank you. Last question, and then we'll get responses.
First of all, thank you very much for the insightful discussion and the presentation. I really appreciated it. Going right to the question. So it's a question regarding the use of AI in the development field as one of, if not the most versatile and volatile element of the digital public goods. So for digital ODA, in the terms of the soft infrastructure, what would be the main incentives for donor countries to actually provide aid to the recipients? And on that note, what kind of the policy implications can we infer from that? Thank you.
Okay, there's one more. Please go ahead, but we'll have to cut it there because...
Thank you so much. My name is Maya. I really appreciated the fact that you were challenging this view that AI will replace jobs and instead will change them. So my question is, if you envision this idea that maybe AI will create new industries on jobs that will support developing countries, and if so, what would you picture that those new jobs or industries to be like?
So maybe you could take a minute each to pick and choose whichever question you want to respond to. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, lots of great questions. So I'd say in terms of, there were a few questions that we're thinking about the future, new jobs, et cetera. I think in the near term, there's some wins where AI seems quite amenable to improving education and health service delivery in many countries that can't afford great human providers for all people. And so I think there is a lot of opportunity. It's difficult to know exactly how to integrate AI assistance into classrooms, and I think that's a challenging problem. I don't think there's any, we don't quite know what the optimal structure of teaching is that integrate this. So there's a lot of questions there. And then there also is a lot of uncertainty about the long run trajectory, about what capabilities future AI will have, and also as it's increasingly integrated in the economy, if these kind of bold predictions about economic effects will pan out. And I think there's some chance that it will. I think the job implications for low-income countries, I just have a lot of uncertainty about what that could look like. I do think we will be surprised by the new jobs that emerge, though.
Catherine?
I just wanted to highlight two things I took from the questions about what we're probably getting wrong right now in the economics of AI with our focus on high-income countries. I think the first thing is that, as you can hear, we basically hate the, sort of going off the task-based model, saying thinking about AI as task replacement is, not helpful. But I thought what was useful is just the reminder that the West or developing country or high-income countries have outsourced a lot of tasks to low-income countries. And therefore, we should think a little bit about that before we just say, tasks will change and shift and so on. The other thing I want to say is, again, the economics of technology tends to draw a lot of reassurance from the fact that, when we study what happened to telephone operators with automatic switchboards, when we look at what happened to accountants when the calculator was invented, it looks really good in 10 years. But we tend to forget about the pain, the upheaval, the horribleness of the 10 years in the intervening period. And I think that's, again, something that we don't do enough of.
Thank you. I'm going to address briefly two of the questions. One was about generative versus agentic AI. And our framework is not specific to generative AI. In fact, I lead a team of technical researchers. The main area we've been working on over the last couple of years is agentic AI. So that's been deeply on our mind when we wrote AI as normal technology. And it is agnostic to what form of AI will be at the frontier in 10 years, 20 years. And I want to give one note of caution around the hype around generative AI. And I say this as someone, who finds it very useful. I spend several hours a day using coding agents, and they're fantastic. But when you look at the kind of agentic AI that you would need to have rapid transformation of the economy, I think you need three things. One, you need them to operate with little human intervention, relatively autonomously. If you have a human in the loop, you're not really achieving that much in terms of productivity gain. You need them to operate in tasks which have high costs of errors. So if you're just getting responses from a chatbot, that's very different from doing medical diagnoses or something like that. So we identified these three aspects of autonomy and agency and generality. It has to be one general purpose system as opposed to something that you had to spend 10 years developing for a particular kind of worker. When you look at these three factors, there are 0 deployed systems right now, as far as I could tell. And we predict that it's going to be 0 for a few years to come. So unless that changes, while agentic AI is very exciting from a technological perspective, I would not count on it being a counterexample to the kinds of things I talked about. Okay, so very quickly on new jobs, we're big on the potential for AI to create lots of new jobs. Obviously can't predict with any certainty, but I think policy needs to be very attuned to this possibility. I really like David Autor's paper called Rebuilding Middle-Class Jobs Using AI. So he talks about historical transformations that went from the artisanal expertise of, so let's say, potters to the mass expertise of people who could use machines to perform those in a much more efficient manner. That was a lot more people. And depending on demand effects, you might actually have an increase in labor if the demand for, pottery goes way up because it's cheaper, right? So a similar thing might happen with AI. You might have a result of pervasive cognitive automation could be that you have mass expertise of things that today require 10 years of training, like law and medicine. A lot of the aspects of those professions could be performed by people with, let's say, 6 months to a year of training who are using it in a way, it's a human AI team. And to take advantage of that, what we will need is new rapid credentialing so that you can have some licensing of these people, but it doesn't involve the same 10-year pipelines that we have today.
Thanks. So we're past our time. I will not try to summarize the session, but the three big takeaways for me were, one, and I made a note of these, one, be humble and acknowledge the uncertainty. Two, the more things change, the more they stay the same. And three, be serious about your research, collect the evidence to help guide the decision-making, which, as it turns out, I guess are just life lessons. So I would like to thank the panelists for their wisdom, and I thank you all for joining. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to have a 10-minute break. Coffee is served on this side. And when we come back at 4:20, we're going to have a session about one of the most urgent issues for developing countries, which is pollution. So please be back on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start. Please, if I may ask you to come back, take your seats. The clicker is here, yes. Okay. Whoever is planning to join the session on pollution, please make your way to the Preston Auditorium. We're about to start. Maybe I should start talking. Let's start talking? Okay.
They're really committed.
A third and last call. Okay, I think that this is it. Whoever is not here is going to miss the beginning. So welcome to session 3 on pollution, chaired by Shami Glad, Senior Director and Senior Advisor and Director for Development Policy in the Office of our Chief Economist. In this session, our panelists will share research that offers a comprehensive look at both the challenges and opportunities in using market-based approaches to address pollution and climate change, while our discussant will provide expert commentary and help synthesize the key takeaways. So with that, let me hand over to our chair and ask whoever is on their way to please take their seats and come over. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Carolina. And welcome, everyone. I hope a lot more of you join, but those who have joined, thank you very much. I'd like to welcome all of you to our session on pollution. And the title of the session is Pollution, because when we started thinking about the session and designing it, we were motivated by Professor Michael Greenstone and his 2024 AEA Distinguished Lecture, which was on the economics of the global energy challenge. And in that lecture, Professor Greenstone highlighted that the global energy challenge is defined by 3 often conflicting goals that all countries have. And this has to do with getting cheap and reliable energy, having clean air, and limiting the damages from climate change. And when it comes to energy use, there's a close correlation between energy use per capita and rising incomes per capita. In fact, there is no country in the world that's become rich without a dramatic increase in energy use. And right now, there are billions of people in low-income economies and middle-income economies whose aspirations for themselves includes a dramatic rise in energy consumption. So here in America, an average American consumes 13,000 kilowatt per hours of electricity per year. But around the world, there are about 3 billion people who live in countries with per capita electricity consumption less than 1,500 kilowatt hours a year. So rising energy use has been accompanied by pollution and carbon emissions. And while America now accounts for 14% of global carbon emissions, emissions in middle-income countries, particularly in India and China, have been on the rise, linked with their growing economies. So here's the challenge. A policy that's telling middle-income countries and low-income countries not to have a dramatic rise in energy use, that is to not develop, is just a non-starter. It sounds a lot like what Indamit told us this morning, the hypocritical statements made by elites in advanced economies. And for all these countries, fossil fuels are predicted to be the dominant source of energy through the middle of the 21st century. However, there's a case to be made for aggressive reductions of fossil fuel, and that's the immediate health effects from conventional pollutants. And Michael Greenstone's research that Kaushik's going to tell us about shows that air pollution poses the greatest external threat to human health, with the average person losing more than 2 years of life expectancy. This loss is comparable to that from tobacco smoking and much greater from alcoholism, terrorism, or war. So if low and middle income countries need to take steps to reduce conventional air pollution from fossil fuels, it also provides a shot in the arm for searching for alternative sources of energy. So we're going to have a real vibrant debate this afternoon, because we're going to talk about energy, we're going to talk about clean air, and we're going to talk about reducing emissions. And we have an amazing lineup of speakers. Jan Steckel is the chair for Climate and Development Economics at the Brandenburg University of Technology and associated with the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research. Barbara Heyer is a senior fellow at the Goldman School of Public Policy at UC Berkeley and is the director of the Berkeley Carbon Trading Project. And Kaushik Deb, he is the executive director of the Energy Policy Institute at the University of Chicago and leads EPIC's work in India. And I'm very excited and delighted my colleague, Carolyn Fisher, who is the lead economist and research manager for development economics at the World Bank. So Jan, Barbara, and Kaushik will give us about 17 minutes each max on their research, and Carolyn will kick us off with the discussant. As a discussant, following that, we'll have a panel, but I'd love to hear your questions, so be ready to come to those mics and prepare your questions now. So Jan, let's start with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction and also the invitation. I'm going to talk about the effectiveness of carbon pricing. So, well, I'm in climate and development economics, so this is why I'm interested in carbon pricing. And I actually would like to kind of summarize what we know from the existing literature. And then I would like to discuss a little bit what we can learn, particularly for low and middle income countries. So if you ask an economist, okay, what shall we do, like in terms of rising emissions, etc., then they probably will answer like, okay, yeah, let's put a price on carbon. This is basically the standard idea, like it is over 100 years old, and we consider it to be the #1 instrument to curb climate change. And it is not only kind of an academic or rich world exercise, it is also getting increasing attention in low and middle income countries. So you see in this nice report that the World Bank is publishing every year that like every year you basically see some more spots in the global south here. So, but I would like to argue in this talk that kind of there are huge research and implementation gaps, and like of those schemes that have been implemented in low and middle income countries, we see many schemes with very, very low prices. And this raises immediately a couple of questions. I'm not promising that I'm going to answer all of them, because it will never actually fit in 17 minutes. But I will try to still kind of offer some thoughts on actually how we can think about this. So first question is it actually effective given particular market environments? Second is carbon pricing actually the optimal policy instrument given other market failures? So as climate economists, we tend to kind of focus on, yeah, we need to basically bring down emissions. But what if actually there are not only co-benefits of climate policy, but also other spillovers, negative spillovers, for example, on increasing air pollution, etc. So I think we need to understand this better to then also kind of think of the optimal design of policies. Third is, of course, a question, why is it so difficult to implement? And fourth is what would be kind of specific design features that can make it work also in environments in low and middle income countries. But I would like to actually, in this talk, focus on two questions. One is, what do we actually know about the effectiveness of carbon pricing? And the second is, can we be sure that this then also applies for low and middle income countries? And I would like to start with the first kind of question, with a paper that we have published last year, which is actually a systematic review and meta-analysis of the ex post evaluation of the effectiveness of carbon pricing. So we are actually kind of looking into the literature that has, in the causal setting, looked into, okay, there has been some form of pricing instrument, can be a tax, can be a trading scheme, what has actually happened to emissions. And the reason why we engaged in this endeavor was twofold. First was, well, it's an interesting question. But second is that basically there have been a couple of papers that came out, like one, for example, by Jessica Green in 2020 in Environmental Research Letters, saying, okay, carbon pricing has not actually been effective. And this was counterintuitive to us, not only basically from kind of the theoretical papers and knowledge that we have, but also based on the primary studies that partly we ourselves have actually conducted. So, and the second dimension why we were puzzled was that basically what was kind of labeled to be a systematic review was not at all systematic. It had kind of quite a few gaps in terms. So we actually engaged in doing a proper systematic review, which kind of means that we have to go through various steps. So the first is that we have to engage in systematic screening, really trying to scrape all the relevant kind of literature databases, including Scopus, REPAC, Google Scholar, basically what have you. And really kind of looking into with a predefined set of keywords like carbon pricing, emissions trading, ex post, causal incidents, et cetera, kind of to make sure that we identify all kinds of the relevant literature. So then, basically, we have developed some automated tools to make the sorting a little bit more handy for us, but still, in the end, there were about 4,000 papers where we had to read the abstracts by hand, always making sure that it's not only one person, but at least two persons to basically make sure that we don't miss anything. So in the end, we came up with a specific set of papers and literature effects that we kind of think are more or less comprehensive. And as a second step then, we had to engage and think, okay, how can we now extract kind of the effects? And the effect is, we are interested in, is the reduction of carbon emissions after the introduction of a specific scheme. And of course, kind of the literature gives all kinds of different methods, different diff or synthetic control, etc. So this had to be harmonized. Also, the literature, the original papers look into different kind of time frames, etc. But all of this, basically, we tried to harmonize, and we came up with a specific sample of existing carbon pricing schemes and ETS that basically have been covered in about 100 publications. And in those about 100 publications, we identified about 470 particular treatment effects. Okay? And you can see, if you look closely into this table, that those schemes cover like a very different share of the emissions. And also, if you look into the prices, they range from $3 in the REGI scheme to about above $100 in Sweden. So let's have a look into the results. The results actually are that once we have seen carbon pricing schemes to be implemented, they have on average reduced emissions significantly by about 10%. So this is what the literature says. You see that there are kind of huge differences, like ranging from about 20% in the REGI to actually a positive effect in the Swiss ETS. So we did some analysis aiming to try to explain what is actually now the differences. And one of the largest differences is actually the sectoral coverage. So when it has been actually applied on energy or industry sectors, we can find that actually the emission reductions have been larger than in other sectors. Also, and this is kind of logical, if the original kind of studies have looked into a longer period, then we also find a larger reduction effect. So you might wonder, and I'm saying this up front because this question comes up every time, why has it actually been positive in Switzerland? And this is actually the last point, like the kind of how the study has been conducted is also a decisive kind of predictor or like element why these are different. And in this particular study, kind of the authors looked into the difference between the introduction of the Swiss ETS, which has replaced a different scheme, a regulation in the industry sector, which has been actually more ambitious than the ETS here. So it is not so surprising that we find a positive effect here. But it still kind of relates to an important question that we all know when we are in academia, that kind of not every study is of the same quality. So what we also did is that we wanted to know what is actually the effect of particular bias and the effect of statistical power in those studies. And I just realized that the numbers are, I mistakenly swapped them. So when actually controlling for specific biases, so for example, the control groups are not comparable to the treatment groups, or there are some omitted controls, which we more or less kind of did by hand. So this coding, then we find that, okay, this is actually not really affecting the results. It is still 10.8%. However, if we basically take those studies out that are statistically underpowered, then we find a slightly lower effect of about 7%. But the bottom line remains the same. So emission pricing, where we have robust kind of ex post causal evidence, has been effective in bringing down emissions. So one thing that you immediately realize when you look through these kind of set of schemes that have been studied is that there is very little evidence on low and middle income countries. And I won't have time to actually go into this in detail, but this is exactly what we are doing in my lab, that we try to provide this primary evidence. And I just kind of would like to give a very, very quick insight on a study that has just been published as a working paper by one of my postdocs, Johannes Gallet, and they actually look into the effect of the South African carbon tax, which has come in effect in 2019 in the South African industry sector, and they actually find that that they cannot prove any robust evidence on emission reductions in this particular scheme. But I would like to actually go one step further, and this is why I decided to actually introduce another paper. I haven't been the co-author here, but my colleagues at PIC have actually published this last year in Science, and they kind of ask the question the other way around, right? Like if we basically do policy evaluation, then we often pick our favorite policy instruments, emission pricing, and then we do an evaluation, has this been effective? But actually the question that we are interested in is what has brought down emissions? And this needs a slightly kind of different research design. And this is what they have been doing. They have developed basically a framework where they, for different countries and sectors, look into how emissions have developed. By a synthetic kind of control framework, they kind of look into emission breaks. And whenever they detect a significant emission break, not just kind of a random 1% dip, but like at least 5 to 10%, they say, okay, this now actually is an emissions break in a particular sector. When applying this, they find in overall 69 breaks with an average emission reduction of 19%. You can see like all across the board, like in Europe, in North America, Latin America, Asia, and Oceania. So we have actually seen those breaks everywhere. What they do next is that they assign specific policies to those breaks. So they actually use a database from the OECD on policies, all kinds of policies, not only price policies, but also changes in the building code, for example, or air pollution standards, etc. And they assign it to those breaks. In the end, they come up with this very complicated graph. I don't expect you to understand it at all, but basically it gives you kind of like all the various kind of policies in countries where we have actually seen some policy-induced reduction practices. If we just zoom in one example, China, for example, so this has been a break detected in the industry sector, and they can assign kind of the pilot ETSs in China and a fossil fuel subsidy reform to this effect. Doing this for many, many countries, they can then also actually look into specific differences between developed and developing countries by sector. And I think this is really interesting to look at, because first result of this paper is that generally policy mixes have been much more affected than single policies. And they have in particular been effective if there has been some price instrument actually in place. But there are some kind of differences. So if you look into this graph, the different kind of circles here show you kind of what kind of policy has been affected. So for example, here, 27.3% of the successful interventions were regulation alone, but you see that most were actually combined with some subsidy, with some pricing, et cetera, et cetera. So what they find is when in those sectors with private consumers, they find the most complementarities, if you like. Then the pricing instruments have in particular been affected, and this is a quite similar effect, quite similar result to what we have found also in the systematic review, like where we actually see profit maximizing firms at work, and this is true both in developed and developing economies. There basically pricing instruments have been in particular effective. So now the most interesting difference is in the electricity sector. So you see in developed countries, actually it's mainly been pricing instruments that have managed to bring down emissions in the electricity sector. In developing countries, they could not find any emission break that can be traced back to pricing instruments alone. So it's only subsidies and it is regulation. And this, of course, kind of immediately gets us to the question, so what are the conditions for pricing interventions, carbon pricing to work successfully? Like looking into the electricity sector of developing countries, a couple of things come to mind. It is the role of liberalized markets and other price distortions that might be at play, the role of specific, sequences of policies. For example, the liberalization of an electricity market might need to come first before we apply a pricing instrument. And then, of course, the role of institutions, state capacity, et cetera, to regulate. And last but not least, of course, the role also of state-owned enterprises that might be particularly salient in the electricity sector. So now I have another talk of 17 minutes, of what we can expect, and I won't give it to you, but I just wanted to mention a couple of things for discussion. So why should it be different from theory? One is kind of the effectiveness, and I think I have talked about this. I would like to say 2 words more about the interaction with other externalities, including health, because we have been doing quite some work to look into the effects of cooking fuels when actually people are exposed to price changes by subsidy reform or by a carbon price. And this is actually an effect that in developed countries, nobody would actually think of. But in developing countries, it is highly important because we want people to use more fossil fuels in terms of LPG, in terms of lowering exposure to indoor air pollution, etc. And we find that this might actually counteract. So the introduction of a carbon price might actually lead to more indoor air pollution because people are pushed down the energy ladder and actually use more firewood or charcoal, etc., with the related health consequences. And when thinking this through, and then looking actually into the comparison between social costs of carbon and these health costs, we find that in many countries, including India, actually for the country itself, I've seen you, it would actually not be optimal to apply a carbon price. So then it comes to the last point that I would like to make, and this is, are countries actually, because you could think of design schemes, right, to alleviate this effect, but the question is, do countries have actually the institutional means to do that? And who would actually need to kind of be compensated? Do we need to think of specific design features, etc.? And I think all of this is highly relevant when thinking about carbon pricing in developing countries. And with that, I stop And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Ian, for those excellent insights. Barbara, over to you.
Okay, now let's turn attention to carbon offsets. It's a very different story than carbon pricing. So offset programs are often appended to carbon pricing programs. They allow an emitter to pay someone else to reduce emissions instead of them reducing their own emissions under a cap, or sometimes instead of paying a carbon tax. And I've studied the quality of carbon offset programs for the last 20 years. Looking at a range of programs. And in general, carbon offset programs have worked dismally. It's common for them to overcredit 10 times or more. And overcrediting matters because to the extent that offsets are used, they can undermine the effectiveness of the emissions cap or regulatory system. And when they're used by companies, they can be used by companies to sell carbon neutral products that are not carbon neutral.
Can we put up the slides?
Okay, thank you. So for the next 15 minutes or so, 17 minutes or so, I'm going to make the 3 points. One is that most major offset programs to date have significantly overcredited. I'll explain the common sources of overcrediting over the project types that have generated the most credits over 3 major carbon offset markets. Second, I'll describe basically why I'm having the same conversations today about poor quality as I had 20 years ago when I started doing this research, why such persistent and deep overcrediting. And I'll argue that poor quality is inherent to the underlying incentive structure of carbon offsets. And then I'll discuss a way forward. And I'll conclude that given the 20-year history of carbon offsets, given the underlying quality issues, I think we need to move from carbon offsets. And I'm putting forward an idea of a contributions approach. So let's discuss the first major carbon offset program, which was established under the UN, under the Kyoto Protocol. So under the Kyoto Protocol, industrialized countries had caps, developing countries didn't have caps. And industrialized countries argued, greenhouse gases are well mixed in the atmosphere. Why do they need to reduce emissions domestically? Shouldn't they be allowed to reduce emissions anywhere in the world where it's cheapest? And I did field research in India on the outcomes of the program, focusing on grid-connected renewables and hydropower, which I don't know if I can point. Anyway, it's the rightmost. Together that they generate the most credits, and they both, the hydropower and renewable energy, use the same methodology. So I looked at them together. And methodologies are the backbone of carbon offset programs. They define what projects are allowed to participate and how to estimate and monitor emissions reductions under them. And I found that the large majority of these projects most likely didn't reduce emissions at all. The program mostly paid project developers to develop projects they were likely to build anyway, or they were already building. And the problem was that the UN cast a very wide net in what project types were allowed to participate and required every project developer to prove that they wouldn't have gone forward with their project were it not for the offset incentive, the offset income. And what I saw was that, or what I found in this research was that it was very easy for project developers to show that cost-effective projects were not cost-effective, such as by strategically choosing assumptions that go into a financial assessment, or by describing barriers to projects. And what happened was high levels of overcrediting and non-additional participation kept prices too low for that incentive to really affect to incentivize new mitigation. adverse selection happened when, and that phenomena is adverse selection, right? The first projects to participate are the ones that cost the least. Those are the ones that would have gone ahead anyway. I concluded that the large majority of the projects are non-additional, not just in India, but across the world. And another article after mine, Kames et al., did a broader review of more project types and puts a number on that, estimated that 85% of projects most likely were non-additional or over-credited. I then turned attention to California's offset program, which was structured in a different way, and I believe a much better way. It was structured specifically to address the quality issues with its predecessor program. What California did is narrow, instead of casting a wide net and requiring every project developer to prove the additionality of their project, they defined a narrow set of project types that were unlikely to move forward on their own, that were likely to be affected or incentivized by the offset income. And I studied the improved forest management, which is the project type with 3/4 of California credits on the compliance market, but these credits also generated over 1/3 of all credits from projects in the US, including the voluntary market. And what I and others have found is, again, a better structure, but widespread over-crediting. And the way the protocol works, the way the improved forest management protocol works, is that it allows any forest landowner anywhere in the US to generate credits if they commit to holding more carbon on their landscape than the baseline, where the baseline for the most part is set at the average for that forest type. Now, there's heterogeneity on the landscape, and what we would expect is, again, adverse selection, where the first forest landowners to participate are the ones that participating cost the least, that are already holding more carbon on their land, whether it's for climatic reasons, ecological reasons, or the type of timber they're producing, already are holding more carbon on the landscape than the average, so that they can generate credits without any change. And that's exactly what we see. So the first 2 articles there used remote sensing imagery and found that they found no statistically significant difference in forest management practice in the project areas compared to the past, how they historically managed the lands, and compared to control lands. Now, let's say some of these projects really would have logged aggressively to bring their forest lands down to the average. An earlier study that I did was on leakage, where I found that the protocol systematically underestimated the impacts of when you reduce logging on participating lands, but you don't change the demand for timber products. Of course, you get some displacement to other lands, and it dramatically underestimated the impact of leakage, so much so though that it overcredited 5 times. It uses a very low leakage rate, and it averages leakage over 100 years rather than deducting it at the same time that avoided deforestation is credited. So what we see here in sum is that it's much better structured, but you still have adverse selection, and the quantification methodologies in several ways are not science aligned. I then turn attention to the voluntary carbon market, which generates credits for voluntary use, such as by companies, universities, other institutions, to meet targets like carbon neutrality. And I studied, again, the project types of the project type with the most credits, which is red, also that means avoided deforestation. And I also did a study of cook stoves in the purple that is the fastest growing offset project type. I brought together a team of researchers, and we comprehensively looked at the major elements of quality of the 4 main avoided deforestation methodologies. And a few things. We found overcrediting under every rock we turned. And we were able to explore why. What is happening? Why is there so much overaccrediting? And what we found is flexibility, that the protocols were written in a way that allowed a wide range of projects, a wide range of forests to participate across the globe. And project developers, when confronted with flexibility in how they can set the baseline, how they can assess leakage, especially given high levels of uncertainty in both, made methodological choices that led to more credits rather than less. Why wouldn't they? And the third-party verifiers that are the enforcers of quality in the system, they didn't enforce conservativeness. They didn't even often enforce common sense. They allowed projects to move forward if the quantification methods were allowed by the methodologies. And one other factor that I want to mention with RED is that these projects are working to avoid deforestation around the globe. This project type could not be more important to be effective. What we see is that many of these projects, or most of these projects, target smallholders rather than the major industrial drivers of deforestation, because it's cheaper to do so, and while they could generate credits against fictitious baselines. And so most of these projects restricted forest communities from their use of forests, and also some of these projects came at a real risk of harm to forest communities. And really quickly, so we did a comprehensive assessment of cook stoves offsets, looking across all the major factors that go into quantifying emissions reductions across a sample of the projects on the market, and found overcrediting of 10 times. So the reasons that I've highlighted over the 3 generations of offset programs are common among many project types. So the question is, why such persistent overcrediting? There's clearly a structural reason why 20 years of learning by doing, we get the same outcomes. And I believe it's these 3 things working together. We have high levels of uncertainty. We know how to measure emissions. It's much harder to measure emissions reductions because you have to measure them against a counterfactual scenario that never happened and is unobservable. And information asymmetry, the project developer always knows a lot more about what they would have done without the offset income than any verifier or program administrator. Those high levels of uncertainty are being deliberated by a set of market actors that all benefit from excess crediting. So the whole idea of the market is for buyers to be able to find the least cost emissions reductions. Project developers want to earn more credits for doing less, adverse selection. Third-party verifiers are hired directly by the project developers, so they have a conflict of interest to rule leniently to be hired again, especially in the context of high levels of uncertainty and subjectivity. And the registries themselves, the program creators, on the voluntary market, they're vying for market share. And in compliance markets, there's political pressure to keep offset prices low. So what you get is a race to the bottom, that if one methodology were to be tightened up and science aligned and not overcredited, the market flows to the other methodologies. So what is the way forward? And I think I'll argue 3 things. One is that efforts to create quality offset programs are unlikely to succeed. Because of the history and the structural reasons. We need to shift from offsetting to contributions claims. And what I'm most excited about going forward is a shift from offset markets to direct contributions. And let me discuss each of those. So one is, even though I think it is unlikely that we're going to be able to achieve an offset market that is quality and not significantly overcredited. It's still worthwhile to have quality methodologies. They can be used for contributions approaches. They can be used for offset programs, a narrow set of offset project types that where offsetting really works for. So how do you do that? One is, most important, I believe, is to remove conflicts of interest. So that means methodology should be designed and evaluated against clear criteria by independent experts with interdisciplinary scientific and practical expertise. Verifiers should be hired by independent bodies rather than by the project developers themselves. And credit calculations should be released publicly so that independent parties like us can evaluate quality. And then by criteria, I put forward doing a comprehensive over-under crediting analysis where you compare methodologies and how they're implemented in practice by projects against the scientific literature and best practice in a quantitative analysis. A benefit is that it acknowledges that some projects are going to over-credit, there's going to be some non-additional crediting, but you can structure your program so that there's enough conservativeness and under-crediting so that programmatically it's a quality program, you're not over-crediting. You want to assess quality elements. I'm going to, okay, so assess quality elements, taking into account the lean towards over-crediting, all the things that we've been talking to, and treating uncertainty conservatively. I think it's really important to shift from offsetting to contributions claims, where offsetting claims are you're reducing your own emissions as equivalent to paying someone else to reduce their emissions, and you can call it a net number. The problem there is it creates a disincentive to reduce emissions. A company that dramatically reduces their emissions and buys offsets for just the small remainder, and another company that emits like crazy and just buys cheap carbon credits, they look the same. They can both claim the same carbon neutral or net zero claim. And if you switch to a contributions claim where you don't let those two numbers be netted, and a company can discuss how much it's reduced its own emissions, it can discuss its contributions. It's a more complex claim, but it's more honest. And it refocuses attention on direct emissions reductions, and it creates flexibility to support a wider range of activities based on a wider set of goals. And my final substantive slide that opens creates an opportunity through shifting from offset markets to direct contributions. And an offset market writes a set of rules and lets the market go and find the cheapest reductions. Direct contributions moves us out of that marketplace and buying a commodity into a space of what a company would do if they're contracting with a supplier or giving a donation. You would vet organizations, you would vet programs, you would build a relationship with them. So contributions approach would mean giving directly to NGOs, giving directly to government programs, giving directly even to companies such as those distributing very fuel-efficient cook stoves. Characteristics of the direct contributions approach are you directly contribute to those entities. So money is going directly to those entities, not to brokers and consultants, et cetera. You can provide funds upfront when they're most needed. You can denominate primarily in money rather than in tons. You can still quantify the greenhouse gas benefits, but you denominate the contribution in money, and that it invites taking many more factors into account not just cheap carbon. And it also allows for supporting a wider range of activities to drive decarbonization, including some that are hard to quantify the greenhouse gas benefits. For example, like in the agricultural sector, supporting a range of activities to bring farmers into different practices, which can be demonstration projects, technical assistance, incentive programs, outreach activities, and be nimble and adapt over time. And lastly, I think we don't have time to waste on programs that have already disproven themselves. And I'm very excited about shifting the framework from offsets to direct contributions. I think it can have much better impacts.
Thank you very much, Barbara. That was very insightful and a bit depressing, right? So let me turn now to Kaushik for your presentation on India's pollution program in Gujarat.
Thanks, Shamik. Let me just grab the water. As my kind of slides come up, I think being the last speaker of the day, it just falls to me to put up whatever little defense I can for economic instruments to deal with environmental problems. This is a piece of work that has been ongoing in a city in India called Surat for the last 15 years. It's an experiment to see whether we can use market-based instruments to deal with environmental issues. And it's an experiment that we've constantly kind of evolved and evaluated and gotten to a point where we think that this is a viable tool that can be used to deal with at least a certain kind of environmental problems. And we're kind of trying to deploy it much more extensively in India and elsewhere. So what this presentation does is, of course, kind of talk about Michael's paper, which came out in the Quarterly Journal of Economics a couple of months back, but also talk about what that paper has meant in terms of our activities and actually using a textbook tool to create a economic service that deals with environmental issues. So what's the problem that we are dealing with? Essentially, air quality and pollution. And let me kind of just show you exactly what that means. Shamik, you kind of talked about what air quality means in terms of lives lost. On an average, air quality causes more damage than tobacco, alcohol, terrorism, HIV, malaria. And this impact is very significant. 2 years or over 2 years of everyone's life globally. I mean, when you're living in a city in Delhi, like I do, it's almost 8 years of your life. And that's, I mean, I'd argue a fairly chunky piece of your existence. So you really kind of are dealing with this challenge on a real-time basis. And you're also dealing with this challenge on a real-time basis where this trade-off between the aspirations of a population of nearly 1.5 billion people wanting to achieve a certain level of prosperity and having to deal with air quality and emissions that come from using fossil fuels as extensively as is happening in a country like India, you kind of have to start to think about these as not necessarily issues that are in tension with each other, but how do you kind of resolve this tension? And that's really where we are trying to use market-based instruments to kind of solve for that problem. Because historically, everywhere in the world, what we've tried to do to deal with air quality and pollution is essentially use a plethora of regulatory instruments, mostly command and control. And these have been so extensively deployed since the early 60s in the developed world, and then subsequently in the developing world in the 90s and thereafter, that the number of regulatory instruments that even exist in a country like India is really, really incredible to just deal with air quality and pollution. But the impact, as you saw on the previous slide, hasn't been as dramatic as we would like that to be. So there is something missing in this equation that you kind of need to fix. And if you kind of think this through, why is this a problem? Because how do you deal with air quality and emissions from industrial units in most parts of the world? This is a really, really labor-intensive, regulatory capacity-intensive process that cannot be deployed at an extensive scale anywhere, even in a very well-equipped regulatory capacity that you might have in the United States or in Europe. It kind of involves essentially a person climbing up a stack, emissions stack, a chimney stack in an industrial unit, collecting a sample of emissions for a certain period of time, taking that sample back to a laboratory and testing whether that actually meets the environmental standards or the concentration emission standards for that particular plant or not. This is something that you clearly can't be doing on a daily or a constant basis. This probably happens twice in a year for most locations in the US. In countries like India, perhaps even less frequently. And even if you were to able to do that, this does not really solve the problem of air quality and emissions from industrial units on a continuous basis. So what we've tried to do in India, in Surat, is to try and see whether the use of a market-based instruments added to emissions monitoring program that kind of uses the state-of-the-art emissions monitoring and control equipment, can that be a way to kind of solve for emissions and air quality? And this is the experiment that we kind of carried out in Surat that took over 10 years to kind of set up and develop. This involved right from the initial stages of working with the Ministry of Environment at the federal level in India to identify the role that cap and trade schemes, emission trading schemes could actually play in dealing with industrial air pollution, working with the pollution control boards, the pollution regulators in India, to develop standards and regulations for what kind of equipment can be used to measure emissions and how that emission measurement can be put together in a manner that's kind of transparent, above board, without discretion, and cannot be tampered with, providing data on a 24/7 basis to a central server sitting with the pollution regulator, identifying folks who will actually go and do the work of installing these emissions control devices, calibrating them, making sure that they run exactly as they are designed to run, and set up trading mechanisms, a trading platform, bring industry partners on board, show them how trading platforms actually work, how they can actually measure their emissions, how they can actually trade their emissions, and then having launched this program in 2019, go through a fairly extensive process of randomized control evaluations to see whether the emissions trading scheme is actually having an impact or not. And coming to a point where the success of the program in this one location in Gujarat, in India, has kind of led to a proliferation of using this tool within the state, across pollutants and across locations, but also in other parts of the country as well. And this truly involved a lot of sweat and blood and a lot of kind of grimy effort, where going through the process of installing these emissions control devices across 300 odd industrial units in the city of Surat, making sure that these are providing data on a continuous, regular basis, the data is being evaluated, tested, and made sure that is not spurious. Working with the regulator, sitting in their offices, designing and implementing the program in partnership with these officers and their inspectors, because the idea here is to translate essentially a textbook tool into the regulatory and the legislative framework that exists for emissions management or pollution management in a state in India. So you have to get to work through the entire rule book of how emissions are controlled and regulated at the 115 odd regulatory frameworks that I kind of highlighted earlier that kind of exist to deal with air quality in India. Working with the regulator as well as industry partners to make sure that we are building their capacity, they know exactly what the scheme means, how that scheme is supposed to run, and make sure that they are well equipped to be able to use this tool on a firm basis or a regulator basis to be able to run the scheme itself. To the point of taking them through a series of mock simulations of what emissions trading scheme would look like. This is the trading platform that the firms use to carry out trading for particulate matter for these 300 odd firms in Surat. And just to kind of show, this entire process has been evaluated through a fairly rigorous and detailed exercise where we took these 300 odd firms in Surat, divided them into two groups: the treatment group, which were kind of set up in the emissions trading scheme, and a control group which continued to operate as though it was in the traditional command and control regime, and evaluating the differences of what that meant. And ladies and gentlemen, I mean, the results are truly quite dramatic. The first, and this is the reason why we were able to bring the regulator on board. This is why the reason why the government kind of came on board to try out this experiment. Essentially, their problem was non-compliance. Essentially, the problem was that industries were not meeting their emissions emission standards. And that's something that we kind of were able to establish very, very quickly, that the moment you put in place this scheme and you allow the flexibility, something that Barbara kind of pointed out could be a difficult thing to manage, but the moment you kind of provided this flexibility to firms to be able to meet their emission targets by buying permits and making sure that the firms who were meeting their targets but could do even better than that, you increase the level of compliance in the market to nearly 100%. This 1% or less than 1% compliance fun story. This was in the first compliance period that we had. And essentially, two of the most politically well-connected firms in this textile cluster said that, Sumi, what will you do? And that's kind of interesting when the chairman of the Pollution Control Board called up Michael and said that, so what do you want me to do in this case? And essentially, the response was that this is your opportunity to draw a line in the sand. If you establish your authority and your ability to manage and run this market, that's what will kind of give you the regulatory credibility that you need to be able to run the market in a manner that you do not have leakages or non-compliance. And subsequently, it kind of hasn't been a single compliance period where we've had firms not comply with their emission targets. And that's really the reason why the Gujarat Pollution Control Board has kind of continued to use this tool and now is trying to deploy it across pollutants and across different industrial clusters to deal with a variety of environmental issues. But the reason I think for me and for us, this scheme was an extremely important success is that firms that were there in the command and control had their emissions on an average about 20 to 30% higher depending on which compliance period. So the fact that there was an emissions trading scheme that allowed firms to reduce their emissions much more than the standards required them to do and be able to monetize that improved environmental behavior led to their emissions, the market cohort emissions, being about 20 to 30% lower. And that, I think, is a very, very powerful tool, powerful outcome. Thanks, Shamik. I'll wind up quickly. But this is the piece that I think makes for the success of the program. When the firms in the command and control regime saw that the compliance cost of the firms in the market was lower by about 11% there was a clamor amongst all the firms that were not in the market to join the market. And if you kind of think about it, this is obvious. This is economics 101. What does market do? A market achieves a certain outcome at the least cost. And this is that cost reduction that the market was able to achieve. And that's kind of what's led to the third part of my presentation, the scale-up activity that has happened. But just to kind of close this out, the cost-benefit ratio here that we've estimated is about 215:1. This is an incredible number. This is an incredible number of a population, of a city of a population of about 20 million people, or just under 20 million people. The acid rain program in comparison in the US had a cost-benefit ratio of about 50-odd-1. So the impact that the use of this economic instrument has had in terms of improving the cost, improving the benefit to the society is really, really impactful. But let me kind of take the last few minutes of my presentation to show what this has actually meant. Having seen this happen in Surat in Gujarat, the Gujarat Pollution Control Board essentially wanted to kind of use this as a tool and wants to use this as a tool for almost everything that they want to do. Now, clearly, you can't use an emissions trading scheme for every sort of environmental problem. I mean, you clearly won't be able to use this for instance, dealing with transport sector emissions. You need large point-based emitters to be able to, and with enough heterogeneity for emissions trading scheme to work. But having kind of done this exercise once in Surat, we have kind of gone through the process of scoping which of these environmental challenges in Gujarat can be solved using a market-based instrument like this. And the scheme is now expanded to include the textile cluster in a bigger city in Gujarat called Ahmedabad. And we are now in the process of designing a effluence-based emissions trading scheme for two industrial clusters in Gujarat for the Gujarat Pollution Control Board. A neighboring state, Maharashtra, one of the largest industrial powerhouses in India, is now on its way to develop a SO2 market. So this is going to be a statewide SO2 market. It would cover about 300 industrial units. And this would be truly extensive because this will include electricity, this will include petchem, this will include fertilizer, this will include pharma, this will include refining, this would include cement and steel. So this is going to be a really, really remarkable experiment. This is kind of a population of 140 odd million people. So you can imagine that the Surat cost benefit ratio was 215. This could easily, I can imagine, be a 4-digit number. And similarly, we've kind of started the initial steps of scoping out a similar market for another neighboring state to Gujarat, Rajasthan. And now it's almost like the floodgates have opened. We are kind of in conversations with a number of states in India and a number of other geographies around the world to see whether this particular tool is viable and a solution and can actually solve for environmental challenges of a particular kind across these different geographies. And that's it. This is what I'm offering. So this is kind of bringing this incredible piece of research, this extremely intense period of design and implementation to getting to a point where my ultimate objective is that this is a plug-and-play solution. So Surat took 10 years to do. I'm aiming that our market in Maharashtra is up and running in a period of about 18 months. In an ideal world, this would be a plug-and-play solution where I can kind of offer this as a service, as an economic service to any regulator, any pollution regulator around the world, where we kind of go in, sit with them, design the solution, and offer them give them the market to run on a period until kind of this environmental challenge is actually dealt with. So just to kind of highlight the fact, this is started with this incredible piece of research that the Coase theorem is, to this incredible piece of research that Michael and colleagues published earlier this year, to now a solution that we are actually designing and implementing on the ground. Thank you.
Kaushik, thanks so much. That was really inspiring. And I hope you tell us later about how you're going to plan to scale up the work. But first, let me turn to Carolyn. Carolyn, you've heard the three presenters, and you've heard about both pollution and emissions using market instruments and regulatory instruments. So give us a little bit of your reflections and your takeaways from this.
Yeah, thank you. And thank to all of you. I thought this was a really fascinating session. And so, maybe taking it back to the theme here, there is this, strong populist opinion that, that a mistrust of emissions pricing as a means of actually reducing emissions. There isn't a lot of faith in that. There are a lot of, people view carbon pricing as a tax and redistribution scheme, and not as a driver of decarbonization. In fact, in Canada, we saw some backsliding. So Mark Carney, prior to the election, just canceled the carbon tax on households as just too politically toxic. So it was nice to see from Jan, we have really solid evidence that pricing mechanisms do work, and in the goal of reducing emissions. So then we kind of get to the question of where and how to make these feasible. So I thought it was really interesting, and so one of your insights was that you found that the emissions reductions were larger in industry than in other sectors like households, and I think we do see that so emerging. So the latest state and trends of carbon pricing by my colleagues here at the bank show that today a little over half of global emissions in the power sector and approaching half of emissions in the industrial sector are covered by carbon pricing instruments now, primarily emissions trading systems. So that may be sort of following this this insight that there are more effective drivers, but also potentially more politically feasible drivers in these sectors. But I also reflect, from some of your numbers there, I think that the design of these systems also matters. So we saw like really big reductions from RGGI with pretty small carbon prices. Some of that may be like some of the states actually use the revenues to deepen reductions by funding energy efficiency programs and demand reduction. And so they found that they actually reduced electricity costs in some of these states and deepened emissions. And then when you had the sort of less effective example of South Africa, which actually has a higher carbon price than, ostensibly than RGGI, but, part of the issue there is that up to 90% of emissions from any given facility are exempt. So you're effectively rebating the tax revenues to the firms in proportion to their emissions. So that really undermines the effective carbon price being carbon price signal. But of course, South Africa is a very different context than northeastern US states. And so there are also institutional issues that we need to be cognizant of, and thinking about what other, for emissions markets to work, to what extent do we also need, power markets to work, to be liberalized, so where, and think about other market failures. So I thought that was very interesting, and I know I thought I think we can also talk some more about policy mixes. I thought those insights were really compelling because showing that in a lot of situations you get bigger emissions reductions with a policy mix. Partly, this could be because, it's hard to implement a stringent enough carbon price to really send a strong signal. But, a lot of other policies, infrastructure investments can give people the options to respond to the carbon price more effectively. So, and also on the flip side, having some carbon pricing makes your other complementary policies more effective too. So you have, for the same renewable subsidy, if you have a little carbon price there, that also increases the return to investments in renewable energy, and so amplifies that together. So we have evidence that carbon pricing actually works, but popular opinion tends to show greater support for, conventional regulation. There's survey evidence across a lot of countries that there's more popular support for standards, which upcoming WGR topic, than taxes, for sure. And so we do see, so in the case of India, we see that there actually is quite a bit of demand for regulation because the burden of air pollution is so extraordinary. So there is demand for that, and then you've ended up with an enormous number of regulations, more command and control regulations there. And so I think this is incredibly important in showing that that market-based approaches are much more cost-effective. So and this might be a way of like coming full circle and then convincing people. And you also mentioned in the green room that so switching to a market-based approach has actually increased enthusiasm of the firms for being regulated because they felt like they were benefiting from this program. So I guess a couple questions there. I'm wondering, so how important? So if my understanding the scheme, this was not a redistributional scheme so much because effectively the allowances were all freely allocated to the firm. So like how important is that aspect, at least certainly in getting something going? Other folks, other countries may be looking towards emissions pricing mechanisms also as a source of revenue for other activities that might, deepen energy access or low carbon investments. So there are trade-offs there in how you use and allocate the revenue. So I'd be curious to hear about that. And also, often one of the motivations for carbon pricing is the co-benefits, the air pollution co-benefits. And so I'm wondering here, have you thought about the climate co-benefits of the air pollution regulation? Because if it's more salient to approach that regulation, can that framing help, but also help deepen climate ambition because it goes hand in hand with these approaches. And then finally, Barbara, so thinking about carbon offsets, and we do see in several emerging economies interested in emissions trading systems. A lot of that is also as a way to finance domestic carbon reduction, offsetting activities. But more broadly, and I see within the institution, there are big hopes for carbon crediting as a means to generate climate finance. And so, so what do we do as we switch? I mean, we see that the evidence about the massive overcrediting has really limited demand for credits, especially in compliance systems. So like the EU does not allow crediting against ETS compliance. But there's also, voluntary markets. And so thinking about, where does demand for credits come from? Because these offset credit, there are a lot of different kinds of offsets. So there's forests, there's cook stoves, renewable energy, there's different things with and actually removals like direct air capture or something. And then they also come with very different characteristics. So in terms of the local community benefits, and so but that are hard to quantify, especially when you're denominating everything in CO2. And so I'm wondering, as we move, if we can move to more of a contributions approach, as you suggest, how do we valorize sort of in a holistic way all the benefits of these different activities to enhance demand, and what do we need to do to understand like where that demand is coming from, especially from the corporate sector and voluntary approaches. So thank you very much. Those are my starting for some discussion.
Thank you very much, Carolyn. Those were really insightful comments. So what we will do, we have less than 20 minutes. We're going to turn to each one of you to reflect on Carolyn's comments, but I may prompt you with a question as well. Then we'll turn to our friends here who have been patiently waiting, and hopefully we'll let you all go by 6 o'clock, right? So Jan, Carolyn had a lot of, good points on your discussion, but one of the things that struck me was the role of policy complementarities in this policy mix, and that carbon pricing is amplified when other market-based policies, particularly structural economic policies, are in play. So tell us a little bit about this policy mix of carbon pricing and other structural market policies in thinking about emissions reduction.
Yeah, thanks. So, like one aspect that I think is extremely important, and I mean, for economists that is kind of straightforward, but I still think it is important to emphasize, and it's nice that it comes out of this kind of, agnostic, data-driven kind of approach, that these price-based instruments are, if you like, kind of an insurance that the other policies do not rebound. So if you basically just put some subsidies or some building code, etc., to make the system more efficient, then we know that, think of the transportation sector, right? Like where we've seen that like large scale, particularly like probably also in the US, I know more the literature in Europe, right? Like basically we had those standards, cars got more efficient, engines got more efficient, etc. Like these, but then at the same time, actually cars just got heavier, and like in terms of fuel consumption and then hence also emissions, nothing actually happened. And it changes if you in addition, of course, have a carbon price, which then makes sure that those kind of instruments can also kind of really work and do not kind of overflow. So I think that is an extremely important aspect when it comes to these kind of policy stacking, if you like. And another one is, and this was also mentioned by Caroline, I think that is kind of different instruments, even though they might target emissions, they still might, enable kind of specific policies to work. So think of basically kind of, I didn't mention that, but like part of the policy mix also was kind of like financing instruments in the finance sector. So, and I think this is extremely important. You mentioned the role of alternatives, and alternatives need to be kind of financed. And think of the electricity sector, right? Like it is straightforward. Basically, we put a price on carbon, the coal-fired power plant gets more important, and countries might actually invest in more renewables. But actually, the financing structure of renewables and coal looks very different. For renewables, you have to finance everything up front, whereas kind of for coal, like a lot of the costs only occur sometime in the future, that is in the fuel. So now in Europe, like where we had, or like probably the same in the US, where we have been actually in low interest environments for a long time, this doesn't really matter. But it matters if you actually have weighted average costs of capital that are 10, 15%, as they are, for example, in Indonesia or Vietnam, then kind of the effect of such a price is going to zero. If you don't have in parallel kind of a mechanism to de-risk kind of those investments, to kind of bring down the cost, the financing costs, etc. So just as a specific example why I think that there are these two things. At the one hand side, kind of prices might enable kind of the efficiency of the other instruments to work. And then there are, however, other kind of externalities, if you like, that are addressed by the policy mix.
Thank you, Jan. I think the point about cost of capital is extremely important. In advanced economies, cost of capital is around 4.5%, 5% for renewables. In middle-income economies, it's close to 14%. I think that's a huge issue that's worth looking into. Let me turn to you, Barbara. You pretty much said that carbon offsetting is fundamentally flawed. And so what's the implication for mechanisms under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, which really rely a lot on these sort of offsets? Yeah, I think it should work.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, I mean, under the Paris Agreement, countries took on NDCs, a suite of targets, and the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement allows for trading among countries and several types of trading. And countries don't need to trade. Many countries started off by committing to targets that they would do domestically, and without buying credits from other countries. And I think that that is a very positive way forward, given the quality challenges that we have seen to date, and also some real quality challenges that we see with some decisions that have been made so far under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, such as allowing in old CDM credits that meet certain characteristics. The total quantity of credits that are in line and have requested transition from the CDM to the Paris Agreement equals around close to 1 billion tons. That's huge. Those are some of the projects that I studied, 15 years ago, and mostly other projects, but that follow very similar methodology. More than half of those credits are hydropower, wind power project, and cook stoves credits. So there we see the program allowing in credits with very known quality issues.
So thank you for that. And so I like also the point you said, these offsets are creating a disincentive to reduce emissions at home. So that's a really important point. Kaushik, let me turn to you. And the Surat ETS has been successful, but it takes a lot of capabilities among the institutions in the public sector to be able to roll out such an ETS. And what are the conditions you think have really helped to put this model to scale? And what does it mean? You have this long list of other countries you want to work on and other places in India, but they have pretty weak governance and institutional capabilities. So how do you think about rolling out such a program?
Thanks, Shamik. So that's precisely, I think, the point that I kind of argue against. The whole idea of creating this cap and trade scheme, this emissions trading scheme in Surat, and deploying that as a tool to deal with environmental issues there was to prove the point that you can use a sophisticated tool like a market-based instrument like a cap and trade scheme in an environment with limited regulatory capacity and still be able to achieve your environmental results or overachieve achieve your environmental results in a much more effective fashion. There's a certain tautology here. Cap and trade schemes to deal with emission control in developing countries isn't a thing. No one kind of usually has done this. And because no one has ever done this, you kind of don't have any evidence of this actually working or not working. The Surat example essentially is one that establishes the fact that the Gujarat Pollution Control Board, with our support and the use of emissions control devices, was able to roll out an emissions trading scheme that dealt with emissions on a 24/7 basis without increasing even a single employee as staff. The point here is that to be able to deal with pollution and emissions in this scale and in this particular sector, the use of a cap and trade scheme is a much more effective solution than hiring more inspectors to be able to go and carry out more stack testing and measuring emissions at the tailpipe on a more regular and continuous basis. And that's exactly the point, that doing this as a tool across countries and states with limited regulatory capacity is a much more effective solution than actually kind of having a larger suite of regulatory instruments. I just also kind of wanted to quick respond to something that Caroline said. In terms of, I mean, one thing that kind of all of this calls for is that you have to be very careful when you're designing the scheme. And when we did design the scheme in Surat, we grandfathered about 85% of the permits, and 15% of the permits were part of the initial permit allocation auction, where kind of firms participated and bought these permits. The design of the scheme is such that this is not a mechanism for the government to earn more revenue. So the government or the Pollution Control Board is not making money off the scheme, unlike, for instance, would be the case with a standard carbon pricing regime. So that motivation we've kind of tried to eliminate, so that one potential rent-seeking behavior that you would see from government authorities does not kind of corrupt the system in that way.
You're very optimistic. Great. So I would encourage whoever has to ask a question, please come forward. Govinda, come to the mic. Others just line up behind him. And let's have a round of questions, then we'll turn to the panel.
Yeah. So I'm Govinda Timilchina from the Research Department. So I have one question for each of the panel members. My first question is for Ian. Ian, you compare the different, the ETS and carbon pricing, instrument across the countries. But the one challenge is that, these instruments have a completely different design, and the ex-post estimation, they have a completely different, the approach or the estimation technique they use. So in that context, what you have done to make them comparable? Just one example, that in South Africa, they don't cover the electricity sector, the main polluter, the main emitter, right? So have you done anything to compare, to make this, instrument comparable? That is my question. Barbara, so your presentation is a little bit disappointing, but if we see the CDM, what you said, you are right at the very beginning. So I was in the, the registration and issuance team under the CDM executive board from 2004 to 2007. I evaluated 78 projects myself. At the beginning, there was the issue of the additionality because those projects might have, implemented anyway. But later on, CDM has done a lot of contribution in a way that it gives a kind of the momentum. For example, for wind and solar, there's a, this type of incentive, it gives a kind of the, market incentive for the, different actors. There's also innovation incentive. For example, in waste to energy, a lot of new projects came because of the CDM incentives. I don't think, if there's no CDM, those type of momentum on wind and solar, and also those type of innovation in terms of this, other technology might have come, that is. So for Kaushik, is a fantastic presentation, and this is, I think, the first, implementation of the market risk mechanism of PM 2.5, right, in Surat. So you showed, I mean, it's a very good comparison because, for the implementation of non-compliance, reduced to 1%. But have you seen any comparison between the cost? So what is the cost of the regulatory measures versus the cost of the, this emission trading scheme over there? So that is the question to you. Thank you.
All right. Next, please come in.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth. I work at JPAL. I was wondering how you might use Rachel Glenister's generalizability framework from 2017 to perhaps replicate the Surat success in the other countries.
Hello, I have a question for Barbara. Barbara, your research has been indeed instrumental in exposing the systematic flaws in the offsetting markets, especially on forest credits. And the contributional model seems like something that might work better. My question is, how can we create incentives for companies to rely on these contribution models? Because if they cannot claim the contributions against their emission, and we still live in a world where shareholders' value and net zero are the currency that they are working with, what incentives can be there? And moving one step forward, where will they find those authentic carbon reduction projects that they can contribute
And is there a way we can combine the offsetting with the contributions so we get to a better model than the one we are in? Thank you.
And we have the last question.
Hi, my name is Caroline. I work at CGD, and my question is for Barbara. In your contributions work, I'm just wondering if you can give some bullet points on how that can go to rectify these traditional issues with the VCM, like such as overcrediting, leakage. Just curious, and I'm sure it's maybe in some of your research that I haven't yet seen, but just want to know like how this contributions like mindset shift can start to affect that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We're going to do the following. We're almost out of time, so I'll give each panelist a minute and a half to either answer the questions or give your big picture takeaway. And after that, Carolyn, you get 1 minute to summarize. All right, Barbara, let's start with Barbara.
Okay, first thing, I'm here for the week, and I would be delighted to talk to you. So find me, email me. So I think a lot of the questions are really similar, and that is so I guess the first question on additionality, and that is, I think often, yes, I mean the offset program has created incentives to build some new projects. It's also paid a lot of project developers to build projects that they would have built anyway. I think so often we think about offsets like a way to generate climate finance for very worthwhile things. And we often forget about the trade, that those credits are being used by someone to make a claim that they've reduced emissions. And if it's an effective incentive, but it's overcredited, you actually can get an increase in global emissions because someone is using those credits. And that's why I think a shift to the contributions approach can really match the way incentives really work. Like you want to create effective incentive programs to support programs, recognizing that you're going to get non-additional projects, recognizing that funding is needed up front, and that if you shift to a contributions framework, which refocuses attention on direct emissions reductions because you aren't allowing that trade, it creates transparency and what a company has done, what a country has done, and what they've purchased. I think just it's a claim, it's words, it's rhetoric, but I think it has power. And I think just by disentangling that claim, refocuses attention on direct emissions reductions. And then also it opens up the possibility for a range of projects, including those that take into account many co-benefits, including those that are needed today in order to drive deep decarbonization going forward. And in terms of where can we contribute, how do we find those good projects? There are so many amazing nonprofits, amazing organizations, governments with programs. Money is needed, right? And we need money going to the right places. So I envision sort of a movement towards direct contributions to these organizations that have been working in the ground for a very long time and are effectively able to support decarbonization. That answered some of the questions.
Thank you. Jan?
Yes, thanks on your question. Yes, we have. Basically, we have actually done some heterogeneity analysis, like doing some Bayesian modeling analysis to really going into the primary analysis and the primary studies, and also looking into secondary sources such as World Bank to get a glance of the specific schemes, and then looking actually what is driving the heterogeneity. And then indeed, actually, I haven't mentioned this, but the difference in the specific study design is kind of large. So like everything else equal, kind of how a study is actually done is also makes a difference. But we can also talk more about this offline, because it might get a bit nerdy if I continue. On the bigger picture, I just wanted to kind of make one final comment, which relates to one of the last things that Kaushik said, like in terms of kind of to make actually sure that the government doesn't have an incentive for rent seeking. Because I think this is extremely important. Based on some theoretical work that we have been doing, we can show that as soon as this actually happens, basically the credibility or the possibility of the government to have a time-consistent, credible kind of signal of this presence, it just crumbles. And then you have two options. Either you have prohibitive pricing or no pricing at all. So as long as you can control this in an experiment, it is fine. I wonder whether it can always be controlled kind of out there in the real world, so to say.
Yeah, and thank you. I've been told by the organizers we're almost out of time, so Kaushik will have the final word. And then Carolyn, we will hear from you. Others can email her your questions to her. Sorry about that, but Kaushik.
That's fine. I only have a 17-minute speech more to go, but I mean, just kind of broadly to the point that this is trying to use an economic instrument to solve for a particular problem. So in this case, this is cap and trade scheme. We allocate some permits through grandfathering. Some permits are bought in the initial allocation. In the design of the market, we kind of try and build in this case that at the end of the compliance period, whatever permits remain in the market have to be bought back by the government. So in the design of the scheme itself, you kind of created a situation where the government or the pollution regulator does not make money in this case. But also in general, when you kind of think about using a tool like this, you compare it with the alternative. What is the cost of not doing this, right? In a command and control regime, the cost of polluting is infinite because you shut down. And I mean, for whatever it's worth, economics tells you that everything has a cost, everything has a price. So pollution, SO2 emissions, carbon, they actually have a price. And that price is not infinity. Because if it was infinity, the solution would be to shut down all economic activity that uses any kind of fossil fuel. And to get to that optimal price is a question of having the right design and the right structure that kind of delivers that particular outcome. In designing this particular scheme, we were kind of very, very careful in terms of making sure that the burden of cost in designing the scheme sits with the industry. And that's reflected in the cost-benefit ratio that's kind of estimated in that one paper.
Thank you very much, panelists. That was fabulous. I think, and thank you very much to the audience for being here till 6 p.m. We have an exciting day, and a big round of applause for our panel. Before we end for the day, I would like to acknowledge the amazing team who made ABCDE happen. Kenan Kurakula is leading the team. Please come over. And Indu and Carolina and Lizette, and a big round of applause to them. This wouldn't have happened without them. And where is Joe and ASEAN? All right, thank you guys. You guys come here for a photo. All right. Guys, can you have you guys come on? Thank you.